Chapter 1, Man in Sky Island, Lightning of Thunder. Look, Enel isn't dead yet. I don't even have wings, I really don't know how it was born here. He was kicked out, why did he come back again? Let's go, be careful to infect us, it's bad luck. I saw a town floating above the white clouds, surrounded by a group of people with wings behind their backs, but each of them seemed to have seen something extremely taboo. Following a pair of disgusted gazes, I saw a human being standing with an empty back in the middle of the street in the town, which seemed out of place compared to these winged humans. Listening to the chaotic discussions all around, Enel, who is standing in the middle of the street now, has a calm expression on his face. Because he is not from this world at all. When I was at home repeatedly watching Luffy open and hang the explosive hammer Enel, I couldn't help but spit out a shitty protagonist's halo, and then appeared here after my eyes went dark. The body is still his own body, but it replaces the existence of Enel in this world. Moreover, feeling the majestic thunder in his body, Enel couldn't help but slowly opened his eyes. Now he not only replaced Enel, but also ate Enel from thunder fruit. Looking at the people all around who showed disgust, Enel suddenly felt a boundless resentment, wanting to kill them all. As for the resentment in his heart, Enel is very clear. This is the resentment of the original body since he was a child. Although the original book does not explain why Enel would destroy his hometown Birka, but a person who lives in his hometown does not have any reason to destroy here. Now that I am in the pirate world, I am not the protagonist of the world like Luffy, and the pirate world is not a seemingly simple adventure like in the anime. Strength is the most important thing here. Enel eats thunder fruit because these guys drive Enel out of Birka because he doesn't have wings. Enel, who left Birka, ate his thunder fruit by a blessing in disguise. Just when Enel appeared on the streets of Birka, a group of people rushed over quickly. The leader of the team leader had even more undisguised disgust in his eyes. Enel. Didn't Laozi tell you to leave Birka? How dare you come back? You, a heterogeneous species without wings, don't deserve to live in Birka. With a loud shout, the team under the leadership of the escort Captain Eddie quickly surrounded Enel in the middle of the street. Seeing the arrival of the guards, the surrounding residents became more courageous. Captain Eddie, get this alien out. That's it. He doesn't deserve to live with us. Get out, get out. As one of them suddenly yelled, the other residents yelled even more after hearing the words. Hearing the scolding all around, Eddie, the captain, even grinned with all the team members. Look Enel, no one wants you to stay here. But since you're back, how can we not express it? As soon as Eddie finished speaking, following the gesture of his eyes, all the guards beside him suddenly approached Enel with malicious intentions. Looking at the residents with ferocious faces who kept clamoring all around, and the grinning guards slowly approaching him, Enel let go of the last trace of pity in his heart. The young man who was originally a flower grower was still very resistant to destroying a town with his own hands. However, when he came to this world, how could he be an excellent traveler if he didn't indulge himself? Hehe. Since you want to die, don't blame me. Facing the guards that were slowly encircling, Enel's eyes flashed with lightning. Just when Enel was about to make a move, relying on the terrifying observation haki blessed by thunder fruit, a familiar figure rushed towards him quickly. Stop. You guys, isn't Enel a compatriot? With a shout, a tall figure suddenly appeared in the eyes of everyone. Looking at the person who came, the disgust in everyone's eyes has not changed in the slightest. Because this person is also one of Birka's freaks, also a Sky Island person, but its wings are much larger than ordinary people's. And have a weird personality. But Enel recognized this guy, Uraj, a strange monk who was also born in Sky Island, unexpectedly appeared in Birka. As Uraj quickly walked into the crowd, the shouts around him didn't stop at all. This guy is a monster too. Yes. Drive him out too. He's as much of a freak as Enel. He still believes in karma. Get out, get out, get out. Accompanied by bursts of yelling, Uraj who rushed over was also surrounded by guards. Hearing that the residents who used to get along day and night regarded him like this, Uraj's expression also changed. Looking at Enel and Uraj who were surrounded, Eddie couldn't help laughing sinisterly as he stood on the periphery. Call me. Get these two freaks out. Following Eddie's order, the surrounding guards rushed towards the two of Enel with grinning grins. Facing the guards who suddenly attacked, Uraj couldn't help but put on a posture and prepared to fight. Just when the battle was about to start, a terrifying thunder burst out from the crowd. The astonishing mutation silenced the entire Birka. I saw that Enel in the crowd was bathed in thunderlight and looked like a god. For Uraj, a monk who believes in cause and effect, this is simply the presence of God in the world, constantly impacting his beliefs. God is not to be offended. This God judges you to be dissipated in this world destroying thunder. Chapter 2. After Enel spoke slowly, the thunder all over his body exploded in an instant. Terrifying thunder snakes continued to diffuse towards the surroundings, and the sky over the entire Birka was even more thunderous, and electric snakes were constantly swimming in the dark sky. This. Monster. Run away. Faced with this sudden shocking change, all the residents in the entire Birka immediately fled in terror. And the guards who wanted to teach Enel and others a lesson just now were so frightened by this scene that they collapsed to the ground. You know, this is thunder, the most terrifying thunder in nature, unexpectedly controlled by a freak, they always thought. For a moment, the whole Birka was thrown into chaos. Looking at the panicked people in front of him, there was no pity in Enel's eyes, only arrogance that ignored everything. At the moment, Uraj on the side completely believed that Enel was the god he believed in, and prayed devoutly at the side. Facing the fact that Enel was about to wipe out the people on Birka, Uraj didn't have any reaction at all, because in Uraj's eyes, everything God wanted to do was right, and these people didn't deserve to believe in God like himself. 60 million volts? Brontosaurus. With a roar, the thunder light all over the sky instantly turned into a ferocious and flickering thunder dragon, which circled around and blasted out indiscriminately towards the surroundings. The terrifying thunder dragon instantly engulfed the fleeing crowd. Facing the 60 million volt thunder dragon, the fleeing people were blasted into ashes as soon as they touched it. Run away! Horrible! The raging Brontosaurus continued to wreak havoc around, and Eddie, who was fleeing at the front of the crowd, was so frightened when he heard the screams from the crowd behind him that he wished he could roll and crawl forward on 2 more legs. But no matter how fast you escape, how can you run faster than the thunder that rivals the speed of light? Almost in the blink of an eye, the roaring Brontosaurus instantly submerged the fleeing crowd. Facing the terrifying thunder in front of him, Eddie's terrified eyes disappeared into the thunder without even making a sound. After eliminating these people in front of him, Enel couldn't help admiring the power of this thunder fruit, which is indeed the top fruit in Logia. If it weren't for the halo of Luffy's protagonist in the original book, what kind of nonsense restraint principle, under this thunder, that piece of rubber would be intact. However, things are not over yet. Relying on the terrifying observation haki blessed by the fruit ability, there are still people on Birka Island who have nowhere to hide. Hehe. If you come out to mess around, you must stand at attention when you are beaten, and you must count your words. Birka, it's better to destroy it. After Enel spoke slowly, the 2 arms instantly turned into 2 beams of lightning and flew into the sky. And at the moment in Sky Island Birka, some residents are hiding in the house in an attempt to escape the catastrophe. Terrible. How could that monster have such power? Why not me? Some residents hiding in their homes are even more afraid and jealous. This kind of power is simply invincible. As the largest island in Sky Island, Birka still knows some things about Qinghai. But envy destroys. Just when these people were thinking to themselves, a beam of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky above where these people were. Boom! With the bang of thunder, the entire house was shrouded in the beam of lightning, and the people hiding in the house evaporated instantly. After the lightning beam slowly dissipated, there was only a void left in place. At the same time, thunder pillars were continuously bombarding the entire Birka, one after another, and each time a thunder pillar appeared, the person hiding in Birka disappeared into this world. Just when Enel kept bombarding Birka, the Qinghai Sea below Birka. What? Why is the weather so strange today? Yeah, this thunder flash is so weird. I saw an island below, and now all the residents on the island looked up to the sky. Today's sky is already shrouded in dark clouds, but the constantly flickering thunder light shows the unrest in the sky today. But soon the flashing thunder in the sky calmed down. Looking at the gradually subdued sky, the people on the island left with a sense of satisfaction. After all, this kind of situation is rare. But at this moment, Sky Island Birka was completely reduced to ruins, with ruins everywhere, and the charred corpses on the ground proved what happened here. Just after Enel completely destroyed Birka, a reminder sounded in Enel's mind. Hearing the familiar prompt, Enel couldn't help laughing. The standard configuration system of the so-called traverser has now arrived. Thinking of this, Enel was suddenly submerged in consciousness. Ding! The strongest Thor system has been bound. Host, Enel. Ability, Thunder Fruit, Observation Haki Elementary. Thunder Gods, none. Looking at the simple and familiar attribute panel in his mind, Enel couldn't help but feel happy. But this system is a bit too crude. System, what's your use? Ding! The existence of this system is to train the host to become the strongest thunder god in the heavens and the world. Hearing the system's answer, Enel's eyes flashed with excitement. Then the system sounded again, and a gift package appeared in front of Enel. Newbie gift pack to distribute. Ding! Devil fruit weaknesses to eliminate. The Junior Conqueror's Haki has been released. Ding! Observation Haki is owned by the primary level, and it will be automatically upgraded to the intermediate level Observation Haki. After the sound of system prompts ended, Enel, who was standing on the ruined street of Birka, suddenly burst out with a terrifying momentum centered on himself. This sudden change caused Uraj, who was still praying devoutly, to turn pale and almost fainted. Fortunately, Enel quickly withdrew his aura when he found out. Feeling the changes in the body, because of armament Haki, the physical fitness has also been strengthened by several levels. Today's Enel is much stronger than in the original book. Chapter 3. Host, Enel. Ability, No Weakness Thunder Fruit, Observation Haki Intermediate, Armament Haki Beginner, Conqueror's Haki Beginner. Thunder gods, none. Looking at the changing system panel, Enel set his sights on the thunder gods that showed nothing. Enel still doesn't know anything about this stuff. System, what is the thunder god? Ding. As the strongest thunder god in the heavens and the world, he can't do everything himself, he needs a group of loyal subordinates. Thunder gods are drawn from all the heavens and worlds to follow the host. And every time one of the thunder gods is drawn, one of the abilities of the thunder gods can be obtained. Following the system's explanation, Enel immediately understood. This function is to help oneself draw some powerful subordinates. For this function, Enel naturally readily accepted it. But this can only extract people with the ability of the lightning system. Thinking of this, Enel suddenly looked strange. You must know that although there are similar fruits in this world, there are not too many of them. When the time comes, Marine discovers that the entire ship is full of lightning, and the suspected thunder fruit ability user finds that it is not one person, but a whole boat of people. I don't know what the expressions of Marine and world government were at that time. Thinking of this, Enel couldn't help laughing. Just when Enel was looking at the property panel in a daze, a prompt sound interrupted Enel's train of thought instantly. Ding! As the strongest thunder god, please recruit a thunder god as soon as possible. 50% off the first recruitment only needs 5 devil fruits. Following the system prompt, a bright light flashed in front of Enel's eyes. Unexpectedly, it is devil fruit that is needed to recruit the thunder gods. Then, my next goal is to collect some devil fruits to recruit the first thunder gods. With the goal, naturally everything will go on. Looking at Sky Island Birka, which has now become history, the obsession in Enel's heart has completely dissipated, and now Enel will go to another road. However, it is not known whether the fateful confrontation with Straw Hat Luffy will come. Now according to the timeline, after the destruction of Birka, Enel went to Sky Island, where the Golden Land was located, and ruled for 6 years after defeating the god Ganfur there. In other words, there are still 6 years before Luffy goes to sea. Rubber restrains lightning, what a shitty setting. However, in 6 years, every thunder god summoned can gain a kind of ability. In Enel's memory, there are several characters with the thunder ability alone. Fate Duel? What a joke. But Birka is destroyed, so it's time to find devil fruit. Urge, come with me. There is no need to stay here any longer. Following Enel's words, he turned and walked out. Although the thunder gods are summoned from the heavens and worlds, they need a huge devil fruit. I still need to recruit some crew members. And Urge, who had been praying on the side, followed Enel's words with joy, as if he had received the will of God. The two soon left the ruined Birka. Not long after the Enel duo left Birka, the news that Sky Island Birka was destroyed quickly spread among Sky Island. It is said that it was destroyed instantly by a guy who turned into lightning. It is also said that Birka was destroyed by punishment from heaven. In short, there are different opinions, but many Sky Islands are also vigilant. After all, although we don't know exactly how Birka was destroyed, the charred corpses and Birka wreckage also prove what happened here before. For a while, the whole Sky Island was in turmoil. After all, no one wanted to be the next Birka. Today, Angel Island welcomes 2 strangers. Urge, it looks pretty good here. Hey, it's much better than Birka. The people who came were Enel and Urge, who left from Birka. Looking at the unusually harmonious Angel Island in front of him, Enel was in a surprisingly good mood. On the way here, Enel also knew that the current Urge had eaten the karma fruit, and his ability to this kind of fruit was quite strange. After all, Urge relied on this fruit ability to become the only supernova who turned the desert 4 generals into 3 generals. There are actually 2 devil fruits on the Sky Island, which is beyond Enel's expectation. But considering that the bird that Gonfort rides in the original book ate the Pegasus fruit, the number of devil fruits in Sky Island may be less. Just when the two came to Angel Island while communicating. At this time, the angels on the island also noticed the two. Hey! Look at the 2 of them. It's so strange, that man doesn't even have wings. Yes, and the wings of the person next to him are even bigger than ours. Could it be a fake? It's too exaggerated. Seeing Enel and Urge, the residents of the surrounding Angel Island suddenly began to whisper one by one. Some of the bolder ones approached curiously, wanting to see the appearance of the 2 of them clearly. But being watched like a monkey is still a little uncomfortable. But in the future, I will be my own base camp, so. In the eyes of Urge, Enel on the side just narrowed his eyes slightly, and all the residents who were originally in a mess all around turned white and fainted in an instant. Worthy of being a god. Really? I believe in God and I am so lucky. This scene seemed like a miracle to Urge, and his respect and belief in Enel became more and more firm. After a conquerors wiped out everything on the island, the whole world seemed much quieter for a while. For conquerors Haki, Rao Enel couldn't help but sigh, it is indeed the well-known pawn remover. Just when Enel finished all this, he found something to eat and drink on the island and sat down to rest. A figure in the sky swooped down quickly. Enel, who felt the breath, ate the food in his hand without paying attention. But the figure in the air clenched the spear in his hand and rushed towards Enel. Chapter 4. Call out. With the sound of breaking through the air, a knight in armor descended from the sky on a Pegasus horse and rushed towards Enel, holding a knight lance. Facing this sudden visitor, Enel was eating the food in his hands without any movement. Urij at the side suddenly stood up and greeted the person coming. "Don't offend God. You rude fellow." At this moment, Urij punched the person coming like an angry King Kong. The huge fist came in an instant with gusts of wind. The latter had no choice but to control Tianma to stop in midair and stared at the two Enels below with unkind eyes. "Who are you? What happened to the residents of the island?" It turns out that this is the so-called god on Sky Island, a so-called god who loves the people like a son, not so much a god, but a miniature king of each kingdom in Qinghai. Seeing Gamfer riding a Pegasus in the air, Enel frowned after eating the apple in his hand. Enel didn't like the guy very much. The so-called love the people like a son, the god of Sky Island, who is said to be loved by people, is well portrayed in the anime, a warm-hearted old man, but the truth is, he is also a hypocritical guy. The Sandia people have always wanted to return to the land of their ancestors. As a result, Amun Rizai did not allow the Sandia people to return to the land of Apayadu. After defeating Enel in the anime, the Sandias returned to this land, but if the Sandias were really going to return to this land, they would have returned before Enel ruled Sky Island 6 years ago. And why wait until the Luffy protagonists come to Sky Island to allow it? So this old guy is actually of the same virtue as the Hokage third generation. In short, he seems to be a good old man, but he is actually not a good thing. Thinking of this, Enel didn't give this guy any good looks. "Of course we are here to take over the gods. A real god. They are my future subjects, nothing will happen." I just saw what Enel said. At this moment, Ganfer's pupils in the air suddenly shrank. Now Ganfer can see that the two guys in front of him are here to grab their position. Because I rode Pierre to inspect the sky and saw that all the people on the island fell to the ground, I came down and found Enel and two people. Unexpectedly, the other party came to compete for his god position. At this time, Ganfer's face became a little ugly. You must know that he came alone now, and the guards were still stationed on Apayadu. There are two opponents, I am afraid that I am not an opponent in terms of strength. Go back and mobilize the troops first. Thinking of this, Gonfort hurriedly prepared to adjust Pierre's direction and return to Apayadu. Just when Gonfort wanted to leave, Pierre, who was riding, kept flapping his wings in horror. I saw Enel next to Gonfort at this moment, and Enel didn't know what appeared beside him. Looking at Ganfer who was about to run away, Enel slowly put his hands on Ganfer's shoulders. Faced with the sudden appearance of Enel, Gonfort was even more shocked. He did not expect the opponent's movements to be so fast. But now Gonfort saw Enel's movements, and it was too late to hide. 30 million volts. Discharge. As Ganfer looked horrified, a thunder light instantly covered Ganfer's whole body, and the terrifying thunder swept across Ganfer's whole body in an instant. In an instant, the scorched bodies of one person and one horse who had lost consciousness fell from the air. After dealing with Ganfer, Enel set his sights on Apayadu, an island with land not far away. "Urij, take him and let's go. There's no need to waste time here." After Enel finished speaking, he turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared into the air. Watching respectfully after Enel left, Urij also quickly picked up Gamfort and Pierre, who were seriously injured and unconscious on the ground, and chased after Enel in the direction where Enel left. After the two left, the residents on Angel Island woke up one after another. Looking at the fainted people around, everyone was full of doubts. They seemed to be looking at the two strange outsiders and then passed out in an instant. Thinking of this, the entire Angel Island immediately began to look for the two Enels who had just arrived here. At this moment, Enel has come to the temple of Apayadu. Everyone in the temple was startled when facing Enel, who appeared instantly in the form of thunder. But because of the godlike appearance just now, everyone in the temple did not dare to act rashly. Seeing that none of these people were moving, Enel didn't bother to talk to him, so he just admired everything in the temple and waited for Urij's arrival. Now the priests in the temple are doing things more cautiously, for fear of disturbing Enel at the side. Just as the peaceful and harmonious scene continued, the figure of Urij carrying Ganfer and a Pegasus appeared in the temple. "God! Damn it! Put God down! Intruder! Put down God!" Seeing Urij's figure, these priests still don't understand. With a loud shout, all the priests picked up the weapons at the side and surrounded the two of them. For these guys, Enel walked slowly to Urij. Faced with Enel's actions, the priests around him immediately pushed back in shock, knowing that this person descended in the form of lightning just now. Coming to Urij's side, watching Gamfer who had been stunned by electricity under his feet, the terrifying thunder surged out of Enel in an instant. The electric snakes that wandered one after another continued to spread towards the surroundings. The sky, which was originally clear, was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and lightning bolts shuttled between the clouds. This terrifying scene frightened the priests even more. After all, no one wants to die. Taking into account the performance of these priests, Enel glanced around and said, "From now on, I am the new god. Who is in favor, who is against?" Chapter 5. Who is in favor, who is against? As soon as Anil finished speaking, all the priests in the temple glanced at each other, put down their weapons and fell to their knees on the ground. Compared with Ganfur, the god they are familiar with, the man in front of him who can control thunder and lightning should be a truly superior god. So for Anil to become the new god, these priests have no opinion. As long as it doesn't threaten their lives, they don't care who is the god. Facing these people, Anil naturally didn't bother to do it again. Now that he has surrendered, he naturally needs to spread the news that he has become a god throughout Sky Island. You guys, take this guy away. Go to Angel Island to announce the news. Uraj, you go with me. Following Anil's words, Uraj beside him couldn't help being overjoyed. This is a task entrusted by the gods, and it is extremely important to Uraj. I must fulfill God's order. After Uraj responded in a low voice, he led a group of surrendered priests to lift Ganfur, who was still unconscious, and rushed towards Angel Island. But at this moment, Anil turned his attention to Pierre who passed out. System. And can eating devil fruit count? Looking at Pierre in front of him, Anil felt very distressed. A devil fruit was just given away by a bird. Just when Anil was thinking about how to get this fruit out, the system beeped. Ding! The devil fruit you eat can only be recycled into half pieces. After getting the system's answer, Anil's eyes lit up. Half a devil fruit is also a devil fruit. As long as he kills a few more demon fruit powers, these 5 fruits will naturally be collected very quickly. Thinking of this, Anil couldn't help but feel happy, so the fruit is easy to gather. With this news, Anil made a quick decision and absorbed Pierre directly using the system in front of him. And at this moment, there is half a devil fruit in the system panel. Looking at the half devil fruit on the panel, there are still 4.5 before summoning the thunder gods for the first time. Just when Anil was thinking about how to get devil fruit. In Angel Island not far away, the troops brought by Uraj came to the town. Look! What a monster with huge wings! And the priests of Apayadu. How did they end up together? Look, they seem to be carrying a person. Seeing Uraj and others who came to the town, the angels all around suddenly looked at the crowd full of curiosity. I don't know who yelled, and everyone's eyes turned to the figure. When the team got closer and closer, the residents of Angel Island saw the appearance of the figure, the iconic armor and appearance. It's God. God is God. How so? Seeing the tragic state of Ganfur, all the residents of Angel Island couldn't help but exclaimed. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them. The god who was once loved and loved by the people has turned into what he is now. At this moment, a group of priests brought by Uraj hurriedly stood up. Ganfur is no longer worthy of being a god. A new god has taken his place. From now on, the entire Angel Island will be under the rule of the new god. I saw a group of priests speak slowly, but the angels around reacted. But based on these priests' one-sided words, how could these angels be willing to accept a new god, and it was the god who had beaten Ganfur into this look when he first came up. We disagree. The position of god is chosen by all of us through voting together. We don't agree with him being a god. With a loud cry, all the angels on Angel Island protested collectively. As for those who doubted themselves, Anil, who had already dealt with Pierre, had a flash of light in his eyes. You know, with the addition of the current intermediate level observation Haki and Thunder Fruit, the coverage area is almost the same as that of the original book. Hearing these people's resistance, Anil's entire right arm suddenly turned into a thunderbolt across the sky. While these angels were still raising their arms and shouting, Uraj prayed devoutly. Voices that question God are not allowed to exist. The majesty of God is inviolable. As Uraj muttered, a beam of lightning fell from the sky in an instant. A few figures in the crowd who were still raising their arms and shouting were instantly crushed into slag by the thunder beam. Looking at the big empty hole beside him, the angels on the island all shut their mouths and dared not say a word. The scene just now appeared in front of these people like a nightmare. A few living people disappeared on this sky island in an instant, and the whole town fell silent in an instant. But at this moment, Uraj slowly came to the crowd after praying. God will not send down punishment easily. However, if you dare to be disobedient, then God's judgment will come upon you next time. From now on, this place will become the rule of God. Following Uraj's words, the priests on the side respectfully imitated Uraj and began to believe in gods. Because the scene just now not only impacted the residents of Angel Island, but also made these priests completely honest. After the residents of Angel Island chose to surrender, the Sky Island ruled by Anil in the original work returned to Anil's command again. The difference is that the strange monk Uraj has become his disciple. But at this moment, with Angel Island being ruled down, the priest team was formed again, but an order was issued. Find and collect weirdly colored and patterned fruits all over Sky Island. Chapter 6. As Anil ruled the entire Sky Island in accordance with the original book. However, the subsequent governance was not as brutal as in the original book, and it did not strike people with lightning at every turn. Seeing that although this new god is so powerful, but not so cruel, the residents of Angel Island didn't have much resistance for a while. For them, it is just another god. Gonfort, on the other hand, has completely retired to retirement in Angel Island. At the same time, because of Uraj, a devout believer of God, his fanatical belief and strong strength quickly developed a group of devout believers in Angel Island. The only faith in everyone's heart is Enel, who has become a god. With a group of believers like Uraj managing Angel Island, the entire Angel Island began to execute Enel's order in an orderly manner to collect devil fruit. What do you say is the use of this fruit with strange patterns and colors? Why did His Highness collect this thing? When a group of angels began to search around, everyone also communicated cautiously. But they don't know that everything they communicate is being observed by Enel with observation haki. Enel doesn't care about what they discuss, as long as they find devil fruit Enel will appear as soon as possible. This is thunder fruit, the top Logia devil fruit, not only with the speed of Kizara's sparkling fruit but also with terrifying destructive power. Just like this, a bug-like thunder fruit was written out abruptly. Thinking of this, Enel became more and more upset. Now Enel has only one thing to do, and that is to recruit the first thunder god as soon as possible after collecting devil fruit. I don't know who the first Thor will be. For this, Enel even faintly looked forward to it. As Angel Island began to search for devil fruit, the newly formed priest team was also looking for it on the land washed up from Qinghai and Apayadu. There are definitely not a few devil fruits on Sky Island. Enel firmly believes in this point. Abirka has thunder fruit and karma fruit, and even the birds in Ganfur can eat Pegasus fruit. If you want to come here, there will be no shortage of devil fruit on Sky Island. Under the constant search of the crowd, Enel is also not idle. I saw a place in the center of Apayadu, and a thunder light instantly turned into a human form. The person who came was Enel, who rushed over from the temple. And the purpose of this trip is naturally the huge golden town in the original book. After covering the entire Apayadu with observation haki, Enel also sensed an ancient breath and came here quickly. Enel, who just came here, hadn't stood firm yet, but a huge black shadow rushed out from below in an instant. Seeing the black shadow suddenly appearing in front of him, Enel didn't even want to hide. A huge python bumped into Enel's body instantly. But at this moment, there was a touch of human confusion on the giant python's face, as if it hadn't bumped into something just now. Enel, who was de-elementized, looked at the giant python in front of him. This is the Lord of the Sky who guards the Golden Country in the original book. After looking at it for a while, Enel shook his head in disappointment, but it was just a huge boa constrictor. But this guy has a huge amount of gold in his stomach. Thinking of this, Enel's right hand instantly turned into a beam of lightning and blasted towards the Lord of the Sky. Seeing this sudden scene, the Lord of the Sky, who was still confused, was even more frightened and wanted to turn around and run away. For these creatures, lightning is simply a taboo for them. But the Lord of Space can't think too much about that dazzling beam of thunder that instantly submerged his huge body. The thunder light all over the sky surged slowly like a river, and evaporated the huge body of the Lord of the Sky in an instant, leaving only the golden gold on the ground. After finishing the solution, Enel couldn't help but stroll slowly in this golden land. This once prosperous golden city has now become a relic of history. Looking at the gold everywhere in front of him, the golden buildings, the golden floor tiles, etc., even Enel couldn't help but feel a little happy. With this gold, it's time to start building the Ark proverb in the original book. I will definitely go down to Qinghai in the future. A haki boat is of course standard for sailing. But before building proverbs, there is one thing to look at. At this time, Enel came under a huge vine, looking at the towering vine, but Enel knew it. Above this vine is the most iconic golden clock in Shandora, the capital of gold. With the flash of lightning, Enel turned into lightning and charged upwards. Enel reached the top of the vine almost instantly, and saw the huge golden clock on top of a white cloud as he wished. Looking at this thing, Enel couldn't help but twitch his brows. In the original book, this thing was hit by his own body. But now, facing the golden clock in front of him, Enel couldn't help walking over slowly. And at this moment in Angel Island. Found it! This should be the fruit His Majesty is looking for. With an exclamation, a figure ran out holding a banana-shaped brightly colored fruit. And the other people in Angel Island also hurriedly looked over. Conies! Did you find it? My god, what's it like? Just show us. Following the discussion of the crowd, Conies, who is still a little girl now, also took out the devil fruit from her arms. Seeing this strange fruit, everyone looked at it curiously. However, none of the people here dared to hit this fruit, not only because they didn't know what the fruit was useful for. Also because of Enel's godlike methods. With the devil fruit found by Conies, everyone on the island quickly took note of the appearance and started looking for it. And this fruit was handed over to Uraj by Conies. Chapter 7. When? Just when Angel Island began to look for devil fruit in a big way. A melodious and crisp bell rang through the sky in an instant. Listening to the melodious bell, the entire Angel Island fell silent for a while. Others on Angel Island may not be aware of this bell, but Ganfur, a former priest, has learned about the history of the Golden Land. At the moment when the bell rang, Ganfur looked in the direction of Apayadu with deep eyes. He never expected that Enel would find the long-lost golden bell and ring it. A real god. It seems that I am indeed unqualified. As Ganfur muttered uncontrollably, he fell silent. And at this moment, in the clouds not far from Apayadu, in a village hidden among the clouds, everyone became excited after hearing the melodious bell. This. It's the bell. The bell of my hometown. Among the tribe, the old chief who was surrounded by everyone stood up excitedly. The people on the side also looked excited. You must know that the bell of this hometown has not sounded for 400 years, and the agreement that was made has not been fulfilled for a long time now. But now, the bell is ringing. Go. Let's go to Apayadu. I heard that old man Gonford is no longer a god. Although we don't know if this new god will accept us, but he has rang the golden bell of our hometown. We must go and meet him. I saw that the old chief said with excitement. Everyone in the tribe immediately packed up their equipment and rushed towards Apayadu. And at this moment under the White Sea. Brother, are you going to salvage today? Yes, why don't you take a day off? Seeing Curry, who was about to go to the sea to salvage things again, the salvage king couldn't help but persuaded him. The salvage king has always supported what Curry did, but compared to the body of the salvage king, Curry simply cannot dive for a long time to salvage. That's why the salvage king couldn't help but want to persuade Curry. How could Curry not know about salvage king's kindness? But the mission of the family makes Curry unable to stop. He must prove that his ancestor Norland is not a big liar, and that the golden country is real. Just when Curry was about to continue going into the sea, a melodious bell sounded from the sky. When hearing the melodious bell, Curry froze in place for an instant. At this moment, people on the entire Gaia island also heard the bell. The bell sounds like it came from heaven, doesn't it? It seems to be. Does Sky Island really exist? Hearing the bells from the sky, people on the entire Gaia island began to believe that Sky Island might really exist. And the golden country does exist. That guy Curry is not a liar. The golden country is really possible in the sky. For a time, the whole news spread throughout the entire Gaia island in an instant. At this moment, Curry, who heard the bell, broke down and cried in excitement. The goal he has been looking for these years is right. The golden country exists. It's in the sky. Ancestors are not big liars. The golden country really exists. Great. Really great. Thank you. Although I don't know who rang the golden bell, it doesn't affect Curry's gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Because this bell is not just a bell, but also proves that what Nolan said 400 years ago is true and that he is not a liar. The shame that has been carried on the family for 400 years can finally be washed away. And at this time in the air, Enel, who rang the golden bell, seemed to understand his wish. After looking at the big bell, he instantly turned into thunder and returned to the temple. The proverbs of the ark can be put on the agenda, and the manpower needed is absolutely huge. However, the reason why Enel rang the golden bell was naturally for a purpose. With observation haki, Enel quickly discovered his purpose. On the outskirts of Apayadu today, a large number of people are waiting here cautiously. Looking at the familiar homeland in front of them, they fought against the god of Sky Island for 400 years in order to return to this homeland. They are so close at hand but they dare not go half a step beyond Lei Chi. While everyone was waiting cautiously, a thunderbolt fell instantly. Enel, who was bathed in thunder, also slowly came to the Sandians. He can actually control thunder. My god! Is he the new god? The Sandians were horrified to see Enel bathed in lightning. If the god is Gonfort, they can still fight for a while, but facing Enel who is like a god, they can't have the slightest fighting spirit in their hearts. Rao, the youngest war god of the Sandia, Weber, was also horrified when he saw Enel now. But after a while, the chief of the Sandias reacted. See your highness. I saw that under the leadership of the chief, all the Sandia people bowed down in unison. For such a person who knows the current affairs, Enel will naturally not make things difficult. Chief, I know your tribe, and I just went to the Golden Country to see the once prosperous city. Since you have lived in this land, then this god allows you to return to your homeland and live. Follow Enel to speak slowly. Today's Sandia people are all stunned. Everyone's faces were full of disbelief. Did I hear it wrong? We can go back to our homeland. My god! Can I really live in my hometown? For a while, all the Sandia people cheered ecstatically. Even the god of war Weber is no exception. After all, they have fought for 400 years to return to their homeland, a full 400 years. Just as everyone was cheering, a voice interrupted the short-lived joy. But I need the followers of you Sandians. Chapter 8. I just followed Enel's words. The Sandia people who were still very excited were all quiet at the moment. However, this condition is reasonable and not a big problem. Compared with continuing to fight against the people of Sky Island, I don't know when I can return to my homeland and come to live on this land. Moreover, if they do not agree, with the godlike power of this new god, their hope of returning to their homeland will be even slimmer. So now is indeed the best time. We agreed. Willing to follow His Majesty. After thinking for a moment, the chief agreed immediately. Originally, Weber and the others who had other thoughts were reluctant to say anything when they saw that the chief had already made up his mind. However, as the strongest god of war in this Sandia generation, Weber suddenly stood up. Master God! Please forgive my rudeness. Please fight with me. Just when all the dust settled, the young and energetic Weber stood up. Regarding Weber's decision, the expressions of the chief, Loki and others on the side changed even more. You know, if Weber suddenly offends the new god in front of him, then their long-standing goal will disappear again. Weber. What do you want to do? Apologize to His Highness. For a while, under the signal of the old chief, everyone looked at Enel. Mantis and the others beside Weber were even more anxious to pull Weber back. But that requirement didn't matter at all to Enel. Because at the current stage of Sky Island, no one can cause any harm to him, and he is still a thunder fruit with no weaknesses. For Weber's request, Enel is even more reluctant to do so. Just enough to subdue a potential subordinate. Looking at the stubborn Weber in front of him, he looks more immature now than 6 years later. But that didn't stop Enel from admiring the guy. I have agreed to your request. Forgive your innocence attack here. I saw following Enel's nonchalant talk. The sound reached Weibo's ears like the sound of heaven. There is no greater insult to a fighter than to allow him to challenge his goal. After getting Enel's permission, Weber was overjoyed. At this moment, the surrounding Sandia people also looked at each other in blank dismay, but now we can only let Weber challenge this god. For a while, under the leadership of the old chief, everyone quickly gave up a fighting place. Looking at the extremely lazy Enel in front of him, Weber didn't dare to take it lightly. I can still vividly remember the appearance of Enel bathed in thunder when he appeared. Although he knew that Enel was very powerful, Weber was unafraid and calmed down for a moment before attacking Enel in an instant. Relying on Sky Island's unique product, the shoes with wind shells installed under his feet instantly spewed out a wave of wind and accelerated towards Enel. In everyone's eyes, Weber's figure appeared in front of Enel in a flash. Although I was worried that Weber would offend this god. But as the god of war of the new generation of Sandia people, everyone is now cheering for Weber. Come on, Weber. Come on. Let His Highness see the strength of our Sandian warriors. Let's go. Amidst bursts of cheering and shouting, Weber seemed to be full of strength. Looking at Enel, who was so close in front of him, a look of joy flashed in Weber's eyes and he punched out. Just when Weber thought he had made a hit, he suddenly found that there was no one in front of him. But at this moment, Enel appeared on Weber's back as if teleported. 30 million volts. Discharge. Boom. Following Enel's movement, a thunderbolt instantly covered Weber's whole body. The 30 million volt discharge instantly made Weber lose his resistance and fell to the ground. But to Enel's surprise, this guy didn't pass out. As expected of the man in the original book who was fatally wounded and could fire 3 volley shells in a row. But Weber lost directly because of this. Weber, who fell on the ground, looked at Enel who looked like a god, and the last dissatisfaction in his heart disappeared. Such a power, such a god, is worth following. It's over. You can go back to your homeland, as for you. See me in the temple after recovery. After the solution, Enel turned into lightning again and disappeared in place. And now the people of Sandia who got Enel's approval suddenly cheered and celebrated. After 400 years, they can finally return to their homeland. As for Weber on the side, he is willing to follow Enel. For a while, under the leadership of the old chief, the Sandia people began to move out the tribes that were thus in the clouds. Moved back to their dream homeland. Some people in Angel Island who received the news were originally unwilling to let these Sandiyas return to Apayadu. But after Enel sent down several divine judgments, all reluctance disappeared like a cloud of smoke. As the Sandia settled down in Apayadu, the collection of devil fruit on Angel Island gradually came to an end. After collecting these days, basically only 2 devil fruits were found, including conies. Seeing the 2 rubbery devil fruits sent to him by Uraj, Enel let the system absorb them directly. Host, Enel. Ability, No Weakness Thunder Fruit, Observation Haki Intermediate, Armament Haki Beginner, Conqueror's Haki Beginner. Thunder Gods, None. Initial Summon Power, 2.5/5. We are now 2.5 devil fruit away from summoning the first Thunder Lord. The distance is getting closer. While every corner of Angel Isle has been searched, there is nothing left, but the order to find devil fruit still works. While Enel continued to get devil fruit from where? Weber, who resumed the report from the Temple of Holiness, gave Enel a huge surprise. I saw that Weber, who came to the temple, was holding 3 devil fruits of different colors in his arms. Your Highness, the chief knows that you are looking for this fruit. This is what our tribe found by accident while searching for food on Sky Island for 400 years. The tribe has food to survive, and this kind of fruit that doesn't know whether it can be eaten has been stored. Now it just happens to be dedicated to His Highness. Chapter 9. Looking at the 3 devil fruits that Weber handed over in front of him. This was a huge surprise for Enel. Just now I was still thinking about how to find the 2.5 devil fruits at the back, but Weber showed up to give away the treasure. Facing Weber in front of him, Enel suddenly realized that this guy looked quite cute. After accepting the 3 devil fruits, Enel was in a good mood immediately. What war Ghost Weber, this is the rich boy of pirate world. But now the top priority is to summon the first thunder gods. Thinking of this, Enel unceremoniously let the system absorb the 3 devil fruits. System. Absorb these 3 devil fruits directly. Ding. Absorbed. Elementary summoning ability, 5.5/5. May I ask if the summoning is enabled? As the 3 devil fruits are instantly turned into energy, they are absorbed. The initial summoning ability in the system panel has also been successfully charged. Seeing this, Enel's eyes flickered with lightning, and he became more and more looking forward to the first thunder god in his heart. In Enel's memory, there are still many characters who use lightning abilities, and each one is extremely powerful. Even if the world is different, it is estimated that the system can be summoned to this world and there is a way to change it. Thinking of this, Enel couldn't wait to start the first summoning directly. Start the call. Ding. The first call is on. Immediately, the thunder gods will be drawn. At the same time as the system was extracting, Urich and Weber in the temple looked at Enel adoringly. For the two of them, the current Enel is the god in their hearts and their faith. But at this moment, a figure appeared in Enel's mind in the temple. Ding. The thunder gods have been drawn. It is materializing. Along with a system prompt, a golden thunder appeared in front of Enel instantly. Looking at this sudden scene, Weber and Urich, who were originally guarding the hall, couldn't help but concentrating on their expressions and wanted to step forward. Don't worry about it, just stay aside. Just when the two were about to step forward, Enel's voice came into their ears. Wen Yan and the two had no choice but to give up, but their eyes were fixed on the golden thunder in the hall. At this moment, the information of the thunder gods also emerged in Enel's mind. Thunder gods, my wife Shanyi. Abilities, Thunder Breathing Method, Super Hearing, 1 type, Thunderbolt Flash 6, 8, Fastest Flash, Super Speed, 7 type, Fire Thunder God. Focus on one point and reach the top. Even if you can only do one thing, you must make it to the top. Even if you only know one type of sword skill, you must make this type of sword skill into the strongest one. Thunder Gods. My wife Shanyi joins in. Seeing my wife Shanyi appearing in front of him, Enel was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, the first thunder god to appear turned out to be my wife Shanyi, the pillar of thunder in Demon Slayer, Blade. Moreover, the Shanyi in front of me seems to be a little different from the original book. System, the Shanyi in front of me seems to be a little different. Ding. Back to host, the purpose of the system is to train host to become the strongest Thor. Thunder gods naturally also need strong power. Today's Shanyi is the Shanyi who has finally grown up. His character is no longer cowardly and afraid, and he can freely enter the awakening state. Hearing the system's answer, Enel immediately nodded in satisfaction. Unexpectedly, this seemingly simple system is quite reliable. At this moment, my wife Shanyi in the main hall also set her sights on Enel. Ah, are you my captain? Please teach me more in the future. Seeing Shanyi with a boyish smile in front of him, Enel couldn't help feeling much better. Moreover, this is his first Thunder God member, so he doesn't need to worry about loyalty. Urich, take Shanyi to familiarize yourself with the environment. He will be our swordsman from now on. After Enel finished speaking, Urich, who had been stunned for a long time, realized it. When Shanyi appeared from the golden thunder just now, Urich and Weber were terrified, and another god who manipulated thunder and lightning appeared. Fortunately, the identities of the other party and the two of them are similar, which makes the Uriches a little relieved. Hearing Enel's words, Urich hurried forward and took Shanyi away to go to Angel Island. But Shanyi at this moment is full of curiosity. After all, this is an unknown world. Wow! You actually have wings on your back. Are you an angel? My god! Do angels still have men? Seeing Shanyi follow Urich away like a curious baby, Enel couldn't help but smile. But it is undeniable that Shanyi's power is still very strong. Just relying on the pinnacle of the breath of thunder is enough to instantly kill most swordsmen. But next, Enel will naturally choose an ability to integrate into himself. Compared with Shanyi's sword skills, Enel still prefers the breathing method to enhance his own functions. Although the thunder fruit without side effects gives Enel a foothold, if Enel in the original book goes to Qinghai, he will have the strength of 500 million Baileys. But there are too many monsters in the pirate world. As for the unkillable monster Kaido, the dragon's body is simply pervert, and monsters like Charlotte Linlin. Therefore, the breathing method that enhances one's own function is the most suitable for oneself. Moreover, it is also the breathing method of thunder that suits one's own attributes. System. Choose Shanyi's thunder breathing method. Ding. Synchronization successful. Following the familiar prompt tone from the system, a memory about breathing techniques appeared in Enel's mind. With thunder fruit, this thunder breathing method is more like a martial arts internal skill, and it continues to strengthen Enel's physical functions. Feeling the physical changes brought about by the breathing method, Enel is also quite satisfied. The weakness of the Logia ability user's physical weakness will not exist here. Host, Enel. Abilities: No weakness Thunder Fruit, Observation Haki Intermediate, Armament Haki Elementary, Conqueror's Haki Elementary, Breath of Thunder. Thunder Gods, My Wife Shanyi. Summon Power, 0.5/10. The new system function will be activated after the next call. Chapter 10. New function. Looking at the system templates that have been changed, especially the last prompt, Enel couldn't help being taken aback. Unexpectedly, just after the first recruitment was completed, the system immediately underwent new changes. The system didn't answer his own questions, and it seemed that he could only figure out what this new function was after the second recruitment. But now, there is Shanyi's thunder breathing method. My own strength is about to continue to grow every day. But there is one important problem, and that is Devil Fruit. Looking at the dazzling 0.5 energy in the system panel, Enel couldn't help feeling dizzy. The next recruitment will not be discounted, a full 10 Devil Fruits are needed. Simply collecting on Sky Island is definitely not enough. There is probably only one way to successfully start the second recruitment. Go to Qinghai. Thinking of this, Enel's eyes suddenly burst into a bright light. If Enel in the original book goes to Qinghai, there will be a reward of 500 million baileys, so will it change now? It seems that only by going to Qinghai can there be hope of collecting these 10 devil fruits. After all, even if there are not enough devil fruits, there are many pirates who eat devil fruits. But before that, the Ark of Proverbs should be built. Weber. Go and gather the artisans of Sandia. This god needs to build a huge spaceship. After Enel finished speaking, Weber, who had been waiting in the temple, left immediately. Urij and Zenitsu also came back from Angel Island when Weber went to summon the craftsmen of Sandia. With Urij's introduction, Shanyi has an understanding of this world. However, what Shanyi learned was nothing more than what happened on the Sky Island, and it was time for Shanyi to show his skills when those pirates who looked like evil spirits were in Qinghai Sea. Urij, go summon the artisans of Angel Island. It's time for us to build a gorgeous spaceship. Hearing Enel's order, Urij couldn't help but be overjoyed. From this point of view, they will soon go to Qinghai. Unlike other Sky Islanders, Urij still yearns for Qinghai. Then quickly went to Angel Island to gather craftsmen. Soon Weber and Urij brought a large number of craftsmen outside the temple. With these craftsmen, I believe that the Ark motto in the original book will be created soon. After all, the Ark in the original book was only built by craftsmen on Angel Island, but now, there are also Sandian craftsmen. Let's go to the Golden Country. We need the gold there as a material. After Enel said that, a group of artisans headed for the Golden Land. When everyone came to the Golden Country, they were completely stunned. They had never seen such a huge amount of gold. My god! There is so much gold here. Real or fake? That's too much. Looking at the city that was almost made of gold in front of them, all the artisans of Angel Island couldn't help but marvel. Although the craftsmen of the Sandia knew it, they were also shocked. I didn't expect that the former Golden Township would have such a huge scale. But now, these golds can be regarded as useful, and the Sandians have no objection to Enel's use of these golds. After all, this is only something when the ancestors were there. Now they can return to their homeland because of Enel's permission. After the craftsmen gradually recovered, Enel slowly said, "You have also seen it. From now on, I need you to use all your gold. Build me a spaceship with gold's good conductivity. In addition to the wind shells and cloud shells that are abundant in Sky Island, I want you to change the power system to electric drive. As for how to build it, it's your business, you can discuss it yourself." I saw that Enel finished his request. These artisans who came here couldn't help but gather together and chat. After all, they only built some small ships. However, there are so many craftsmen, and after communicating with each other, they quickly came up with a plan. His Royal Highness, we will try our best to complete the task you entrusted. But this time. Speaking of this, a group of craftsmen couldn't help looking at Enel cautiously. After all, this is a huge project. If they are allowed to complete it in a month or a week, it will be impossible to build it. Seeing the reactions of these people, Enel also understood the past. How long do you think it will take? Seeing Enel asked, these craftsmen looked at each other with embarrassment. After all, it was the first time they built this huge spaceship, and they had to add all the gold into it. A conservative estimate would take 4 years. We need to study the power system and smelt gold. This is still a conservative estimate. Following the careful words of the leading craftsman. This answer made Enel frown. Although it took 6 years to complete the construction of the Ark Proverbs in the original book, it still takes 4 years for so many people. It's too long. No. It's been too long. I can help with gold smelting. I only give you 2 years. Build the Ark Proverbs in 2 years. Then Enel said with a serious face. Each of these craftsmen couldn't help showing embarrassment. After all, it is hard for them to accept the reduction of half in 4 years. But thinking of Enel's thunderous means, they can only bite the bullet now. At least they don't need to waste time on things like gold smelting. Okay. My lord, we will build the Ark of Proverbs in 2 years as soon as possible. I saw that under the guarantee of a leading craftsman, everyone immediately took action. After all, there are only 2 years, so there is no time to delay. For a time all craftsmen began to get busy. But now Enel is left with 2 full years. However, Enel did not intend to waste these 2 years. Compared to going to Sky Island, there are so many monsters in Qinghai, so I have to improve my strength. Thinking of this, a plan slowly emerged in Enel's mind. Chapter 11. The biggest reason why Enel in the original book has a few tomo drums behind him is because he is too arrogant and does not exercise after getting thunder fruit. As a result, his body couldn't gather the huge thunder at all, so he could only store the lightning in the big drum behind him. In order to avoid going down Enel's old path. In the past 2 years, I need to exercise myself. After all, now there is Zenai's breath of thunder, and Conqueror's haki. Moreover, Uraj's strength also needs to be improved. Uraj, Weber, Zenitsu. It will take 2 years to build the ark. During this period, let's improve our strength. After Enel finished speaking, the 3 people beside him nodded emphatically. After all now, apart from Enel, the Uraj 3 don't even know what haki is. It is necessary to improve the strength of everyone to prepare for going to Qinghai. After receiving Enel's order, the 3 followed Enel to the depths of Apayadu. And the ark built by the Golden Town here is slowly starting to be built bit by bit. Even if Enel and others left here, all craftsmen did not slack off in the slightest. After all, in the minds of the craftsmen, the current Enel is a god, a true god. 2 years passed quickly. During these 2 years, Enel occasionally showed up to help craftsmen lay in alchemy besides training. At other times, they continued to train the 3 of Uraj. Meanwhile, under Enel's rule, the entire Sky Island continues to search for devil fruit. A total of 3 devil fruits were brought to Enel in 2 years, but they were still all Zoan. In the past 2 years, the system has prompted that Zoan devil fruit is only worth 1 energy point, while the energy points contained in Paramecia and Logia are higher. 2 points and 3 points respectively. The appearance of this rule made Enel happy for a long time. After all, in this way, the number of summons of 10 energy points does not appear to be so many. And in the Golden Village at this moment. Crack. With the last piece installed. An incomparably gorgeous spaceship is parked above the empty square. At this moment, all the craftsmen gathered here to witness the completion of the construction of this ark. 2 years are finally completed. Great. Go and report to His Highness. Finally, the construction of the ark Proverbs was completed within the stipulated time, and all the craftsmen were even more excited. After all, they built this gorgeous ark with their own hands. Just as one of them was preparing the temple to look for Enel, a ray of lightning appeared on the square in an instant. No need to report. As soon as the craftsman finished speaking, Enel had already arrived at the square. In the past 2 years, Enel's observation haki has been enhanced to a terrifying level. As soon as Enel's front foot arrived, the latter 3, Uraj, followed closely to the square. Looking at the proverbs of the ark that has been built in front of him, Enel looked at it with satisfaction. Today's ark proverbs is even more gorgeous than in the original book, and even the hull of the ship is plated with a layer of gold. It can be said that today's ark proverbs is a real golden spaceship. Good job. You guys take the rest of the gold and divide it. After Enel finished speaking with satisfaction, all the craftsmen breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if God is not satisfied, they will suffer. But now not only is it okay, there is still gold to take, so there is a lot of gold left. For a while, all the craftsmen happily took their own piece of gold and said goodbye. But at this moment, the 4 of Enel came to the deck of the ark proverbs. I saw that everything was ready on the deck of the ark, food and all equipment were ready. The most important thing is the exquisite throne in the center. The created throne is the power system of the ark. Normally, Enel only needs to sit on the throne to input power to ensure the sailing of the ark. 2 years are over. It's time for us to set off, the next thunder gods are still waiting. After Enel spoke slowly, the 3 of Uraj immediately got ready. Today's Sky Island has been managed by Enel as his base camp, even if he no longer needs to worry about it. Because the priests of the temple are all served by Weber's former teammates. In the past 2 years, under the training of Enel, the strength of the 3 Uraj can be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. The 2-color haki has mastered the Grandmaster to the intermediate level, and Marine has been successfully trained with the help of the 6-style principle in the original book. 6 styles. Among them, my wife Zenai has reached an advanced level by relying on her natural sense of hearing observation haki. As for Enel himself. Host, Enel. Abilities, No Weakness Thunder Fruit, Observation Haki Top Level, Armament Haki Advanced, Conqueror's Haki Intermediate, Thunder Breathing, Marine 6 Styles Grandmaster. Thunder Gods, my wife Shanyi. Call Power, 3.5/10. The new system function will be activated after the next call. The current self can easily beat the self 2 years ago. And in the past 2 years, with the help of the thunder breathing method, I am afraid that only a few monsters in the sea can be stronger than him in terms of physical fitness. Today's Enel doesn't need the cumbersome back drums in the original book at all. I am the most powerful Thor in this world. Captain. Everything is ready. Let's go. Just when Enel was staring at the data panel in a daze, Shanyi who was beside him came over. Today's Shanyi is more mature and stable, and more reliable. Hearing Shanyi's words, Enel immediately sat on the central throne. So. Little ones. Let's go to Qinghai. After Enel said that, the thunder all over his body surged crazily in an instant. With the massive thunder pouring into the power train. The Ark Proverbs, which was still parked in the square, slowly flew up at this moment. Urij and others on the deck were even more excited, because they were going to the unknown Qinghai next. Chapter 12. Following the Ark motto, it slowly flew up. The gorgeous hull was quickly displayed in everyone's eyes. The people who were still busy in Sandia and the people on Angel Island all put down their work at this moment. Looking at the gorgeous and noble Ark Proverbs in front of him. Is His Royal Highness leaving? What a gorgeous warship! Long live His Highness! As the god who ruled here for 2 years. Enel didn't do much, but Urij developed a huge following. Seeing the proverbs of the Ark start sailing, all the believers shouted frantically. Accompanied by bursts of excited cheers from the people, Enel steered the Ark proverb slowly across the Bibai Sea to the Qinghai Sea below. With Enel's departure, no one on Sky Island today dares to think otherwise. It must be that the current Sky Island is already a unified life of the Sandia people and the Sky Island people. The temple is full of fanatical believers of Enel, the strongest of which is Mantis and others following Weber. Therefore, with these priests guarding them, Sky Island is still its own base camp. As the Ark descended slowly, the white sea spread like a mist in front of the 4 of Enel's eyes. Because of Enel's massive thunder support, the Ark descended very fast. Soon everyone saw the blue sea below. Oh! It's the ocean. It's so magnificent. Is this the sea we are going to sail next? Watching the boundless sea and islands appear in front of you. At this time, the 3 Uriges on the boat became more and more excited. Among them, Urij and Webb saw this scene for the first time as Sky Islanders. But the thunder in Enel's eyes disappeared in a flash. After all, from the moment they left Sky Island, the gears of the times started turning. The next adventure is what matters. As the Ark descended slowly, an island directly below the Sky Island became bigger and bigger, and an island that looked like a skull gradually appeared in the eyes of the 4 of Enel. Looking at the island, Enel couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, the first stop was Gaia Island in the original book. However, this Gaia Island may be able to gain something for him. Thinking of this, Enel controlled the Ark to descend rapidly towards Gaia Island. What is so dazzling? Hey, hey, hey! It's fake. I actually saw a ship flying in the sky. As the Ark continued to descend, the people on Gaia Island also noticed the giant golden ship at this moment. With the sunlight shining, the gold on the ship shone even more dazzlingly. This miraculous scene shocked everyone in place. Now this giant golden ship is slowly descending under the attention of everyone on Gaia Island. And at this moment in Magic Valley Town. Boss Bellamy! Boss Bellamy, come out and have a look. All the members of the Bellamy pirates stationed in Magic Valley Town came out following Rebus' shouts. The leader, Bellamy, was even more impatient. Noisy, noisy, what happened? Can you calm down Laozi? Laozi follows Master Doflamingo. Following Bellamy's impatient expression, Rebus hurried to Bellamy at this moment. Looking at Libas who was out of breath in front of him, Bellamy couldn't help being taken aback. The latter kept pointing at the sky. Quick! Boss, look at the sky. Golden ship. What a big golden ship. I saw Libasi gasping for breath. At this moment, Bellamy and the others laughed out loud when they heard what you were joking about. Hey! Rebus, did you drink too much? What nonsense are you talking about in broad daylight? There is you in this sky. Before the words were finished, a spaceship made of gold appeared in the eyes of Bellamy and others. Looking at the huge golden ship Bellamy in the sky was like dreaming. Is there really a golden spaceship? Sax, did you see that? After being shocked for a moment, Bellamy looked at Sarkis who was at the side in a somewhat unimaginable way. The latter also nodded in disbelief. In other words, the giant golden ship in front of them really exists. Looking at the incomparably gorgeous golden ship in the sky, Bellamy at this moment thought of the Guy Curry that he had been mocking all this time. Could it be that the existence of Sky Island is real? Did the bell that day really come from the sky? Thinking of this, Bellamy couldn't help talking to himself with dull eyes. Bellamy couldn't believe it. But after a while, Bellamy laughed maliciously as he watched the giant golden ship descending slowly. Cut, who cares, Sky Island is not Sky Island. The golden ship in front of me is the most important thing. Little ones. Follow me to the port. For a moment, led by Bellamy, the entire Bellamy pirates rushed towards the port with great excitement. After all, this is a golden ship. If you can grab it, you will be developed. But at the moment Bellamy among the crowd didn't think about getting rich or anything. In Bellamy's heart, nothing is more important than being accepted by Doflamingo. If I can present such an incomparably gorgeous golden spaceship, I will definitely become a cotter of the Don Quixote family by then. Thinking of this, Bellamy's eyes were even more fiery. At this moment, Bellamy wished that this giant golden ship could be snatched into his hands now. Just as Bellamy and the others rushed towards the port. At this time, the arc proverbs landed heavily on the port of Gaia Island from the sky. Looking at the crowd at the port, including some malicious guys, Enel smiled disdainfully. Little ones. Let's go. This is the first stop after leaving Sky Island. It's time for these rude guys to feel the majesty of God. Chapter 13. After Enel finished speaking, everyone immediately got off the arc proverbs. Except for Weber, who stayed to guard the boat, the others came to Gaia Island. Look. Someone got off the golden boat. There are really people. That man actually has wings. I saw a cry of surprise. All the people surrounding the port at this moment looked at the three Enel who came down one by one. Among them, the wings behind Uraj are even more eye-catching. But when they saw that there were only 3 people down, some people in the crowd began to think carefully. This Gaia Island can be said to be a mixed bag. Among them, Magic Valley Town is a gathering place for pirates, and many pirates of various colors will replenish their supplies here. So when I saw Enel's arc proverbs, a large number of pirates and bounty hunters came to the port. After seeing the 3 of Enel, these people with their own ghosts suddenly became excited. After all, such a golden ship is almost unheard of. Even just snatching this ship is enough to live freely in this life. Furthermore, if this ship is favored by some important person, then there is no need to worry about being rich and wealthy, and there will be a big backer. All of a sudden, everyone was moved. But now they are aware of the strength of the 3 of Enel, and none of them stand out for a while. After all, if you want to grab it, you need to have this strength. In case this is a hard stubble, if you don't grab the boat by then, you'll put your life in it. This is a world of the jungle, where there are so many brainless idiots. Hey! You 3! Here, Mr. Bellamy, hand over the boat. Otherwise, Lao Zi will let you taste my uncle's fist. Just when everyone couldn't bear it anymore, a sharp shout brought everyone back to their senses. But after hearing the sound, the faces of these people around the port changed. No. It's Bellamy's mad dog. This is too bad. Bellamy, a hyena, eats meat but doesn't spit out bones. Damn it! We don't have a share in this giant golden ship. Looking at the Bellamy pirates coming in a mighty distance. At this moment, all the pirates and bounty hunters in the port felt a pity. But no one caught up to provoke. After all, on Gaia Island, the Bellamy pirates can be said to be the most powerful existence. Among them, Bellamy was also appreciated by 7 warlords of the Sea Doflamingo, which dispelled many people's thoughts. These people were not surprised at all whether Bellamy could snatch the golden ship. After all, the other party ate devil fruit, the secret treasure of the sea. For a moment, everyone involuntarily made way for Bellamy and others who rushed over. Seeing the reactions of these people, Bellamy immediately smiled with satisfaction. Following Bellamy led the people to Enel. When I saw Enel, there were only 3 people, and with the guy on the boat, there were actually 4 people. This made Bellamy even happier. Hey, did you hear what Lao Zi said just now? Hand over the boat obediently, and Lao Zi will spare your life, otherwise. Speaking of this, Bellamy signaled with a glance that all the crew members behind him immediately raised their weapons. After saying that, Bellamy immediately looked at Enel with a confident look on her face. After all, among these people, Uraj and my wife Zanai both implicitly support Enel. Oh. So you want my ship? Looking at the arrogant Bellamy in front of him, Enel was quite funny. It felt like seeing a haughty hyena showing off to him. But it happened that there was no need to look for this guy anymore. Hearing Enel's indifferent attitude, Bellamy felt a little uncomfortable. After all, in this world, only Doflamingo is worthy of talking to himself with this attitude, so Enel in front of him is nothing in Bellamy's heart. At this moment, Bellamy suddenly looked unhappy and said, "Stop talking nonsense, hand over the boat to Lao Zi." Regarding Bellamy's words, Enel smiled mysteriously. "I just want to borrow something from you." After Enel spoke slowly, Bellamy on the opposite side couldn't help being taken aback. But at this moment, my wife Shan Yi, who was standing beside Enel, put her hand on the sunwheel knife at her waist with a serious face. Thunder breath. Accompanied by a breath of breath, streaks of thunder light instantly covered my wife Shan Yi's whole body. Thunder's breath, one type, thunderbolt flash. Base. I saw that accompanied by a crisp sword cry, a thunder light suddenly appeared. The people watching around only saw a flash of thunder rushing towards the Bellamy pirates in an instant. When everyone came back to their senses, they found that the blonde boy standing next to Enel was now standing behind the Bellamy pirates and slowly retracting the knife in his hand. It was Ray just now. That boy is capable. Looking at the Bellamy pirates who had been silent for a long time. At this moment, the surrounding crowd suddenly became restless. Almost immediately after Shanyi sheathed the sunwheel knife, a red bloodstain suddenly appeared on the necks of all the Bellamy pirates in the center of the crowd. Pfft! Just when everyone was still wondering, there was a sound of blood gushing out. All the heads of the Bellamy pirates, who were showing off their power just now, shot up into the sky. At this moment, the people around me still don't understand. Enel and the others in front of them are simply not something they can provoke. Thinking that they wanted to snatch each other's boat just now, the faces of people with different thoughts all around turned pale with fright. Looking at Bellamy's smiling head on the ground, everyone's heart felt faintly chilled at this moment. They never expected that the blonde boy in front of them would be so terrifying. But at this moment, Enel has a headache. Shan, you don't fight on the proverbs in the future. Otherwise you have to clean the deck. Chapter 14. Hey, aren't you used to it? Be careful next time, be careful next time. Hearing Enel's complaint, Shan Yi also gave up his head in embarrassment. After all, in the world of Ghost Slayer, those evil ghosts who cannibalize people can only be killed by beheading. So Shan Yi also formed muscle memory. Since you have to do it, you should concentrate on it. Beheading is the most effective method. Enel also gave an annoyed look at this. This habit is also good. In the world of pirates, the strong prey on the weak, how can the real pirates be like those in the anime? These pirates can be said to burn, kill, and loot against the weak, and I don't do anything with people. Sometimes, in this world, people are scarier than ghosts. After destroying the Bellamy pirates in one face-to-face, Enel didn't leave any ink marks. After all, Bellamy is still a paramecia fruit-capable person. Can the system absorb it now? Ding! Can. Paramecia ability users can recover 1 energy point. Then absorb it. After Enel finished speaking, a thunderbolt bombarded Bellamy's corpse. With the help of the system, Bellamy's paramecia spring fruit has also been absorbed. After the absorption was complete, the thunder instantly smashed Bellamy's body into slag. But my goal is not just this energy point. Following Enel's gaze, he scanned the surrounding people. Facing Enel's gaze, these people immediately lowered their heads in fright. This guy is simply more brutal than his subordinates. If all the members of his subordinates were beheaded with one knife, this guy would also destroy the corpses and wipe out the traces. Ruthless man, this is definitely a ruthless man. For a while, no one dared to look at Enel, and everyone regretted coming to join in the fun today. I'm afraid that the ruthless man in front of him will blow them all to pieces. But Enel has no interest in taking action against these people. What I need now is the phone bug in Bellamy's hand to contact Doflamingo. Take us to where the Bellamy pirates are stationed. I don't like ink blots. After Enel said that, the surrounding crowd suddenly boiled up. Everyone immediately lined up and led the three of Enel to the tavern where the Bellamy pirates were stationed. After all, no one wants to die. Soon everyone came to the door of the tavern in Magic Valley Town. After arriving at the tavern, everyone waited cautiously for Enel's order. Seeing this, the latter couldn't help laughing playfully. Go away. Hearing Enel's words, these people immediately fled in relief. These people have never seen such a terrifying guy in their life. For a while, news about Enel spread instantly. At this time, Enel brought Shanyi and Uraj into the tavern. Because there might be a war, Bellamy brought everyone along, and there was no one in the tavern today. Uraj, go find the phone bugs here, and bring them here. After finishing speaking, Enel sat on the bar counter by himself. After taking down a bottle of wine, he drank and waited. Uraj, who quickly acted according to the order, brought a bunch of phone bugs. But at a glance, Enel saw the pink phone bug wearing sunglasses among the phone bugs. Looking at the phone bug, a figure of a mink with pink feathers appeared in Enel's mind. If we cooperate at this stage, this guy is still a good source of fruit income. After all, the other party is a fruit seller in Pirate World. Blue, blue, blue. Blue, blue, blue. Thinking of this, Enel didn't hesitate to dial the phone bug directly. As a familiar voice sounded, Enel waited in no hurry. Soon a unique laugh came from the phone bug. Phew fur fur. Bellamy, what's the matter? Hearing this familiar voice, Enel felt very cordial. But this guy Doflamingo, if he doesn't have to convince him with his strength, I'm afraid he won't be willing to cooperate well. Bellamy is dead. Would you like to come and see? Doflamingo. Just as Enel finished speaking, there was no sound on the other end of the phone bug. After the silent atmosphere lasted for 3 seconds, Doflamingo's iconic laughter came out again. Phew fur fur fur, interesting. Don't you know Bellamy's mine, kid? Still, you want to start a war with my Don Quixote family. At the moment, in New World Dressrosa Castle. Sitting on a chair, Doflamingo looked very upset. After all, Bellamy is his little brother no matter what, carrying his own banner. Now a sudden call to say that his younger brother was slaughtered is simply not giving himself face. For a while, the smell of gunpowder on both sides became stronger. Enel isn't worried about that, though. To deal with Doflamingo, the heavenly Yaksha, ordinary cooperation is useless at all. Only with strong strength can this guy be obedient. He, there is no need to start a war. But we can cooperate with each other. Hear Enel's words. Doflamingo, who was far away in New World, laughed with disdain. For a guy who just defeated Bellamy, he dared to talk to him about cooperation. Such a little ghost really makes people angry. Furo fur brat. What qualifications do you have to discuss cooperation with me? A fledgling brat, what a big talk. As Doflamingo spoke slowly. That calm tone and slightly frowned brows all prove that Doflamingo is in a very bad mood right now. And for Doflamingo's question. Enel spoke slowly, really. I don't know the famous heavenly Yaksha, if it is known to everyone, it is actually the expelled celestial dragons. And Virgo, who joins Marine now, if he is known to belong to the Don Quixote family. You should be in trouble. Just as Enel said it with a playful face. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted in the sky above New World Dressrosa. Chapter 15. This is Dover. Nanny nanny? What's the matter? Hurry up, the palace gathers. Feel this terrifying momentum. Diamante and the others, who were still busy with other things, hurriedly put down their work and rushed towards the palace. After all, it was many years ago that Dover lost his temper suddenly. Now suddenly such a terrifying momentum erupted. I'm afraid Dover has encountered some big problems this time. For a moment, all the cotters of the Don Quixote family rushed towards the palace. Soon everyone came to the room where Dover was. Looking at the mess on the ground and Dover's gloomy face at the moment, everyone swallowed all the words they wanted to ask. Now Dover is in a fit of anger, if Dover is angered, they will be very miserable. However, Toripole and Diamante, who are veterans, don't care so much. After all, they were the elders who supported Dover as king. Hey, I said, what's going on with Dover? Who messed with our king? That's right, who doesn't have eyes? I saw that in the inquiry of Diamante's concern. At this moment, Doflamingo looked at the phone bug in front of him and laughed. Phew, very good. Little ghost, what a nice surprise. If you want to cooperate. There is not much sincerity in talking about cooperation on the phone bug. Following Doflamingo's calm expression. Enel laughed when he heard this. This guy is probably planning to kill himself to silence him after meeting. But this is exactly what I want, after all, fruit sellers can get a steady stream of devil fruit. Okay, I'll be waiting for you in Magic Valley Town. You have to move faster. Brew. As soon as Enel finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly. Just need Doflamingo to come, there is no need to say anything about other nonsense. So now, it is in this Magic Valley Town to rest. Thinking of this, Enel was in a good mood and took Urij and Shani for a stroll around the town. And at the moment in Dressrosa. Looking at the bug who had hung up the phone in front of him, the veins were constantly twisting on Doflamingo's forehead. Phew, fur. What a fun kid. Hear Doflamingo's peaceful smile. But Diamante and the others in the room didn't even dare to take a breath. Because they know very well that the current Dover is the most angry time. Diamante. Go prepare the ship. I believe only you can reassure me. It's time for these brats to know how good I am Heavenly Yaksha. It's been a long time since I did anything, some brats have already forgotten what fear is. After receiving Doflamingo's order, Diamante immediately agreed with a happy face. Diamante likes being praised by others, and even more like being praised by Dover. Ha, is that right? Only I can reassure Dover. Then I'll get ready. Just after the happy Diamante left. At this time, Doflamingo's eyes hidden under the sunglasses scanned all the people in the room sinisterly. Because compared to going to Demon Valley Town to meet this little ghost who has never met before. What is more important is who leaked the family secrets. You must know that besides his identity as celestial dragons, Virgo lurking in Marine is the most important. Except for the core members of his own family, basically no one knows this kind of news. Phew, fur. Torrible, someone leaked the family secret. What do you say about this kind of thing? I saw that Doflamingo said quietly, but Torrible was taken aback at the moment. The cotters in the family are all loyal, how could they leak the secret? Moreover, only the top cotters at the time knew that Virgo went undercover. So this can basically rule out the possibility of leakage. But soon a figure appeared in Torrible's mind. Dover, I said, could it be Rona boy? After all, he has always wanted to find you to avenge Krasen. Hearing Torrible's words, Doflamingo couldn't help but fell silent. For Klazen this is the eternal pain in Doflamingo's heart. Although he knew that his younger brother had betrayed him, except for killing his father, his younger brother was his only relative in this world. Thinking of this, a stubborn figure appeared in Doflamingo's mind. Rom. Forget it, let's go ask the kid who called and you will know how the news came. Magic Valley Town, that guy Bellamy is really trash. The family flag also needs to be taken back. After Doflamingo finished speaking, everyone walked towards the port in a mighty manner. At this moment, Doflamingo is already one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and also the king of Dressrosa. Therefore, every move of Doflamingo affects many forces. Just after the Doflamingo family was mobilized, the news quickly spread to all parties. Is this guy Doflamingo doing something again? It's really troublesome, none of these guys are honest. Marine Fadon is now the headquarters of the Marine. Seeing the information in his hand, Sengoku complained with a big face. Garp, who was also sitting in the office at the moment, laughed heartlessly. Giving legal status to these sea borers is a mistake. I really don't know what you guys think. Hearing Garp's complaints, Sengoku was also helpless. Sengoku naturally knew what his old friend thought. But so what, this is all done by the world government, he is just executing it. At the same time, far away in the ancient city of Pangu in the holy land of Marie Joyce, the 5 elders, who are the highest authority, are also looking at the reported information at this moment. What's up with this Doflamingo guy? This time, all the staff made such a big noise. Who knows, just keep an eye on it. That's the only way to go. After the 5 communicated for a while, they continued to send people to watch Doflamingo's movements. This guy was once a celestial dragon's, after all. Chapter 16. Compared with the world government with a very complete intelligence system, the other big pirates in New World who received the news after a long time were a little surprised. Cut, Doflamingo this guy. Let Jack tell Laozi to tell him. Laozi's things must be delivered on time. Otherwise, Laozi will play in his dress rosa. Looking at the news in his hand, Kaido threw it aside disapprovingly. For Kaido, gathering information on Doflamingo is all about making sure the guy delivers what he wants. As for what Doflamingo is going to do, Kaido is too lazy to care if it does not affect the cooperation. In fact, it can be seen from the tone of Kaido's order to Doflamingo that it is cooperation. Kaido did not regard Doflamingo as a partner at all. After receiving Kaido's order, the subordinates quickly told Jack. The latter unceremoniously dialed Doflamingo's phone number and told the other party. Boom. Damn it. Kaido the BD. Doflamingo, who was already in a very bad mood, became an unknown fire after receiving Jack's call. Seeing Dover smashing the wooden barrel containing the phone bug with one punch, the other people on the side didn't dare to say a word. Now Doflamingo has fallen into a level that is about to go berserk. Today's Doflamingo's boundless anger can't be vented to Kaido, but it is all added to Enel who is about to meet. For this guy who is about to meet, although I don't know who it is, Doflamingo is in a very bad mood now. If you plan to meet and see clearly at the beginning, then decide. But now, Doflamingo's eyes hidden under the sunglasses are full of murderous intent. Now Doflamingo has no plans to cooperate at all. And what Dover has to do is to torture this guy who ruined his good mood for a day in Magic Valley Town. Phew for little devil, just wait. At that time, you won't be allowed to die so easily. Speed me up. Following Dover's order, his subordinates accelerated the speed of sailing even more. A flamingo pirate ship is fast approaching the Grand Line Sky Island. In the midst of a voyage in which Doflamingo was in an unusually unhappy mood. During the voyage, I met many pirates who had just arrived in New World. For these guys, Doflamingo unceremoniously threw a super whip to make them die in the sea. For a while, Doflamingo's reputation was once again raised during the voyage from New World to Grand Line. Run! It's Doflamingo. Damn! Why did this guy suddenly attack? This guy is crazy. As the Doflamingo sailed all the way, there were whaling everywhere. All the pirates encountered during this period were sent into the sea by Doflamingo without exception. And the pirates who received the news even changed their direction from afar. I don't know why Doflamingo is crazy, but it's better not to provoke this guy now. Just when Doflamingo was killing fiercely all the way to Gaia Island. At this moment, Enel on Gaia Island had an unexpected harvest. Oh, hide so far away. Aren't you coming out yet? Enel, who was wandering around Magic Valley Town with the 2 of Uraj, stopped suddenly. After Enel spoke slowly, there was no figure in the entire town of Magic Valley. Seeing that the other party didn't think of it, Enel smiled. You must know that my observation haki can now be said to be almost the same as Kair in the original book under the blessing of Thunder Fruit, except that it cannot foresee the future for a short time. So there was someone in Demon Valley Town hiding in the dark and watching him and others, and Enel directly noticed it. Seeing that the other party didn't intend to come out, Enel instantly turned into lightning and disappeared in place. Hey, since you won't come out. I didn't invite myself. As the thunder flashed away, Enel had already appeared on the roof in the distance. Looking at Fan Oka holding a special firearm in front of him, Enel was a little surprised. Didn't expect it to be this guy. But if you encounter it, you won't be able to run away, so obediently get on my boat. Faced with the sudden appearance of Enel, Fan Oka was also taken aback. But after all, as an excellent sniper, some knowledge and composure are still there. I didn't expect it to be Logia. But the guidance of fate brought me here today. I think you still need the crew. Seeing Enel's ability to turn into lightning, Fan Oka also quickly made a choice. After all, choosing such a captain is also in line with the guidance of fate. Looking at Fan Oka Enel, who is very knowledgeable about current affairs, he nodded in satisfaction. The number of people on my own ship is still too small, and the recruitment conditions of the Thunder Gods are too harsh, so some crew members are still necessary. Then, welcome aboard, the guidance of fate will not be wrong. You should be lucky. After Enel finished speaking, the latter couldn't help but nodded. If Enel didn't speak just now but a thunderbolt struck, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to dodge it. After returning to the Uraj 2 with Fan Oka, the two also set their sights on Fan Oka. Shanyi on the side looked curiously at the excellent firearms held by the other party. The guidance of fate let me join. Then please take care of me from now on, Captain. With the addition of Van Oka, Enel's team has grown stronger once again. However, the training of Van Oka is also on the agenda. After all, a sniper with armament haki and a sniper without an armed color are simply two professions. But the most important thing at this stage is to wait for Doflamingo, the fruit seller, to give away the treasure. Chapter 17. With the addition of Van Oka, Enel took Urij and others to train while waiting for Doflamingo's arrival. At this moment, Enel's information has unknowingly spread to Marine. After all, fish and dragons are mixed on Gaia Island. Here is the crime city of Magic Valley, where there are not only groups of pirates, but also bounty hunters active here. Not only that, but also the intelligence personnel of the world government and the intelligence personnel of the Marine. So soon the information of Enel and others was passed to the Marine headquarters. Marine, who was processing the documents as usual, saw this report. Huh? Report from Gaia Island. This place seems to be near the G8 fortress. Looking at this piece of information, the clerk looked disapproving. Because now the entire Marine has little to say about the G8 fortress. In addition, the Marine G8 fortress that is now rumored to be a large and inappropriate fortress has no effect at all, which makes some people in Marine even more unhappy. But because the fortress Vice Admiral Jonathan and Akainu Admiral have been friends for many years, so this fortress has been maintained like this. But when the clerk browsed the contents of the newspaper, his face changed drastically. Suspected thunder fruit ability appears in Magic Valley Town, Gaia Island. The four descended from the sky on a giant golden ship, and one of them was a swordsman with a golden thunder. Looking at the detailed content on the newspaper and the photos taken by the phone bug, the clerk suddenly turned pale with fright. Picking up the information for a while, he ran towards Marshal Sengoku's office. The Marines who saw this scene along the way immediately moved out of the way. This kind of information that can be sent at a gallop is generally very important, and every time it appears, it will be accompanied by major events. So the Marines who saw this scene suddenly started to speculate. And everyone was even more surprised when they heard the colleagues from the intelligence department say that they had discovered a person with a suspected thunder fruit ability. Oh my god, is it true or not? No way, hasn't this fruit not appeared for many years? I'm so envious. If I eat thunder fruit, I can definitely become an admiral. I just don't know if it's true or not. The Marines who got the news suddenly started discussing with envy. But after all, this news has not been confirmed, so everyone is just discussing it. At this moment in Sengoku's office, except for the Master Sengoku, Garp is sitting in the office as usual, eating senbei and sleeping. The most surprising thing is that the three admirals are surprisingly there. Sengoku was even more surprised when he saw the information handed over. His thunder fruit. What a lucky fellow. Sengoku couldn't help sighing when he saw the photo of Enel turning into a thunderbolt and blasting Bellamy to pieces in the intelligence. At this moment, Garp and others also saw this information. Wahahahaha. Thunder fruit. This little guy is really lucky. For thunder fruit, Garp naturally knew about it, it was a rare and powerful fruit, and it had disappeared for a long time. I didn't expect it to appear this time. The three admirals on the side were even more surprised. After all, the three of them are also Logia-capable users. It's really scary. The current brat is really surprising. Just when everyone couldn't help sighing, at this moment Sengoku found that there was a picture of Shanyi driving thunder. Seeing this scene, Sengoku was full of doubts for a while. This guy also has a swordsman who controls thunder. Are there two thunder fruits? Looking at the information in his hands, Rao Sengoku couldn't help feeling a little dignified. Although I don't know why this swordsman can also use thunder. But now even if it is a thunder fruit ability user, there is actually a swordsman who can use thunder under his hands, which makes people pay attention. These four guys all came down from Sky Island. Although I don't know why both of them can use thunder, but now they are in the same group. A person with thunder fruit ability, a swordsman who can control thunder, and two very iconic Sky Island people. Such a combination is very dangerous. Speaking of this, Sengoku couldn't help but look at the few people sitting here. Among them, the old guy Garp, Sengoku, had a headache for a while, and he did things casually and unreliably. Akainu still needs to continue to sit in New World and cannot go, and Aokiji needs to continue to go back to Sabayati. Only the most leisurely Kizaru comes and goes. Sengoku couldn't help but feel a headache seeing the other party's casual clock-in face. But now there is no other way. Kizaru. Go to Gaia Island yourself. The intelligence says that they should not be pirates yet, so go and see. If we can win them over to our side. And your sparkling fruit is easy to leave in front of thunder fruit. At that time, you can let the G8 fortress on the side assist you. After Sengoku gave the order with a serious face. Kizaru, who was going to refuse, could only give up after seeing Sengoku's serious gaze. After all, he is the fastest among the three admirals. I can't help it. The newcomer is like a monster now, so the old man should go there. Seeing that Kizaru agreed, Sengoku couldn't help but nodded. But for some reason, looking at the information on the table, especially the photo of Enel bathed in thunder, made Sengoku feel a little uneasy. Forget it. Let's talk about everything when Kizaru comes back. Hope my feelings are wrong. Chapter 18. At the same time that the huge marine began to react quickly. In the Magic Valley town at this moment, Fan Oka, who was still undergoing training, saw a flamingo pirate ship in the scope of the sniper gun Kinlu. Captain, I think the person you are waiting for has arrived. It's still 3 kilometers away from Gaia Island. Hearing Fan Oka's words, everyone who was still training stopped immediately. But at this moment, Enel was overjoyed. After waiting for so many days, I finally hoped for Doflamingo, a fruit seller. That's right, Fan. Give the other party a blow. I think it shouldn't be difficult for you. No problem at all. Faced with Enel's request, Fan Oka naturally confidently agreed. After all, as an excellent sniper, he still has some confidence. Please don't question me as being unscientific. This book was created with heart, so I have also checked the necessary information. Now the best sniper has a maximum range of 2,475 meters. At that time, the Straw Hat group didn't even look at the island, so 3,000 meters should not be an exaggeration. Please don't spray. Looking at the flamingo pirate ship 3 kilometers away from here in the scope, Fan Ayaka's eyes flashed brightly. With the adjusted breath, Qian Lu in his hand was aroused in an instant. A bullet flew towards Doflamingo's ship with a burst of sound. And at the moment on the flamingo. Young master, we will arrive at Gaia Island soon. There are still about 2 nautical miles. In no time you will be able to see Gaia Island. When it was about to arrive at Gaia Island, the men on the boat quickly ran to report to Doflamingo. But now the appearance of Gaia Island has not been seen at sea level. Along the way, Doflamingo can be said to have turned the world upside down. As long as they encountered all the pirates, they were all sunk. As a result, Doflamingo's reputation became known again. No one dared to ridicule Doflamingo, Heavenly Yaksha, who became 7 warlords of the sea, as a lackey of the world government anymore. He was also the famous Heavenly Yaksha, the vicious pirate who ruled the Donquixote of the North Blue. Is it finally here? Finally, I'm going to meet that annoying brat. Just as Doflamingo finished speaking, he suddenly seemed to notice something. Doflamingo, who was originally in a good mood, suddenly raised the crew in front of him and stood in front of him. Pfft! Just when everyone was still wondering, a bullet shot into the crew in front of Dover in an instant. Everyone on the boat couldn't help but be taken aback when they saw the spout of blood. After casually throwing the guy who had lost his life on the ground, Dover laughed sinisterly at this moment. Foo, it's really interesting. Let's get down on Maii. Unexpectedly, the opponent had such an excellent sniper, which surprised Dover. After all, being able to accurately shoot a bullet from such a distance, even Doflamingo has to praise him as an excellent sniper. But at this moment, the flamingo immediately entered a fighting state. All the cotters of the Donquixote family shouted out of righteous indignation. In front of so many of them, the other party actually came down first, which was unacceptable to all the cotters. Everyone was a little relaxed when they were about to arrive at Gaia Island, but this completely irritated everyone. But come and don't be rude, Doflamingo is not a master who will suffer. Phew, I'll take Maii now. But you have to catch the anger that comes next, brat. I'll go first, and you guys will follow. As soon as he finished speaking, Dover didn't wait for other people's admonition, so he jumped and flew towards Gaia Island in an instant. In Doflamingo's eyes, in this sea, except for those few monsters, there are few people who can scare Doflamingo. Dover, wearing a pink flamingo cloak, tied the clouds in the sky with silk threads, and quickly stepped on the moonwalk to kill Gaia Island. With Dover's departure, Diamanti and others did not dare to neglect and hurriedly followed. But Fan Ayaka, who had finished all this at this moment, directly put away Qian Lu in his hand. After all, the opponent was 7 warlords of the sea Doflamingo, or a long-established pirate, so he couldn't get involved in a battle of this level at all. What surprised Fan Oka was that his captain chose Doflamingo as his first opponent. Captain, the other party is here. I'm afraid the other party is very satisfied with this meeting ceremony. After finishing speaking, Fan Ao stood aside. I just saw Doflamingo's menacing look from the scope. But his captain is Logia Thunderfruit. Thinking of this, Fan Oka is not worried. At this moment, Enel knew about it through observation haki the moment Doflamingo approached Gaia Island. Feeling the murderous intent of the other party, Enel couldn't help being quite amused. I don't seem to have done anything. I didn't expect the fruit sellers in this time period to be so restless. It should be a sigh of relief not long after the cooperation with Kaido was reached. Thinking of this, Enel stood still and waited for Doflamingo's arrival. The 3 Urages on the side stood not far away. After all, this is a matter between the captains. But soon there was an empty explosion in the sky. Doflamingo's flirtatious figure in a red flamingo feather cape appeared above the crowd. Seeing Enel standing below waiting for him, Doflamingo's eyes hidden under the sunglasses froze for a moment, and a terrifying conqueror's haki instantly struck Enel overwhelmingly. Finally found you, brat. Phew I'm very hot right now. Chapter 19. The moment Doflamingo appeared, the terrifying conqueror's haki suddenly flooded towards Enel and others. This time Doflamingo didn't want to hold back. After all, he was very angry during this time. A face-to-face Dover began to suppress the momentum. For these little ghosts on the Grand Line, I'm afraid they don't even know what a haki is, let alone conqueror's haki. Just when Doflamingo was confidently ready to do it. At this moment, the originally calm sky suddenly burst out with red lightning bolts. A different, more aggressive conquerors than the Doflamingo conquerors burst out of Enel in an instant. The collision of the conquerors made the whole sky strange. Although Conqueror's haki has no color, the anime added it for fans to watch, but the novel also has the same setting, don't get entangled. This is... My god, there is someone who has the qualifications of a king like Dover. How is it possible? This is Conqueror's haki. Seeing the sudden drastic change in the sky, the expressions of Diamanti and the others who had just arrived on Gaia Island suddenly changed. These weak chicken pirates of the Grand Line may not understand, but how could they not understand after following Doflamingo? This crimson lightning burst is the collision of two conquerors' haki. Quick! Let's go there quickly. It's Dover. This rookie kid is also the owner of Conquerors. For a moment, it occurred to me that things might have changed. At first, I thought that Dover's departure would end almost instantly, but I didn't expect that the other party was also the owner of Conquerors. Things are worse than imagined. Seeing this, Diamanti and the others did not dare to delay at all and rushed towards the place where the fighting broke out. But at this time, Doflamingo's face was gloomy, as if dripping water. Phew the brat really gave me a surprise. But that's all there. As soon as the voice fell into the air, Doflamingo suddenly burst into flames. At this time, Doflamingo had only one thought, which was to kill Enel in front of him. Following Dover's violent rise, 5 sharp threads shot out from his hands and swung towards Enel. 5 color strings. Go to hell, brat. Facing Enel in front of him, Doflamingo's invincible 5 color strings brushed over Enel's body in an instant. But this weird feeling made Dover a little uneasy. Just when Dover was puzzled, he discovered that the place on Enel's body that had been cut by his 5 color strings was actually glowing with thunder. I don't understand Doflamingo here. It can be turned into elements, and there is this thunder. I didn't expect that the Logia thunder fruit that had disappeared for so many years would be eaten by you. It's so lucky that it's enviable. As Doflamingo finished speaking slowly, the contempt that he thought the other party was a kid disappeared completely. At this time, Enel is like an enemy to Doflamingo. Same conqueror's haki, but the difference in Doflamingo can still be felt. Plus the opponent's top Logia thunder fruit that has disappeared for many years. But because I can't get Doflamingo to cooperate, after all, I, Doflamingo, also want to save face. Before Enel could speak, Doflamingo attacked again. But what happened next plunged Doflamingo into deep despair. I saw that no matter how Doflamingo attacked, Enel seemed to predict it with ease. Damn! You bloody brat! Super whip line! Bullet string! Dropping ruffian string! Leg shave string! Seeing Enel humiliating himself, Doflamingo became even more annoyed. The ability of string fruit is even more motivating to ultimate, but Dover found that he didn't even touch Enel's side. Relying on the powerful observation haki plus thunder fruit is comparable to the speed of sparkling fruit. At this time, Doflamingo gradually fell into helplessness, because he found that he couldn't even touch the other party. What are you kidding? You're just a brat just out of the sea. Next, I will show you my true strength. Seeing that his own attacks didn't work, Dover suddenly stopped. As soon as Dover's words fell, the ground under his feet suddenly turned into countless silk threads that continued to spread around. Flowers, grass, and trees all turned into white silk threads at this moment. Seeing this scene, Enel couldn't help being quite surprised. Unexpectedly, Doflamingo has completed the fruit awakening so early. But now, there is a big gap between my own strength and Doflamingo's. There are some gaps that cannot be narrowed even with your fruit awakening. But Doflamingo, who started fruit awakening at this time, thought it was enough. White line of wasteland. Under Dover's command, countless silk threads condensed into huge waves and wrapped towards Enel. But if you command fast, the speed of these silk threads will not be faster than Thunderbolt. After dodging these huge waves at will, Enel appeared in front of Doflamingo with a dodge. Looking at the horrified Doflamingo in front of him, Enel put one hand like a sword finger on Doflamingo's face. 100 million volts. Thor impact. Accompanied by a sharp and ear-piercing cry, terrifying thunder instantly condensed on Enel's sword finger. At this time, Doflamingo was even more shocked. He could clearly feel the power of this move. If he really hit him head-on, he might lose his skin if he didn't die. Being able to swim in the sea and become the king of the underground world, Doflamingo is very good at examining the situation. Just when Enel was about to unleash this blow, the surrounding environment instantly returned to its original state. Chapter 20. For Doflamingo, there is no need to fight now. Because the Enel in front of him is indeed more than he wants to leave. The most important thing is that if I really suffered this, I am afraid that I will stay here by accident. So Doflamingo simply lifted the awakening. After all, one's own life is very precious. Phew, for what a great newcomer. Are all the pirates going out to sea now as powerful as you? I think we can talk about cooperation now. He looked at Doflamingo, who had simply lifted his awakening without any movement. Enel immediately looked at the other party meaningfully. But Enel knew that the guy in front of him had such a personality. It's just right, I really killed this guy, and I wasted a lot of time looking for devil fruit. Dover, who gave up the fight, saw the dazzling thunder light in front of him gradually weaken and finally disappear. Seeing this, Doflamingo breathed a sigh of relief. Hehe, then let's have a good talk. As soon as Enel said that, the two walked towards Magic Valley town. After all, there is nothing to talk about in the wild. As Enel and the others walked towards Magic Valley town, a large number of people rushed from the direction of Magic Valley town at this moment. The leader is the Cotters of the Donquixote family, including Diamanti. Dover. Here we come. Dover is all right. After everyone came to Doflamingo's side, they stared at the three of Enel with unkind eyes. In this regard, a terrifying conqueror's haki instantly swept towards these people. Faced with this terrifying aura like a huge wave, Diamanti and others turned pale. They didn't expect that the person in front of them was the owner of another conqueror's haki. But they didn't expect the conquerors to be so terrifying. Just as Diamanti and the others struggled to support with ugly faces, Doflamingo stood aside involuntarily. After all, these people are also the top Cotters who support his growth. Phew, he is our new partner. Be polite to me. Yes. I know the young master. As soon as Doflamingo finished speaking, Diamanti and the others couldn't help being taken aback. They didn't expect Dover to agree to the other party's request, but everyone soon reacted. Since they are already partners, it is better to quickly correct their attitude, otherwise they will suffer. Seeing the fearful eyes of these guys, Enel stopped the conqueror's outburst. With the end of this episode, everyone came to the tavern in Magic Valley town. Phew, before we cooperate, there is a question. It's the things you said before, how do you know? Just before the cooperation was discussed, Doflamingo stood up first. After all, this is what Doflamingo cares about most. Facing Doflamingo's question, Enel has already prepared his speech. In this regard, Enel said with a mysterious face, observation haki will have some wonderful things happen when it reaches the top level. For example, foreseeing the future for a short time, or listening to the voices of all things. As for my knowledge, you just need to know that it's stronger than Katakuri's. After Enel said that, Doflamingo's pupils hidden under the sunglasses suddenly shrank. Although Dover can't judge whether what Enel said is true or not, it is true that Katakuri's knowledge can briefly meet the future. So there is some credibility in this regard. Phew, since that's the case. So tell me, what do you want to do with me? Just speak slowly in Doflamingo. Enel, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly brightened. These goals are about to be achieved. I need devil fruit. Lots of devil fruit, whether it's Zoan or Paramecia, even Logia. Faced with such a request from Enel, even Doflamingo was taken aback. You know, all the devil fruits I found are going to be given to Kaido of the Beasts. It turns out that you want devil fruit as soon as you come up, which makes Doflamingo very difficult to do. Sure enough, after a while, Doflamingo's face turned ugly and he said, since you know my secret, then you should know it. Not only is the world government staring at me now, Kaido of the Beasts is also waiting to trade with me. Although I have collected a lot of devil fruit, but these are all for Kaido. And, if I trade with you, what can I get? Speaking of which, Doflamingo is actually ready to reject this cooperation. After all, the current Enel is strong in Doflamingo's eyes, but Kaido of the Beasts is even scarier. So if you really choose, Doflamingo will still choose to cooperate with Kaido. But Enel was already prepared. Doflamingo. You should know what your cooperation with Kaido is like. Not only being yelled at by Kaido, but even a jack dares to point your nose and scold you, you are very upset. And those pigs that live in Marie Joyce, you want to kill them all too. Cooperate with me, Kaido, I will help you deal with those pigs in Marie Joyce, and I will go up and kill them one by one soon. Follow Enel to speak slowly. At this moment, the entire tavern was eerily quiet. Even Doflamingo looked at the crazy Enel in front of him in disbelief. You know, it's something Doflamingo can't even think about. Are you crazy? You know what you're talking about. Based on your current strength, although you are very strong, it is not enough to deal with Kaido of the Beasts. After thinking for a while, Dover opened his mouth again and wanted to refuse. Although I am very displeased with Kaido's attitude, my life is more important than my life. Although Dover was very moved by what Enel said, he did not believe that the current Enel could accomplish these things. Just when Doflamingo was about to refuse, Enel smiled mysteriously. Chapter 21. How do you know that these are all my strength? Dover, I am stronger than you think. Just as Enel said slowly, a trace of lightning slowly emerged from the corner of Enel's eyes. And Shan Yi, who was standing not far from Enel, also had golden lightning dancing all over his body while breathing. Seeing this weird scene, Doflamingo also froze in place. How can that be? It is impossible to have the same fruit in this world. If you're thunder fruit. And what is he? The scene that happened before him made Doflamingo doubt his life. After all, there is no one in the world government who dares to say that Doflamingo understands devil fruit. But now two people who can also control thunder are standing in front of him. Dover, feel free to cooperate with me. I will help you deal with your enemies, all you need is to provide me with devil fruit. And, my strength is more than what you see. Following Enel's faint words, he looked towards Doflamingo. Even Doflamingo couldn't help being silent about this. After all, the scene I saw already made Doflamingo want to cooperate. Although it is impossible to know if it is true that Enel has other powers, but this Logia's top thunder fruit is enough. And it's not just one person, it's two. In addition to the fact that Enel in front of him should be admiral in Doflamingo's eyes, the swordsman who wields thunder is not bad even though he hasn't fought against him. That is to say, not surprisingly, the opponent will soon have two admiral-level strengths. When I think of Kaido, that guy doesn't give himself a little bit of face at all, and doesn't take himself seriously at all. Thinking of this, Doflamingo's eyes suddenly flashed a stern look. Phew, fur. Interesting. Although the risk is high, I can take a gamble. However, you have to come to New World as soon as possible. Once I terminate the cooperation with Kaido, I will need your help. Although he agreed, Doflamingo also had to consider the consequences. After all, according to Kaido's lunatic's thinking, he will definitely come to trouble him at that time. Thinking of this, Doflamingo couldn't help showing a bit of bitterness on his face. After all, Dressrosa is a site that he has managed for a long time, and most of it will definitely be destroyed by then. Seeing Doflamingo's pained expression, Enel couldn't help laughing. Don't worry, Dover. It won't be long before you find out how correct your decision today is. Then, happy cooperation. I need to get devil fruit as soon as possible, the quantity must be large. As for Enel's request, it is now a cooperative relationship, and Doflamingo naturally agreed. After all, Kaido also needs devil fruit, but only Zoan. Of the devil fruits collected during this period, apart from a lot of Zoan and a lot of Paramecia, Logia has none. Phew, fur, don't worry. After I go back, I will send someone to deliver the devil fruit, after all, there are still a lot of them. Speaking of which, Dover smiled confidently. Celestial dragons are the only ones in this world who dare to speak like this, but this guy in front of him was also a celestial dragons before. After the cooperation between the two reached a conclusion, the two sides exchanged details for a while before preparing to leave. Although this trip did not go according to the plan in Doflamingo's mind. But this time's big gamble made Doflamingo's long silent ambition beat again. Dover didn't worry at all about Kaido's revenge when he went back this time. Although Dressrosa is doing very well, it would be a pity to lose it, but I don't have to stay there to fight Kaido. As the king of the underground world, he still has some background. Phew, fur, then, I will wait for your arrival in New World. Don't make me wait too long. After Doflamingo finished speaking, he took Diamante and others and returned to the flamingo that had come. After all, the cooperation has now been reached. Diamante, send all the devil fruits you find when you go back. I believe that only you can complete this matter perfectly. Ha, really? Only I can do this. Looking at the happy and arrogant Diamante in front of him, Dover couldn't help feeling much better. Then he raised his eyebrows and said, don't you have confidence in Diamante? Then I'll leave it to Torrible. How could it be? Dover. Please rest assured and leave it to me. I will complete this mission perfectly. Just when Dover was about to take back the praise just now, Diamante became serious for an instant. With Diamante's guarantee, Dover stopped talking and everyone immediately walked towards the port. But when everyone arrived at the port, they found the magnificent golden ship. Phew, fur, our partner is really surprising. Let's go. Although this giant golden ship is a bit surprising. But now Dover doesn't have that much time to pay attention. After all, it was just a giant ship made of gold, even Tizalo, who had the golden fruit, had something to do with him. Just after Doflamingo's flamingo set sail again. At this time, the people on Gaia Island discovered that the vicious Doflamingo did not do anything to Enel and others. For a moment, everyone was even more afraid of Enel and others who came down from the sky. This is a man that even 7 warlords of the sea can't help. 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo. Why did you appear here? Not long after Doflamingo led the crowd to leave Gaia Island, a figure appeared on the deck of the flamingo in an instant. Hearing this lazy and teasing voice, everyone including Doflamingo couldn't help but change their expressions. Chapter 22. Admiral Kizaru. When did it come? Look at Kizaru standing on the deck in a yellow striped suit and a cloak of justice. Kikai's expression changed, including Doflamingo's. But Dover, who was the leader, soon recovered. After all, he is still the 7 warlords of the sea under the name of world government. Phew fur, Kizaru, it seems that I don't need to report to your marine when I'm there, right? Isn't it okay for me to come and see my own place? I saw it in Doflamingo. Kizaru, who was standing on the deck at the moment, stared at Doflamingo with a playful expression. However, according to Kizaru's personality, it is better to have more things than less things. Kizaru naturally would not say much about this. That's really surprising. In that case, Doflamingo, let's leave as soon as possible. After Kizaru finished speaking, he turned into a beam of light and disappeared on the deck again. I saw that there were many more warships on the sea today, and all the warships were sailing in the direction of Gaia Island. Young master, it looks like Marine is going to Gaia Island. In that case, the guy we work with. Seeing the direction Kizaru was going after leaving, Torrible slowly came to Dover's side at this moment. Hearing the latter's words, Dover smiled indifferently. Come on, back to Dressrosa. Diamanti will bring her things and send them over immediately after returning. Our partners are stronger than you think. If the other party is caught by Marine just like that, we won't lose anything, just add some devil fruit to Kaido at that time. Having said that, Dover couldn't help but look deeply in the direction of Gaia Island. With Doflamingo gone, Kizaru, who just appeared on the deck, returned to a warship. Kizaru Admiral. Coming soon to Gaia Island. What are we going to do? Looking at Kizaru who came back, Jonathan, the commander of the G8 fortress, hurried over and asked. In response to this, Kizaru took a leisurely look at Gaia Island in front of him. Oh. Although I don't know if the other party is a pirate, but Doflamingo actually appeared here. It looks like the other party won't join Marine either. So I'd better ask Marshal Sengoku first. Seeing that he was about to arrive at Gaia Island, Kizaru directly reported to Sengoku that he met Doflamingo just now. At the same time, he said his thoughts to Sengoku. The latter couldn't help but fell silent when he heard the words. After all, if a Thunder Fruit ability user wins over, Marine will have an extra Admiral level. But now, for Sengoku, the loyal dog of the world government, it is better to destroy the other party before it grows up. There is no one who can be a marshal. After all, the O'Hara tragedy was also ordered by Sengoku. In that case, let's wipe out all of them on Gaia Island. We must not let the other party escape. After finishing speaking, the phone bug in his hand had already hung up. After putting the phone bug aside, Kizaru couldn't help but glanced at Jonathan who was beside him. You heard the words of Marshal Sengoku. Do you know what to do? As for Kizaru, it is natural for Jonathan to be the base commander of the G8 fortress and also be friends with Akainu Admiral. In this regard, Jonathan directly let the several warships he brought cover Gaia Island with artillery fire. If you can rely on fire power to cover and destroy, you can directly cover it with fire power. Bang bang bang! Fire! Accompanied by a burst of shelling, countless shells blasted towards Gaia Island. Several warships in the G8 fortress directly surrounded the mouth of Gaia Island. It turned out that the pirates and bounty hunters on the island were secretly glad that Enel and others ignored them. Everyone was dumbfounded by the shelling. The G8 fortress, which is usually safe and sound, has all dispatched to attack Gaia Island this time. Countless artillery fire baptized the vicinity of the port of Gaia Island to pieces in an instant. Why did Marine come? Oh my god! What to do? Withdraw quickly. It's all because of that Enel guy. Damn! Get out of Gaia Island. Faced with this sudden scene, these people immediately fled in all directions. But the estuary is surrounded by the G8 fortress. Where can these people escape if they want to? With the baptism of Marine's artillery fire, all the ships docked in the port were also destroyed for a while. The most eye-catching one is of course Enel's gold-built Ark of Proverbs. Tempest Kick. Bang bang bang! Just when Marine's shells were about to fall on the Proverbs, Weber, who had been guarding the ship, stood up in a hurry. This is their boat, the vehicle of God, how could it be destroyed so easily? With several slashes from Weber's kicks, he easily knocked down all the shells that were about to fall on Proverbs in the air. As for the boats of other people around, Weber didn't have time to take care of them. Oh, the newcomer is really scary. You actually know Marine 6 styles, I am really surprised. Just when Weber had just landed, a figure glowing with golden light appeared beside Weber. At this time, Kizaru looked at the unique wings behind Weber and directly confirmed the identity of the other party, following Enel's crew. Yo brother! Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Although there is only Weber alone now, it's better to solve one first. When the time comes, I will go to the island to find Enel and the others. Thinking of this, Kizaru touched his chin and slowly raised his right foot, a dazzling golden light instantly covered Kizaru's calf. So fast! Facing Kizaru who suddenly appeared, Weber couldn't help but shrink his pupils suddenly. He didn't even notice that the other party had appeared behind him just now. Light speed kick. Chapter 23. Just as Kizaru kicked it out, a ray of thunder came to Kizaru very quickly, but also kicked him up. Boom! I don't know if I was kicked by the speed of light. But I know you're going to be struck by lightning next. After receiving Kizaru's kick at the speed of light, Enel immediately led Weber back out. Seeing Enel, who arrived in no time, Kizaru was quite surprised. Kizaru, who was not very interested in this trip, is now interested. Because Enel's thunder fruit interested Kizaru. It's really thunder fruit. It's scary, the newcomers are popping up one after another. Just when Kizaru said it was scary, but his face was very relaxed. A flash of thunder flashed behind Kizaru in an instant. With a crisp sword cry, Kizaru was beheaded directly. A flash of thunder. The visitor was Shanyi, who followed closely behind. With Shanyi's arrival, Uraj and Fan Oka also rushed over quickly. But at this moment, Kizaru's severed head instantly turned into light particles and recovered. It's scary. I was almost beheaded by you. Another lightning ability. Did you also eat thunder fruit? It's really puzzling. As a veteran admiral, Kizaru's true strength has never been shown. The strength of its performance has always been unlimited strokes. But it cannot be denied that Kizaru is not strong enough. Although the so-called salary is in place and the four emperors do nothing, it is a joke, but it is also everyone's recognition of Kizaru, who thinks that the opponent's strength is not that simple. Just Shanyi's Thunderbolt Blessing Armament Haki has no effect. Because at the moment when Zenitsu cut out, Kizaru performed elementalization in advance. Looking at Enel and others who should be here, Kizaru couldn't help but whisper, by the way, you should not be pirates. How about it, do you want to join Marine? Although he was sure that the other party might not be a pirate, he still said it. After all, he didn't want to do anything. Hearing Kizaru's words, Enel smiled. Kizaru Admiral, sorry. It's too urgent to go to sea. Our pirate flag is not finished yet, and this is Enel, the captain of the Thor pirates. In the future, I will be the only god in this sea. Following Enel's words, Kizaru couldn't help looking at Enel in surprise. After all, such words are against the world government. You know, even Marijoy group of high-ranking celestial dragons didn't call themselves gods. Aya brother, you really dare to say. But since you are a pirate, I can't let you go. After all, Marshal Sengoku told me not to let you go. Now that Enel's identity is confirmed, Kizaru doesn't talk nonsense anymore. After Kizaru finished speaking, he started to get serious. After all, the Enel in front of him is Logia's top thunder fruit, not only has attack power but also a speed comparable to sparkling fruit. If I'm not careful, I'm afraid I won't be able to take down this kid. Kizaru, standing in the distance, clasped his palms together and instantly pulled out a lightsaber, then rushed towards Enel. My wife Shanyi at the side wanted to do something when she saw this, but Enel had already gone up to meet her. Facing the dangerous Tian Kanjayun sword in Kizaru's hand, Enel turned into a lightning halberd and opened and closed to meet Kizaru. Boom! With the development of the two, Uraj and others beside them fixed their eyes on the 8G8 fortress warships in the distance. Captain, we can't fall behind when dealing with Admiral. Let these 8 warships stay in this sea area forever. After the four discussed, they rushed towards the fleet led by Jonathan. At this time, Enel and Kizaru are constantly fighting together. The Omakongan sword in Kizaru's hand continued to attack Enel from a tricky angle. Facing the first real strongman in the sea before him, Enel did not dare to be careless. The thunder halberd in his hand opened and closed not only to defuse Kizaru's offensive, but also to suppress Kizaru. As the two continued to fight each other, Kizaru became more and more frightened at this time. This brat is actually so strong. Feeling the terrifying force coming from his hand, Kizaru's always indifferent face had to become a little dignified. At this time, Kizaru didn't know that if it was Enel in the original book, he might lose in a few rounds. But even so, Enel, who doesn't have armament haki physical skills and a bunch of rubbish, can have a strength of 500 million in Qinghai. Today's Enel not only has Conqueror's haki, observation haki is even more ridiculously strong, coupled with an ever-increasing body. The current Enel can be said to be a genuine admiral grade, even surpassing the admiral grade. What a surprising brat! But it's over. Seeing that Enel was so difficult to deal with, Kizaru swung Enel away with a sword and appeared in the sky in a flash. 8-foot Kyanguyu. Accompanied by a dazzling light, countless lasers containing terrifying energy shot out from Kizaru's hand in an instant. The blue sky was now rendered golden by Kizaru. Facing Kizaru's unceremonious big move, Enel didn't delay. The thunder light all over his body burst out at this moment. 100 million volts. Brontosaurus. The Brontosaurus, which was originally 60 million volts, was instantly increased to 100 million volts by Enel. Under the blessing of the terrifying thunder, a ferocious Brontosaurus shining with thunder suddenly opened its scarlet eyes and stared at Kizaru in the air. Roar! Accompanied by countless ear-piercing thunderclaps, Thunder Dragon roared continuously and charged towards the sky filled with laser light. Even Kizaru was taken aback when he saw Thunder Dragon, who was not affected by his 8-foot Kyanguyu at all. But now is not the time to be surprised. Kizaru, who is used to his own speed, is in a daze when facing Enel, who is comparable to his own speed, and Enel immediately seizes the opportunity. With the blessing of Enel's terrifying thunder, Thunder Dragon accelerated again. When Kizaru came back to his senses, the shining body of the Brontosaurus had already appeared in front of him. Boom! Chapter 24. Accompanied by a huge roar. Dazzling thunder light instantly bloomed in the sky. This terrifying thunder reflected the entire sky over Gaia Island in silvery white. Hi! Looking at the thunder that was still shining in the sky, Enel couldn't help exhaling a foul breath. But Enel knew in his heart that Kizaru was absolutely fine. Sure enough, although the thunder in the air gradually subsided, a figure slowly appeared in the air. However, Kizaru's state at this time is not very good. His face, which had always been indifferent, was now full of solemnity, and the striped suit had become tattered at this moment. As for whether he was injured or not, only Kizaru himself knows clearly. Yo, Kizaru Admiral looks very energetic. So, shall we continue? Just when the lightning on Enel's body surged again. At this time, Kizaru looked at the fleet below with flickering eyes. I saw that under the attack of Uraj and others, the 8 warships of the G8 fortress are now only 3 ships struggling to support. As Vice Admiral, Jonathan is in danger under the attacks of Uraj and Shanyi. Kizaru felt dizzy seeing this scene. I didn't expect that what I promised would turn out like this now. In this situation, Kizaru couldn't help taking a deep look at Enel, who was bathed in thunder. After thinking for a while, Kizaru immediately made a decision. Ah, the old man can't stand the torture of you little guy. Let's just do it this time, I'll remember you kid. After Kizaru finished speaking, he turned into a beam of light and disappeared in place. After all, if we continue to fight, not to mention these 8 warships, even I am afraid that I will be left here. Thinking of Enel's terrifying strength, Kizaru also firmly remembered the appearance of Vice Admiral Enel. This kind of strength is definitely another formidable enemy of Marine. But since Enel can't be won now, Kizaru will naturally not continue to waste time. After making a choice in an instant, Kizaru appeared next to Jonathan in the foot battle. Bang bang! Facing Uraj and Shanyi who were attacking together, Kizaru kicked the 2 away instantly, pulled Jonathan up and fled from the air. As for the marines of these warships, Kizaru doesn't care. The reason why Jonathan was saved was because the other party was a friend of that guy Akainu. If he died here, that guy Akainu would have to bother him for many days. At this moment, Enel did not take any action to intercept Kizaru who escaped. After all, if this guy Ishain wants to escape, ordinary people can't stop him at all. Seeing that both Admiral Kizaru and Vice Admiral Jonathan had escaped, the marines on the only 3 remaining warships were ashamed. It's over. Kizaru Admiral, Jonathan Vice Admiral have escaped. We're screwed. No. I don't want to die. Run away. They couldn't fight in the first place, and the only marines left at this time had no intention of fighting at all. I don't know who took the lead in escaping, and the rest of the marines even jumped into the sea and fled desperately. Enel has no interest in chasing and killing these sailors one by one. But the monk can't run away from the temple if he runs away. Let's go, little ones. Since Marine has done something to us, it's time for us to give Marine a big gift. Use the G8 fortress to justify the name of our pirate group. Following Enel's words, Uraj and others directly sank the only 3 remaining warships under their feet. After everyone returned to the Ark Proverbs, Fan Oka at this time also observed the extremely gorgeous spaceship curiously. What Fan Oka didn't expect was that the ship flew up from the sea under the control of Enel. Looking at the spaceship, Fan Oka completely followed Enel in his heart. The Ark bathed in the sun instantly adjusted its direction in the air and flew towards the direction of the G8 fortress. And at this moment, in the G8 fortress not far from Gaia Island. The G8 fortress located here can be said to be unbreakable by relying on the circular terrain and the line of defense. But at this time, people in the G8 fortress were panicked. Because after Vice Admiral Jonathan led the fleet to set off, he lost contact at this time. And Kizaru, who escaped with Jonathan, returned directly to naval headquarters. So at this time, everyone in the G8 fortress can't contact Jonathan Vice Admiral, which makes the whole fortress a little worried. While everyone in the fortress was waiting for news from Jonathan Vice Admiral, a huge black shadow shrouded the sky above the G8 fortress. Look at the sky. There is a boat. My god, there is a ship in the sky. No way. The ship is flying in the sky. Watching the Ark Proverbs hovering in the air. At this time, all the marines in the G8 fortress looked towards the sky one by one. A flying ship was almost unheard of. Just when everyone's eyes were on the spaceship, a dazzling thunder light suddenly woke everyone up. Lightning. Why is there lightning on this sunny day? Look, the lightning seems to be getting bigger and bigger. I saw everyone looking at the proverb of the Ark at the same time. At this time, the calm sky was suddenly filled with wind and clouds, and thunder continued to gather in the sky. All the marines watching this scene suddenly had a bad feeling in their hearts. As more and more thunderbolts gathered in the sky, a pitch-black thunderball instantly appeared above the G8 fortress. If it wasn't for the thunder snake constantly beating above the thunderball, I'm afraid I really thought there was no danger. And at this moment on the Ark Proverbs, looking at the condensed laying in front of him, a bright light flashed across Enel's eyes. Staring at the G8 fortress below, Enel directly controlled Lei Ying to smash it down. Let our name resound throughout the world. Chapter 25. It's Kizaru Admiral. Looks like Jonathan Vice Admiral. What's going on? And Jonathan Vice Admiral is injured so badly. After Kizaru took Jonathan to the Marine headquarters. The Marine on duty who found the two hurried over. The other Marines in the headquarters also rushed over after hearing the news. Getting both Admiral Kizaru and Jonathan Vice Admiral back is not going to be that easy. After handing over the injured Jonathan to the medic, Kizaru went to Sengoku's office without stopping. This matter must be reported to Sengoku as soon as possible. I saw that after Kizaru arrived at Sengoku's office, a large number of Marines middle and senior management had already gathered in the office. After all, something very serious happened in the Marine this time. Seeing Kizaru coming in, Sengoku couldn't help but said, "What's going on with Kizaru? The G8 fortress lost contact with the headquarters just now. And now you're taking Jonathan back to headquarters." Facing Sengoku's inquiry, Kizaru couldn't help showing a helpless look on his face. Thinking that I not only missed my trip this time, but also caused the entire G8 fortress to be gone now. I don't want to either. But the little ghost is really like a monster now. If I hadn't taken Jonathan to escape in time, I'm afraid even the two of us would have stayed there this time. Hearing Kizaru's report, all the Marines in the conference room were in an uproar. You know, this is Admiral Kizaru, one of the highest combat powers in Marine. Oh my god, is it true? Looks like someone with the Thunder Fruit ability has appeared. Damn it, why are all these fruits eaten by the damned pirates? I'm so envious. For a while, the entire conference room was discussing. And Kizaru also told Sengoku the details of the battle. Among them, besides Enel, Kizaru also roughly talked about the strength of my wife Zenitsu, Urage, and others. Hearing Kizaru's report, Sengoku couldn't help but fell silent. Now Marine can be said to have suffered a heavy loss, and at the same time, it is confirmed that this Thunder Fruit-capable person in the establishment of the pirate group. Thinking of a monster-like pirate group appearing on the sea, Sengoku couldn't help but feel a headache again. But Akainu in the conference room surprisingly didn't target Kizaru at the moment. After all, my good friend was rescued by Kizaru, so I can't justify it in terms of emotion and reason. Then let's discuss how to deal with this Thunder God pirate group now. After pondering for a moment, Sengoku couldn't help but look up at the Marines sitting here. Regarding Sengoku's words, everyone was quiet at the moment. After all, Kizaru Admiral is not an opponent. I am afraid that only Vice Admiral Garp and 3 admirals are sitting. When everyone was silent, Crane Vice Admiral, the think tank, had no choice but to stand up. Although the number of this pirate group is small now, they are taking the elite route, and their personal strength is very strong. According to Kizaru's description, this Captain Enel not only ate the Thunder Fruit, but also the Grandmaster Conqueror's Haki. Even the opponent's subordinates are all Grandmaster 2-color Haki except for this newly recruited sniper. Such a pirate group, if you want to completely encircle and suppress it, you must send 2 admirals and several vice admirals to deal with it. Speaking of this, Crane Vice Admiral couldn't help but stop. Because of this condition, the current Marine will not send such a lineup. Not to mention Thunder Fruit, Logia's top fruit, just like Sparkling Fruit, I will run away if I can't beat it, it is difficult to catch the opponent. In addition, now Akainu needs to sit in New World, Aokiji needs to be stationed in the headquarters, and Kizaru needs to go to Sabayati Island at any time. At this stage, there is simply no way to make up a lineup of 2 admirals. The most important thing is that the information provided by Crane Vice Admiral completely dispelled the idea of the Marine sitting in the crusade against the Thor pirates. I saw the Ark motto flying in the sky in the photo. This pirate group has a spaceship that can sail in the sky. Under such conditions, Marines simply cannot carry out large-scale siege in the air. So, let's discuss how to offer some bounties for these pirates. This result was unacceptable to all Marines present. But there is no way to do this at all, the opponent is as difficult to deal with as the Golden Lion of the previous era, and the same flying in the air makes it impossible to fight against it. It's really hard to catch such a guy. If the Golden Lion hadn't come to Marine headquarters to launch an attack back then, it would have been a dream to catch him. As a result, Golden Lion escaped from prison, and now there is another pirate group that can fly into the sky. Wow, ha 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 ha, what an interesting kid. I didn't expect there to be such an interesting pirate. Garp, who had been sitting by the side all the time, couldn't help but burst out laughing when looking at the helplessness of the Marine who was sitting again. As far as Garp is concerned, it is a pleasure to meet such an interesting pirate. But at this moment, Sengoku's face is so dark that it can drip water. Since there is no way to catch them, the only way to set a bounty is to let these pirate dogs at sea bite dogs. After all the Marines discussed for a while, the bounty of Enel and others was completely settled. Captain of the Thunder God Pirates. Thor Enel. Bounty of 500 million Baileys. Logia Thunder Fruit ability user. Thunder Sword, my wife Shanyi. A bounty of 300 million Baileys. Suspected lightning element ability. Monk Urage. Bounty of 200 million Baileys. War Ghost Weber. Bounty of 100 million Baileys. Yin Yu Fan Oka. Bounty of 80 million Baileys. So far, the bounties for all Enel staff have been fixed. For this amount, everyone has no objection. After all, the opponent can even suppress Kizaru Admiral. After the finalization was completed, the reward orders printed with Enel and others were sent all over the world in an instant. As for the reason for setting such a high bounty for the Thor pirates, Enel couldn't help laughing while looking at the reward order in his hand. Chapter 26. Soon after Marine set the bounty for the Thor pirates, the bounty orders were sent all over the world. Enel, who was already sailing in the sky, received the reward order sent by Newsbird immediately. Seeing the amount of the reward in his hand, Enel was not surprised. After all, Enel in the original book can have a reward of 500 million Baileys when he comes to Qinghai, and although he is stronger, the first reward is reasonable. However, the reason for the reward was that Enel couldn't help but lament the shamelessness of the world government. See below the reward order. All the members of the Thor pirates committed a heinous crime. They bombarded Gaia Island, massacred civilians, and destroyed the Marine G8 fortress. Such a ridiculous charge was also placed on his own head. Among them, except for the G8 fortress, which is real, Gaia Island was not done by itself. Oh! Captain, is this the reward order? Is 300 million Pele a lot? You can have a lot of beautiful young ladies to accompany you for dinner. Real? Shan Yi, who was quite curious with the reward order, was even more enlightened when he heard Yuraj's words. Unknowingly, the 300 million Bailey who looked at the reward order turned into a lot of young ladies waiting for him to eat. Seeing Shan Yi who was committing a fool, everyone suddenly laughed. At this time, the Ark Proverbs is heading back to Gaia Island, because soon, Doflamingo will send the devil fruit. Thinking of this, Enel couldn't help opening the system panel. Host, Enel. Abilities, No Weakness Thunder Fruit, Observation Haki Top Level, Armament Haki Advanced, Conquerors Haki Intermediate, Thunder Breathing, Marine 6 Styles Grandmaster. Thunder Gods, My Wife Shanyi. Call Power, 4.5/10. Opening a second summon will unlock new features. There are now 4.5 grids of energy, as soon as Doflamingo's Devil Fruit arrives. At that time, the second Thunder God can be summoned. I don't know who it will be. Just when Enel and others returned to Gaia Island. The first time the Thor pirates offered a reward, such a terrifying reward order was also spread to all parts of the world. Doflamingo, who had already rushed back to dress Rosa, looked at the reward in his hand and made his eyes hidden under the sunglasses wonder what he was thinking. It took a while to recover. Phew furfur, it's really powerful. The value shown by this partner now makes me look forward to it. Let Diamanti go, I think it's time to surprise our partners. Following Doflamingo's words, his subordinates hurried out. At this time, Toripole on the side looked at Dover with some concern. Dover, we do this. I'm afraid Kaido. Speaking of this, Toripole stopped. But for Dover, after taking a gamble with difficulty, his ambition, which had been silent for a long time, was beating again, so how could he care about it? At worst, just hide for a while, and at this time Diamanti is also rushing to Gaia Island with all the devil fruits. At the same time, somewhere in an island in the New World. Look, boss, this kid's reward is so high for the first time. It's still a Thunder Fruit ability user, the starting point is very high. I saw one of the red hair pirates hurriedly took in the new reward order in his hand. Looking at the reward order in his hand, the redhead couldn't help sighing. What a young junior. The little ones are having a party to celebrate Marine's deflation. Oh! With a burst of cheers, the banquet officially began. But at this moment, the redhead looked at the reward order in his hand and thought of Luffy who was far away in East Blue. Thinking of the red hair, he couldn't help laughing. Luffy probably should go to sea in a few years. I really look forward to the day I meet you. The same thing happened on the Moby DK. Looking at the reward order in his hand, Whitebeard was extremely interested. There is still a year before Ace goes to sea, so Whitebeard is still very interested in some fresh pirate blood. Goo la la la, what a wonderful kid. Sons, what do you say about pulling him aboard? After Whitebeard finished speaking, everyone under his command immediately responded. After all, for a person with Thunder Fruit ability, it would be pretty good if he could be pulled onto the boat. But at this time, Blackbeard in the crowd looked at Enel's reward order and was a little envious. What a lucky fellow to find Thunder Fruit. What a pity to have such a great ability. I don't know when I will find the ultimate fruit I want. Thinking of this, Blackbeard became even more depressed. For so many years, the Whitebeard pirates couldn't find the fruit I wanted to find. I had no choice but to continue to stay. Just when everyone in Whitebeard was thinking about how to pull Enel's gang into the boat. At the moment the cake is in the island. Charlotte Linlin looked at Enel, who was bathed in lightning, on the reward order, and was in a daze. Mom, I don't know how wonderful the child born with Boy Thunder will be. Katakuri. Send him an invitation to the tea party. I want to see him at the tea party. Charlotte Linlin, who watched the reward order, quickly recovered. After all, in the eyes of Charlotte Linlin, men are just tools for procreation. Hearing Big Mom's order, Katakuri left involuntarily. Looking at Enel on the reward order, Katakuri couldn't help but sighed helplessly. Being spotted by your mother, you can only be considered unlucky boy. At this time, Kaido didn't care at all. Too many little ghosts suddenly appeared in the sea, but very few of them actually came to New World alive. For a while, the whole world was talking about Enel's Thor pirates. A rookie offered a reward of 500 million pele when he appeared on the stage, and the total number of all members was almost 1.2 billion pele. At this time, the instigator is waiting for the devil fruit that is about to be obtained on Gaia Island. After all, recruiting new Thors to unlock new features of the system is the top priority. Chapter 27, New Paradise Island. As Enel's Thor pirates were offered a bounty, the bounty spread throughout the world. Now everyone knows that such a newcomer has appeared on the sea. For a while, Enel was even more in the limelight. Knowing the title of Thunder Fruit ability user is enough to make Enel famous in the sea. Enel, who returned to Gaia Island, naturally continued to rest on the island. But some pirates in the entire Grand Line set their sights on Enel. After all, the first reward was 500 million Baileys. Such a supernova is simply terrifying. The most important thing is that because Enel is taking the elite route, there are not many people on board. So some pirates moved their minds. If you can join such a pirate group, your bounty will definitely increase. All of a sudden, a large number of pirates came to Gaia Island to join Enel's pirate group. But no one dared to call attention to Enel. Because there are a lot of people coming during this time. In the end, there were really people who were not afraid of death and wanted to kill Enel to become famous in the sea. But the head is still hanging in the church in Magic Valley Town. These guys were beheaded by the seemingly harmless Legion Shanyi without even seeing Enel's people. The terrifying power made the guys with different thoughts on the island quiet down instantly. It's okay to have an idea, but you also have to be able to do it. As a result, not only did he spend his life here, but his head was hung in the church and that guy Uraj came to pray every day. Look, there's another group of people coming. Don't look at it, I want to join the Thor pirates again. We're all here. I saw that the current Mogo town can be said to be full of people. Most of the pirates who were active on the Grand Line are now gathered here. Seeing the group of pirates who came here again, everyone was a little surprised. Enel also knows what happened on the island. But the crew is something that Enel would rather lack. At that time, if the boat is full of guys with different thoughts, it is impossible to get a stabbing knife in the back. Just like that guy Whitebeard, how much he trusted his son. As a result, among his sons were not only Blackbeard, a white-eyed wolf, but also a guy like Squado, who was easily bewitched by Akainu and stabbed him with a knife. So the crew can be recruited by themselves, but if you want to find it, you need to find the elite. As for these guys, let them make trouble on the island, it doesn't hurt. Although the Thor pirates have not yet recruited new crew members, all the pirates on Gaia Island are here for this goal. For a time, there were duels on the island, and various pirate groups were fighting each other. As time goes by, because Enel has not recruited new crew members, the pirates who come to the island don't know what they are here for. Instead, Gaia Island has gradually become another lawless place where pirates gather in the Grand Line. Because of the fighting with weapons, one after another, the fragmented pirate groups were recruited and reorganized into stronger pirate groups and set sail to sea. But there is a rule on the island that everyone abides by, that is, not to provoke Enel's Thor pirates. Although time passed a little bit, but Enel's prestige still dominates this Gaia Island. Some of them tried to challenge Enel's pirates. At this time, there were many fresh heads in the church. Just when the pirates on the island are wondering why Enel didn't recruit the crew. A flamingo docked at the port of Gaia Island. Hurry up and move things up. It's finally here. The person who came was Diamanti, who was sent by Doflamingo to deliver things. Coming from New World along the way, Diamanti can be said to be cautiously hiding in Tibet. During the voyage, it went round and round. As long as there was something wrong with Diamanti, he would rather stop than take risks. After all, there are a bunch of devil fruits on this ship. Anyone with this amount of devil fruit would be desperate to grab the news. So Diamanti, who had been traveling for several days, had to wait until now. But Diamanti breathed a sigh of relief when he stepped on Gaia Island. Diamanti was very nervous along the way, and if the news leaked out accidentally, it would be over. After arriving at Gaia Island, Diamanti was in a good mood immediately. At this time, the pirates on the island also noticed Diamanti, who came. It's Doflamingo's men. That heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo from 7 Warlords of the Sea. My god, what are his men doing here? Won't there be any deal with Thor? Seeing Diamanti appearing on the island, all the pirates immediately speculated. And the intelligence personnel sent by the world government also passed this information back immediately. After all, Doflamingo is actually connected to Thor, which is a big deal. But at this time Diamanti is not in the mood to take care of these pirates. The most important thing now is to send these devil fruits to Enel. Just as Diamanti led the crowd forward, there was a commotion from the surrounding crowd. It's Thunder Sword. Oh my god, it's really Thunder Sword. Is he really that strong? Enel knew about Diamanti when he arrived in Gaia. That's why Shanyi was sent to welcome him. This is the devil fruit sent. Since Doflamingo sent it, it cannot be a minority. Enel will cry if these devil fruits are robbed in front of his house. Looking at Shanyi who appeared here, Diamanti also heaved a sigh of relief. These tasks arranged by Dover can be perfectly completed. Shanyi, who came here, led Diamanti and others to Enel's station without any nonsense. Along the way, the pirates around did not even dare to show their atmosphere. After all, Lei Jian in front of him is a ruthless person who beheads at every turn, and the hanging heads in the church are a bloody lesson. Along the way, they finally arrived in front of Enel safely. Chapter 28. Thor, this is what we Dovrang sent. It finally arrived smoothly. Please order some. Looking at Enel in front of him, Diamanti also completely relaxed. Now that they are all in front of the other party, these fruits are not afraid of being robbed. Can't help but think that the other party is an existence that even Dover has to be cautious about. Diamanti dare not take it too seriously. Following Diamanti's words, he moved out the box containing devil fruit. With Diamanti's movements, a huge box appeared in front of Enel's eyes. Seeing this huge box, Enel couldn't help being taken aback. With observation hacky Enel, he can clearly perceive that the box is full of devil fruit. But this number surprised Enel. Diamanti on the side seemed to see the surprise on Enel's face, and couldn't help grinning. Crack! As Diamanti opened the box very quickly, devil fruits of various shapes suddenly appeared in front of Enel. Because of the first cooperation, Dover wants to show his sincerity. Also, there are devil fruits to be handed over to Kaido. There are 23 devil fruits in total. Dover said, Thor, you will understand what he means. Just as Diamanti said cautiously. At this time, Enel was quite surprised by the huge surprise that Doflamingo gave him. Originally thought that Doflamingo would bring him a dozen devil fruits at most, which is the most. Unexpectedly, I still far underestimated the strength of this pirate fruit seller. There are actually 23 devil fruits here. And under Enel's scrutiny, although Zoan accounts for more than half of it, there are still some paramecia. This huge amount is enough to support him to activate 3 summons. Enel naturally understood what Diamanti said. But this time, Doflamingo also saw that Enel had put all his wealth on him, otherwise he wouldn't have sent so many devil fruits. As for what Dover said, the meaning is nothing more than that since Kaido's share is given to you, Kaido will trouble you to block it. After all, cooperation should be mutually beneficial and win-win. You can't take my things and leave me alone in the end. Enel, who is in a good mood now, will naturally not stand by. Ha 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 ha, go back and tell Dover. Let him rest assured, Kaido and nothing to worry about. Soon my pirate group will descend on New World. Thank you Dover for helping me this time, but devil fruit still needs to be collected. Say it with Enel. At this time, Diamanti was naturally relieved. After getting Enel's answer, Diamanti has successfully completed the task. What Enel will do with these devil fruits is not Diamanti's concern. As the top cadre of the Donquixote family, just fulfill Dover's orders. Now that Diamanti has completed the task, it is not easy to stay here. After all, it took too much time to send devil fruit to Gaia Island. Too much time wasted on the way, and Diamanti had to go back to Dover as soon as possible. In that case, Thor, I will take my leave and return to Dover. I will pass on your words to Dover. After everything was docked, Diamanti was ready to leave. In this regard, Enel originally planned to show his kindness to the landlord, but the other party obviously wanted to rush back to report as soon as possible, so Enel had no choice but to give up. After Shanyi sent Diamanti and others away again. Even Enel couldn't help but look at Diamanti who left with appreciation. In fact, the strength of Diamanti and others in the original book is not enough, but Doflamingo has always let them take important positions without any scruples. Not only because they supported themselves as kings, they were also loyal enough. Originally, Enel looked down on Diamanti and the others because of the original work. After all, his strength has not improved over the years, let alone Doflamingo's strength has also stagnated. The group of people just guarded their own 1-acre 3-point land without any ambitions. But the original work is the original work after all, not reality. It was only when Enel really came to this world that everyone in the pirate world is unique, not the paper people in the anime. As long as Diamanti was able to send so many devil fruits intact, he still wanted to rush back to Doflamingo as soon as possible. Based on this, Enel is enough to appreciate each other. I think this is also the reason why Doflamingo believes in them. Although the power is not the top in the world, the loyalty of the Donquixote family is enough to beat many pirate groups in the sea. After sending Diamanti away, Enel couldn't wait to set his sights on the devil fruits in front of him. Among the 23 devil fruits sent by Doflamingo, there are 15 Zoan devil fruits, and the remaining 8 are all Paramecia devil fruits. But these devil fruits should not be good abilities. Because after Enel absorbed these devil fruits, all of them were standard energy points. The devil fruit absorbed by the system will give more energy points if it has a strong ability. But not now. But it didn't delay Enel's mood. These 23 devil fruits brought Enel 31 energy points. If you add what you originally collected, it will be a full 35.5 energy points. Host, Enel. Abilities, No Weakness Thunder Fruit, Observation Haki Top Level, Armament Haki Advanced, Conqueror's Haki Intermediate, Thunder Breathing, Marine 6 Styles Grandmaster. Thunder Gods, My Wife Shanyi. Call Power, 35.5/10. Opening the second summon will unlock new features. Looking at the 35 energy points in the system, Enel was even more excited. Next, he can summon 3 times. There are also new features of the system. System. I want to summon. Chapter 29. System. I want to summon. With Enel's instant command. This time, there are 3 summoned energy points, so it is naturally rich and powerful. With the support of 35 energy points you can add 3 more people to your Thor group. This is the time when I need manpower. After all, if the world government does something to him, although he can run now, he will lose a lot of things. Therefore, Enel is naturally very satisfied with having a few more powerful subordinates. Summoned 3 times, a person with lightning ability can be a group pet even if Pikachu appears. Enel was full of anticipation for this. After Enel couldn't wait to give orders to the system in his mind. Thunder Gods are being drawn. Ding! Thunder Gods have been drawn. Extract Ragas Dolia, the S-rank mage from Fairy Tale from the Thunder Gods. Kojiro, the Vice Captain of the 1st Division of the 13th Division of the Gon 13th Division of the Raijin Shinigami. Extract Misaka Mikato, a level 5 ability user from Magical Forbidden Book records from the Thunder Gods. Following the system's prompt tone, it just fell. 3 lightning bolts appeared in front of Enel instantly. In the thunder, 3 terrifying auras erupted instantly. At this time, all the pirates on Gaia Island were thinking about how to join Enel's Thor pirates. These 3 terrifying auras swept across the entire island in an instant. At the same time, the entire sky over Gaia Island was once again shrouded in dark clouds, and electric snakes shuttled continuously among the clouds. What's the situation? Why did the sky suddenly become like this? And what's going on with this horrible sense of oppression? Looking at the thunder in the sky and the terrifying aura that suddenly erupted from the island. At this time, the pirates on the entire Gaia Island panicked. These days, they all knew what was going on the island, and why such a terrifying aura suddenly appeared. And in front of Enel at this time. The 3 Laxus summoned by the system looked at Enel after sorting out the knowledge input by the system. Then, under Enel's gaze, the 3 of Laxus came directly to Enel. Kneeling down on one knee, he respectfully said, Thunder God Logger that's. Thunder God Kojiro. Thunder God Misaka Mikato. See Thor. Looking at the 3 people with familiar memories in front of him. Loggerses was still wearing a coat as always, and the lines of lightning on his eyes were even more domineering. The golden thunder kept flickering in the corner of his eyes. Today's Loggerses is an admiral grade. But Kojiro, who was summoned, was the most satisfying to Enel. I saw Sparrow Kojiro in the familiar outfit of Vice Captain Hayori and Shiba, with neat hair and attire full of gentlemanly feeling. Although many people who watch Shinigami don't know much about Kojiro, the other party is the Vice Captain of Yamamoto Yuan Ryuze who has been imprisoned since the creation of the 13th Division of Goyan. And according to Byakuya Kukaki, Kojiro had realized Bankai before the birth of Kurako Shunsui and Jushiro, 2 apprentices of Captain Yamamoto. In terms of strength, it is definitely admiral level in One Piece world. Moreover, unlike Lagos's, Kojiro is still a managerial talent, and in the future, the big and small things on the ship can be handed over to the other party. After all, the opponent is working as a deputy under Yamamoto Genryase and diligently managing the Gon 13th Division. As for the last Misaka Mikato. Looking at the very cute Misaka Mikato in front of him, still wearing the school uniform, the whole person looks very playful and cute. Although Enel felt that all 3 were powerful. But he hasn't really fought yet, and Enel is not sure about his specific strength. But how could someone who could control Thunderbolt be weak? After all, Thunder is naturally a peak ability. Get up. You can look around. Learn about the world. Say it with Enel. Yes. Lord Thor. The 3 immediately got up and walked outside. Seeing the 3 of them, Enel couldn't help feeling helpless. I didn't expect the system to become like this after being summoned once, and it became so formal. Ding. After all, host wants to become the strongest god of thunder in the universe. Some necessary discussions still exist. After hearing the system's explanation, Enel had no choice but to give up. After all, everything the system does is for its own host. But soon Enel suddenly thought of something, and directly brought his consciousness back to his mind. Focus on the system. System. What's the new function? Ding. The new sync function is enabled, please check it yourself. Seeing the system like this, Enel also set his sights on the panel. Host, Enel. Abilities, No Weakness Thunder Fruit, Observation Haki Top Level, Armament Haki Advanced, Conqueror's Haki Intermediate, Thunder Breathing, Marine 6 Styles Grandmaster. Thunder God, my wife Zenitsu, Lagoses, Kojiro, Mikoto Misaka. Call power, 5.5/10. The synchronization function is enabled, please select the ability to be synchronized. Seeing this new function, Enel's eyes lit up. You know, although the newly summoned thunder gods are powerful, they still need haki in the world of pirates. You can't disappear and train for 2 years every time you summon a thunder god. Now this new feature happens to completely solve this problem. The system helped me sync Conqueror's haki and Marine 6 styles. After Enel finished speaking, these two abilities were immediately synchronized to the 4 summoned Thors. Lagerses and the others who had just gone out to learn about the world suddenly froze in place at this moment. Chapter 30. Because the thunder gods were also summoned by the system. Shanyi naturally had a wonderful connection when he saw the 3 of Lagerses. Immediately, with the help of Shanyi, the 3 of Lagoses began to understand the situation in this world. And at this time, with the support of the system, Conqueror's haki and Marine 6 styles are directly blessed to the 4 of them. This force immediately froze the 4 of Lagerses in place. At this time, the 4 of them have been digesting this power in their bodies. Because Shanyi has been training in this world for 2 years, he quickly digested it. Feeling the power in his body, Shanyi couldn't help being overjoyed. After all, his own haki is far less powerful than Enel's, and now it can be regarded as more powerful after being combined. After a while, the 3 of Lagerses finally digested it. Although the 3 of Lagerses had never seen this strange force before, it did not prevent the 3 of them from feeling the power of this force. The moment when the 4 of Lagerses finished digesting, 4 Conqueror's haki burst out instantly. This never before happened today. 4 strands of Conqueror's haki erupted, and the dark clouds that hadn't dissipated in the entire sky instantly split into 4. Terrifying red lightning kept beating in the air. Where did the captain find these 3 monsters? Also, Zenitsu actually has Conqueror's haki. Faced with this sudden scene, Fan Ayaka, who was originally very calm, was not so calm now. This is Conqueror's haki. 1 in a million Conqueror's haki. At this time, Fan Oka looked at the 4 Lagerses in front of him, and the explosive Conqueror's haki, all 4 of them, turned out to be all of them. If adding Captain Enel. OMG, the owner of a whole 5 Conqueror's haki. This horrible thing actually happened in front of my eyes today. Who would have believed that one pirate group could have 5 Conqueror's haki owners at the same time? Thinking of this, Fan Oka was even more secretly grateful. After all, I am now in this gang of pirates who are about to become legendary. In Fan Oka's cognition, if the pirate group formed in this way cannot become a legend, I am afraid that there will be no legendary pirate group in the whole world. While Fan Oka was still extremely surprised, Urij and Weber on the side were much calmer. After all, the two have followed Enel since Sky Island and have been together for 2 years. Enel has already become the belief in the hearts of the 2 of them. No matter how exaggerated things are, what happened to Enel is just an ordinary miracle. And at this time on Gaia Island, all the pirates were still in shock because of the weird change in the sky, but now the sudden outbreak of Conqueror's haki made a large number of weak pirates faint. The rest of the small group of people just managed to keep themselves from fainting. At this moment, these people felt bitter in their hearts. Today is really weird, not only the weather, but now everyone has passed out directly. And they still don't know why. But soon, the collision of Conqueror's haki came and disappeared. After all, in the eyes of Lagerses and others, everyone is a group of Thors, and everyone is a companion. After putting away Conquerors, the 3 of Lagoses began to understand the world under Shanyi's introduction. On the other side, Enel, who had just finished synchronizing, also nodded in satisfaction. Even Enel couldn't help being extremely satisfied with the scene just now. There are quite a few Conqueror's haki owners on board the former Great Pirate Rocks, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Akoku, etc. But now, his own ship will be equally terrifying. In the future, there will be more recruits from the Thunder Gods, everyone Conqueror's haki. Think of the day in the future, when your own crew steps together to unleash Conqueror's haki. It's so beautiful I can't even look at it. But after the power synchronization is completed, it is time to strengthen yourself. Thinking of this, a bright light flashed in Enel's eyes. Each Thunder God can choose an ability to strengthen himself. System. I want to choose abilities. List the abilities of the 3 Lagerses. Thinking of this, Enel said directly to the system. Soon, the system that received the command displayed the list in front of Enel. Thunder Gods Laxus Dolia. Possess abilities, Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic, Lightning Magic, Super Magic, Conqueror's haki, Marine 6 Styles Grandmaster. Thunder Gods Sparrow Kojiro. Possess abilities, Zan Hundeo Yan Lingwan, Kido, Whiteheads, Shunpo, Western Swordsmanship, Conqueror's haki, Marine 6 Styles Grandmaster. Thunder Gods Misaka Mikoto. Possess abilities, Railgun, Shotgun, Thunder Gun, Iron Sand Sword, Thunder Giant, Conqueror's haki, Marine 6 Styles Grandmaster. Look at the abilities of the 3 people in front of you. Among them, Misaka Mikoto's ability gave Enel a headache, because this ability can be directly developed by Thunder Fruit. That is to say, a waste of an opportunity. Because Misaka Mikoto can only choose one railgun now. What Laxus Enel valued was Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. As for Kojiro Sparrow, Soul Slayer is also Thunder type, so even if I choose it, it will not be of much use, but Kido is infinitely varied, and it is suitable for me to add a method now. System, choose Lightning Dragon Slayer magic, Kido, and Railgun. As soon as Enel finished speaking, the three abilities were instantly synchronized to Enel's body. Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, Kido of all series, and finally Mikoto's best attack method, the Super Electromagnetic Gun. The blessing of the three abilities is originally because Thunder Fruit has become Enel, the incarnation of Thunder, but at this time, Thunder has the magical power of Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Moreover, the most important point, magic, can harm other elements. Chapter 31. Today's Enel. With Laxus Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, Thunder can directly damage other Logia Fruit users without adding haki. And Kojiro's Kido gives Enel even more tools to counter the enemy. Moreover, Kido includes Heido, Bakudo, and Kaido again, and this time it can be said that the harvest is full. As for Misaka Mikoto's Super Electromagnetic Gun, it can be used as a normal attack method in the future. After all, this trick is full of force. Absorbing the strength of the three, Enel's strength can be said to have been raised to another level. Host, Enel. Abilities, No Weakness Thunder Fruit, Observation Haki Top, Armament Haki Advanced, Conqueror's Haki Intermediate, Thunder Breath, Marine 6 Styles Grandmaster, Railgun, Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic, Kido. Thunder God, My Wife Zenitsu, Laxus, Kojiro Mikoto Misaka. Ability Synchronization, Conqueror's Haki, Marine 6 Styles Grandmaster. Call Power, 5.5/10. Looking at the extremely gorgeous property panel in front of him. And the original has changed dramatically. However, there were only 5.5 points left in the summoning ability, which made Enel a little helpless. After all, energy points are needed to summon the Thunder Gods. And summoning the Thunder Gods not only makes his pirate group stronger, but the most important thing is that he can also become stronger with him. So no matter what, finding Devil Fruit is the top priority. Thinking of this, Enel called everyone together. Notified by Uruj, everyone soon came. The current team can be said to have grown a lot. Moreover, Conquerors, all members of Thor's congregation, is definitely full of force after being known. Everyone, we have been on Gaia Island for a long time. After being silent for so long, it's time to make some noise. Just as Enel said. At this moment, Uruj and others were overjoyed. After all, as a pirate, what's the point of staying on this Grand Line Island all the time? However, Uruj and others expect Enel to stand on a higher position. If they are supernovas now, Uruj and Weber want Enel to be the Emperor of the Sea. On the other hand, Fan Oka calmly wiped Kunlu in his hands. But the eyes with the scope were full of emotion. As for the Shanyi 4, as the Thunder Gods, they naturally obey Enel's orders unconditionally. But at this stage, our most important thing is to find Devil Fruit. Devil Fruit, it's better not to lack it. After Enel said that, everyone immediately thought about it. After all, besides having its own channels, Devil Fruit really depends on fate. A fruit seller like Doflamingo is probably the only one in the entire pirate world. But at this time, Fan Oka looked towards Enel with some surprise. You must know that Doflamingo sent a bunch of Devil Fruit not long ago, but now there are no more. Reminiscent of the three Laxus people who appeared behind and the disappearing Devil Fruit, Fan Oka couldn't help but look deeply at Enel. It is very likely that Devil Fruit is the condition for summoning these powerful people. But for this kind of thing, Fan Oka knew that he would not delve into it, but would follow Enel's footsteps more firmly. With such ability, how can people not follow him wholeheartedly? Compared with Enel, who just got off the air guide, Fan Oka knew a little more about finding Devil Fruit. Captain, Devil Fruit usually attracts many forces to snatch it as soon as there is news. That's why Devil Fruit usually appears in the auction house. But the biggest auction house has Captain Partner Doflamingo, so that can be dropped. And another way to get Devil Fruit is to grab Marine, grab World Government, and grab Celestial Dragons. I saw that after Fan Oka stood up and analyzed. At this moment, Enel suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Yes, grab the Devil Fruit. Moreover, if you want to grab Devil Fruit, the best thing to grab is the heavenly gold that is tribute to Celestial Dragons. There are not only many treasures here, but there are also definitely a lot of Devil Fruits. Fan Oka, you really woke me up. That's right, let's grab it. Grab the heavenly gold for the Celestial Dragons. After Enel said that, Uruj and others immediately got ready happily. But at this time, Fan Oka's expression changed. Seeing Enel's confident face, Fan Oka couldn't help showing a helpless wry smile. I just said it casually, but I didn't expect my captain to do it. If you want to grab it, just grab it, and the first target is directly on the Celestial Dragons. I don't know, should I say Celestial Dragons is unlucky or unlucky? As for her failure? He looked at his frighteningly powerful ship Enel, and the other 4 conquerors' Haki owners, including Laxus, who were also lightning type capable. How could such a lineup fail? Thinking of this, Fan Oka, who should be calm as a sniper, is full of fighting spirit at this time. After all, you are in such a legendary pirate group, how can you not have a trace of fighting spirit? This is going to be a legendary pirate group. Immediately, the entire Thor pirates began to move. Information about Tian Changjian was also quickly collected. At this time, Enel is constantly familiar with the 3 abilities he just acquired. As for the consequences of robbing the gold in the sky, Enel didn't think about it at all. Since he wanted to become a legend, he naturally had no fear of anything. Moreover, these abilities that I just acquired also need to be practiced. Chapter 32. Just when Enel started planning to grab the gold from the sky, the entire Thor pirates were dispatched to gather information. Gaia Island can be said to be a mixed bag now, and there are all kinds of people. It is easy to get the news of the gold in the sky. Although they didn't know what these people were asking about the news of Tian Changjian, no one dared to think too much about it. You know it's a tribute to the celestial dragons. If you really want to grab this thing, I'm afraid that Admiral's attack will not kill you. For so many years, only Doflamingo, who is also celestial dragons, won the gold in the sky and nothing happened. If it were anyone else, the world government would have sent Admiral to clean the floor. So no one would think that anyone would dare to rob the heavenly gold that was dedicated to the celestial dragons. But no one thought that there was a group of pirates in front of them who were aiming for gold in the sky. Just when Enel began to collect news about the gold in the sky and prepare, Diamanti, who returned from Gaia Island, also returned to dress Rosa soon. Dover. This time I completed the mission perfectly. Ha 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 ha, as expected, only I, Diamanti, can complete this task. Diamanti, who returned to dress Rosa, immediately ran to claim credit for Doflamingo. Dover is naturally very clear about Diamanti's character. But things are done well, and some compliments are naturally indispensable. Just after Dover praised Diamanti a few words, the latter suddenly thought of what Enel explained. Dover, Thor wants us to keep collecting devil fruit. Although I don't know what to do, devil fruit is likely to be of great use to him. And he said that new world will come soon, so don't worry, Dover. As Diamanti finished speaking slowly, Dover smiled with twinkling eyes at this time. But he did not refuse, after all, this is the content of cooperation. Understood, tell me to continue collecting devil fruit. The devil fruit received in the auction will not be auctioned for the time being, please keep it. Got orders from Dover. Soon the entire Don Quixote family was enforcing it. Just when everything was going on in an orderly manner, a figure rushed into Doflamingo's room in a hurry. Dover. Kaido sent someone to ask when we can get this batch of devil fruit. Also told us to prepare as soon as possible, otherwise I will ask Jack the Drow to pick it up himself. The person who came was Toripole, who had been in charge of these matters. Hearing these words, veins throbbed on Doflamingo's forehead. But soon a furious Doflamingo recovered. For Kaido's threat, the current Doflamingo doesn't care at all. After all, if I can't beat you, I just run away, as long as the partner Enel arrives. Phew, it really makes people angry. But now is not the time to fight against Kaido. Go and reply, just say that the devil fruit recently was taken away by a group of mysterious forces. We don't have many devil fruits in our hands right now, and we will collect them as soon as possible. I saw it in Doflamingo. At this moment, Toripole's face was full of helplessness. After all, in this case, how could Kaido be satisfied? As one of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts has always been domineering, and he doesn't care about your reasons. When the time comes, he will only want the result. But now this is no way. Phew, don't worry about Toripole. Trust our partners. Now if you can delay it for a while, just delay it for a while. Seeing that Doflamingo was determined to do something, Toripole could only do so. After all, they counted as belonging to Doflamingo's retainers. The boss has made a choice, how dare they go against it? After Toripole replied to Dover's words. At this time in New World Wanakuni. This guy Doflamingo has been a little dishonest lately. How dare you perfunctory lousy? With a loud drink, a terrifying figure stood up instantly. The wine bottle in his hand fell to the ground and smashed to pieces. Seeing this scene, the subordinates immediately turned pale with fright. Boss Kaido, calm down. Yes, that guy Doflamingo is dishonest, let Boss Jack teach him a lesson. Yeah, why bother to be so angry with him? Following everyone's advice, Kaido, who was in a rage, sat down unhappily. However, Jack, who was robbing other sites, received an order from Kaido. When the latter heard the words, a fierce light burst out in his eyes. Humph! Get rid of all these people for Laozi. Go to dress Rosa with Laozi after you're done, Boss Kaido asked me to teach Doflamingo a lesson. The group of subordinates who received Jack's order immediately accelerated their movements. For a time, the entire island was full of killings. Soon the entire island was slaughtered. After doing all this, Jack didn't feel any sense and directly led the crowd to set sail and rush towards Dressrosa. As the time goes, several days have passed on Gaia Island. Enel finally found the news of the gold in the sky this time. Finally found it. Little ones, let's go. Looking at the information in his hand, Enel was immediately overjoyed. With an order, the Thor pirates, which had been silent for a long time, immediately set off again. Led by Enel, a group of 8 people suddenly appeared on the streets of Magic Valley Town and rushed towards the Ark Proverbs. The Thor pirates, who have been waiting for a long time, once again appeared in everyone's eyes. Chapter 33. Look, look, look. It's the Thunder God pirates. Thor Enel. My god. When did they recruit so many people again? Watch Enel et al. Appearing on the street. The pirates who came here for the Thor pirates were suddenly excited. They came here for the Thor pirates, and now that they saw the real person, all the pirates immediately cheered. But when he saw Laxus and others following Enel, all the pirates on the island were somewhat puzzled. They have never seen these people, and they don't even know when they joined the Thor pirates. This made it difficult for these pirates to accept. After all, they came here to join the Thor pirates. But now that the other party has recruited so many people at once, they haven't even received the news. Thor. How can I join your pirate group? Yeah. We are all rushing to join the Thor pirates. Seeing that Enel has recruited so many people, they are still waiting here. All the pirates who came to Gaia Island suddenly shouted. For these people. At this time, Enel was in a good mood. Because there will be devil fruit coming soon, and the gold in the sky is washing and waiting for me. Questions for these pirates. Enel glanced at Lagersus and the others beside him. Everyone grinned when they saw this. Boom. Zzz. At this moment, Lagersus and the thunder gods were constantly flashing with thunder light all over their bodies. Under the influence of the terrifying thunder, the sky was constantly flickering with thunder snakes. All the pirates who saw this scene were completely stunned. It never occurred to them that apart from Enel, the god of thunder, other crew members could also control thunder. Hey, it's true. I'm not dreaming. They are all lightning type abilities. Are there so many thunder devil fruits? Facing this thunderous scene, Rao has never heard of these pirates who have been adventuring at sea for so long. Who would have imagined that the crew of the Thor pirates were all thunder type demon fruit power? Furthermore, I have never heard of so many thunder devil fruits. Accompanied by the sound of thunder all over the sky, the pirates in Magic Valley Town also fell silent. Looking at this posture, the opponent only accepts people with lightning abilities. Just after everyone quieted down, Enel, who was walking in the front, said, "Don't worry. If you want to join my pirate group, then go find devil fruit for me. If you can find a certain amount of devil fruit, then you can join the Thor pirates." Following Enel's words, no matter what the pirates thought, they left Magic Valley Town with everyone. Not long after Enel left, the pirates who got the news suddenly boiled. It's hard to find devil fruit, but once you find it, you can join the Thor pirates. As for why not find a stronger big pirate to join? These pirates must have sneered when they heard it. In this scene just now, can the pirate group pull out such a lineup? All members of the lightning department, this is Logia's top ability. Such a pirate group can definitely become the top pirate group on the sea. If you don't join like this, what kind of pirate group do you want to join? 4 emperors? After Enel's gorgeous arc proverb of Thor pirates slowly lifted off and left, the pirates on the entire Gaia Island immediately set sail. Today, the pirates on Gaia Island can be said to be patchwork pirate groups, but their strength has risen to a higher level. For a time, all these pirate groups set sail to join the Thor pirates and began to search for devil fruit. But at the same time, information about Enel also appeared in the marine headquarters. Where did this guy find so many lightning type abilities? Even in the Devil Fruit illustrated book, there are not so many lightning type devil fruits. Looking at the information on the new members of the Thor pirates in his hand, especially Lagersus and the others are also lightning type capable users. This made Sengoku a little skeptical about life. The famous thunder devil fruit in the sea is a thunder fruit. As a result, people with lightning abilities appeared on Enel's ship one after another. There must be something wrong here. Moreover, the intelligence also mentioned that Enel has been collecting devil fruit. Among them, Doflamingo's men also sent a batch of devil fruit. This made Sengoku feel something was wrong for a while. There are so many devil fruits, you need people if you want to form a devil fruit legion. But now there are only 8 people in the Thor pirates. One person cannot eat 2 devil fruits at the same time. Go and call Crane Vice Admiral to the meeting room. After thinking for a long time, Sengoku didn't understand. It can only be a think tank called Marine. Crane Vice Admiral, who received the order, soon came to Sengoku's office. Crane Vice Admiral was quite surprised after seeing this information. Sengoku, I'm afraid this kid is not as simple as we thought. Just ask this guy Doflamingo first, though. After all, he is still the 7 warlords of the sea under the world government. Say it with Crane Vice Admiral. Sengoku also nodded, and now he can only see if he can get some valuable news from Doflamingo. But after dialing Doflamingo's phone bug, after some unpleasant exchanges, I just know that Enel is buying a large number of devil fruit. Get this message. This can cause Sengoku and Crane Vice Admiral some headaches. Although I don't know what is the use of Enel looking for devil fruit, but it will definitely not be a good thing for marine or world government. We must keep an eye on this Thor pirates. After discussing with Sengoku and Crane Vice Admiral for a while. At this time, Enel didn't know that he had become the #1 target of Marine's attention. Chapter 34. While discussing how to deal with Enel, the rising pirate group in the Marine headquarters. At this time, Enel is controlling the arc proverb to sail slowly in the sky. Everyone on Gaia Island didn't know what Enel was going to do. Not to mention Marine's intelligence services. After all, this pirate group is not a normal pirate group, they can fly. Everyone is a pirate, why can you fly in the sky? Oh! The captain is really amazing. There is a flying ship. So cool. Looking at this golden arc, Misaka Mikoto suddenly looked around curiously. As for Loggerthats and Kojiro, they seemed much calmer. Although they are equally surprised, but the two of them have such personalities. However, Loggerses and others also learned about this world. For this goal, Loggerses is even more in agreement. In the eyes of Logger thus, what shit celestial dragons, only Enel is a god in this world. As for these celestial dragons, sooner or later they will all be killed by thunder. This time to snatch the gold from the sky. Is this a robbery? This is taking back what belongs to God. In addition to Loggerses and others, Uraj, Weber and Van Oka continued to train on the boat. After all, the thunder gods don't need to train now, just have Enel's ability to synchronize. And if the three of them want to keep up with the pirates, they must strengthen their abilities. Van Oka on board is not only a sniper, but also an excellent lookout. Just as the ark sailed through the air for a long time, Van Oka, who had been observing ahead of time, discovered the target this time. On the sea below, an incomparably gorgeous ship was sailing in this sea area. There are also 2 escort ships on each side. This is exactly what Enel and the others are aiming for this time, the heavenly gold tribute to celestial dragons by several countries. Captain. Found the target. It's time to descend. Received a report from Van Oka. Enel naturally quickly controlled the proverbs and began to descend. Because the construction of the ark proverbs is mostly made of gold. So the target in the air is also quite obvious. As the ark proverbs descended slowly, the whole ship glistened even more under the sunlight. Soon everyone on the ship carrying the gold from the sky below also found out. Hey! Another golden ship in the sky. Oh my god, it's really a golden ship. This is too gorgeous. What do you say will happen if you give this ship to the celestial dragons? Watch the golden ship in the sky. Everyone on the boat suddenly started talking. But soon, these people couldn't help staring at the ark motto in the air with greed in their eyes. This ship is not just made of gold. The most important thing is that it can navigate in the air. Just wait for someone to give this ship to the celestial dragons. At that time, these celestial dragons will reward themselves and others with something, or directly become retainers. Then, their status is quite different. Thinking of this, everyone was moved immediately. There is a bright future ahead of us. As for why this ship appeared here, these people would not think about it. After all, there is no one in this world who would dare to steal celestial dragons. And this ship is so gorgeous, it doesn't look like someone who wants to grab something. Humph. Brothers, get ready. As long as this ship falls, we will do it. As for the people on the boat, throw them all into the sea to feed the fish, it's their bad luck. For a moment, everyone couldn't help shouting. After working for celestial dragons for a long time, these people are naturally extremely arrogant. On the escort ships on both sides, a group of guards also looked greedily at the slowly descending golden spaceship. Boom! With a bang! The proverb of the ark fell on the sea. The huge golden ship instantly stirred up a huge wave. The moment the ark fell. Ha 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 ha, brothers, do it! Prosperity and wealth are right in front of you. Up, up, up! Take this ship! In an instant, the guards who had been waiting for a long time suddenly jumped up. Everyone rushed up towards the ark. Being able to escort the gold in the sky is naturally not too weak. I saw that these guards were all rushing towards the ark proverbs stepping on the moonwalk. With these guys, Enel doesn't even want to move. Because Lagoses on the ship has already stood up. Looking at the guards rushing in front of him, Lagoses saw bolts of lightning began to surge continuously. Facing Lagoses who appeared in front of everyone, these guards didn't care. All of a sudden, everyone rushed towards Lagoses. At this time, Lagoses' chest suddenly swelled, and the golden thunder on his whole body surged crazily. Brontorons. Roar. Accompanied by a thunder dragon roar. A terrifying beam of lightning blasted out from Lagoses' mouth in an instant. Facing this sudden scene, these guards didn't even have time to react before being overwhelmed by the roaring thunder beam. Under the roar of Lagoses, there was no one in the air, not even ashes left. Fan Oka and others on the side were even more stunned. Although I know that the newly joined Loggerses and others will be very strong. But who would have thought that it would be so terrifying, the roar of a thunder dragon, the terrifying thunder. But in shock, this is also a future companion. At this time, on the ship transporting the gold from the sky, the guards who hadn't had time to do anything were all stunned in place. What happened in front of them made them unable to react for a while. Just now everyone clamored to snatch the golden ship. As a result, in the blink of an eye, all the people on the 2 escort ships disappeared in front of their eyes with a flash of thunder. Is this fake? How is it possible? They are the elites of the world government. The leading guard even collapsed on the deck. Chapter 35. Hey, this is the heavenly gold tribute to celestial dragons. Just when these guards were in shock one by one, I saw that Enel and others had already arrived on the deck. Looking at the closed door of the cabin, Enel looked at the leading guard with a playful expression. The latter was even more taken aback when he heard this. You, what do you want to do? This is a tribute to the celestial dragons. If you dare to snatch it, the world government will not let you go. Facing the sudden appearance of Enel et al. At this moment, the chief guard summoned up the courage to speak slowly. Hope to scare these guys off with the name celestial dragons. But at this time, the chief guard was thinking too much. For the heavenly gold on this ship, Enel is a sure thing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have traveled thousands of miles to collect information. Celestial dragons. Not to mention the heavenly gold of the celestial dragons, I dare to snatch even the heavenly gold of the 5 elders. Following Enel's words, he ignored the frightened chief guard. Looking at the tightly closed cabin, Enel instantly shot out a thunderbolt. Boom! Accompanied by terrifying thunder. I saw that the tightly closed cabin was blown open, revealing the heavenly gold stored inside. Seeing the thunder light, the chief guard finally realized it. You are the Thor pirates. Thor Enel. With an exclamation, Loggerses and the others beside him couldn't help staring at the past. On the side, Fan Oka took out an already opened phone bug from his arms. Looking at the phone bug, Enel couldn't help looking at it with a playful expression. It seems that you are a little dishonest. Just as Enel said. The head of the guard, who was still terrified, suddenly became violent. Roar! With a loud roar, the whole body turned into a half-orc with the characteristics of a tiger. Seeing this scene, Enel was even more delighted. I didn't expect this guy to be an ability user. It just so happens that the 0.5 energy points that have been extra in the system can be made up. Originally, if he lost the gold in the sky, he would definitely not be able to live, but now the chief guard can only fight. But just as the captain of the guard was about to fight to the death after turning into a half-animal, an elegant figure appeared behind the captain of the guard silently. Pfft! Accompanied by the sound of a sharp weapon passing through the body. The head of the guard turned into a tiger fell to the deck. It was Kojiro Sparrow, who was standing by, who did the work. As the deputy captain of the first team of the 13th Division of Huian, how could his own ability be weak? Although Bai Zhang Guizhou is not as good as the captain Yamamoto Genri Yusai, it is enough to be called a mastery. So relying on Shunpo's speed and excellent swordsmanship, he directly solved this guy with just one blow. The captain of the guard didn't see how Kojiro appeared behind him until he died. A huge tiger head could not rest in peace for a long time. It's not bad, though, compared to being tortured to death by celestial dragons. After dealing with the last captain of the guard on the ship, Enel took advantage of the situation and struck out a thunderbolt to absorb the devil fruit on his body. Host, Enel. Abilities, No Weakness Thunder Fruit, Observation Haki Top Level, Armament Haki Advanced, Conqueror's Haki Intermediate, Thunder Breathing, Marine 6 Styles Grandmaster. Thunder God, My Wife Zenitsu, Laxus, Kojiro, Mikoto Misaka. Ability Synchronization, Conqueror's Haki, Marine 6 Styles Grandmaster. Call Power, 6/10. Looking at the system panel, there are finally energy points that have become integers. For some reason, Enel felt inexplicably comfortable in his heart. Just when Enel was about to go in to check the harvest this time, the phone bug that had been turned on rang. Because the gold in the sky was robbed, this is the first time except for Doflamingo. As for Doflamingo, he is also a celestial dragons, which can be regarded as a joke of his own family. But this time, Enel isn't some celestial dragons. So soon this matter reached the ears of 5 elders, and now it is 5 elders who is holding the phone bug. Thor Enel. Oh, I am. Hearing the voice, Enel couldn't help picking up the phone bug. After seeing Enel's answer, the 5 elders also set their sights on the phone bug one by one. We are the 5 elders. Boy, obediently put down the gold in the sky and leave, we don't need to pursue it. If you dare to take away the gold from the sky, the consequences are not something you, a brat, can bear. I saw the slightly threatening voice of 5 elders came out. At this time, everyone on the boat simply dismissed it. It's ridiculous to want us to let go of something we already have. Are you 5 immortals getting more and more confused as you get older? Do you want me to let go of what I have already obtained? I'm afraid you haven't figured out who is in control of the situation now. At this moment, 5 elders looked at the phone bug with a calm face. It turned out after Enel's words came out of the phone bug. The five were furious instantly. You know, they are the five people who represent the highest level of world government. For so long, it was the first time that a pirate dared to speak to the five of them like this. Little devil! Don't think that you can do whatever you want if you eat thunder fruit by luck. It's just a logia fruit. Do you really think you are invincible? Hear the five elders' distraught roar. Looking at the phone bug in his hand, Enel could imagine the expressions of these five immortals. But after hearing what five elders said, Enel had a strange expression on his face. Sorry five elders. Logia is just amazing. Logia thunder fruit is all about being able to do anything. Chapter 36. After saying this, Enel hung up the phone directly. After all, no one knows how strong these five old guys are. Moreover, in Pangu city of celestial dragons, there is an old guy named Im. Who knows how deep the water is here? So it's better not to be in a hurry for the time being. But at this time in Marie Joyce, there was even more silence in five elders' office. At this time, the five people were completely shocked by Enel's words and didn't know what to say for a while. The five of them didn't even react when the phone bug had been hung up. Logia is just amazing. Logia thunder fruit is all about doing whatever it wants. These two sentences kept circulating in five elders' mind like a bewilderment. Since becoming five elders, it was the first time anyone dared to speak to the five of them like this. After a while, the five people came to their senses, and the old man with the sword was even more flushed with anger. It makes no sense. This brat dares to be so arrogant. He has to be taught a lesson. Put him in impel down. No. I want to execute him publicly. Following a few roars, the other people on the side nodded in agreement. After all, to such an arrogant brat, he even dared to snatch the heavenly gold from celestial dragons. And dare to humiliate the five of them. Just the crime of robbing the gold from the sky is enough to publicly execute this kid. Show the world what it's like to offend the celestial dragons. As far as the original book is concerned, few who offend celestial dragons end well. Except for the accident of Doflamingo, everything else is dead. The protagonist Wang Luffy beat the celestial dragons. If it weren't for the protagonist's halo, he would have died 800 times. Kizaru on Sabayati Island was paddling, obviously kicking a supernova, but in the end he missed a single one. Wang Luffy and his group were all shot away by Xiong, the second five boy. This is the protagonist group, try another person, Admiral will teach you how to behave in minutes. After a while five elders deliberated. In that case, make his crime public. Tell Sengoku to send Marine to capture this brat. We must let him know the fate of offending the world government. After finalizing the note, soon an order went directly to Sengoku. Seeing the order issued by the world government, Sengoku's face immediately turned serious. I knew this group of pirates would not be so honest. I didn't expect it, I didn't expect it. If you don't move, you will be fine, and if you move, you will be a blockbuster. They stole the heavenly gold that was offered to the celestial dragons. I saw Sengoku say it with a helpless face. Garp and he in the conference room also looked at the information with surprise. But after reading it, Garp laughed heartlessly. After all, Garp doesn't have much affection for celestial dragons, otherwise he wouldn't refuse to become admiral for not serving celestial dragons. But now there is a problem. The Thor pirates can sail in the sky, just like the Golden Lion, you can't catch them if you don't take the initiative to show up. For a while, Sengoku and others had no good solution. Just when Marine began to think about how to capture the Thor pirates. At this time, Enel led the crowd to loot all the gold in the sky and move it to the ark. I saw that the deck was full of treasures at this time. Among them, Bailey has a lot, and there are countless gold and treasures, and a good sharp knife. But what satisfied Enel the most was the 3 devil fruits placed on the top. All paramecia. With these 3 devil fruits, he can start the summoning again. This trip was perfect. I have to say, the celestial dragons are really rich. This time, there are 3 devil fruits in the heavenly gold tribute. In the original book, celestial dragons is even more in a good mood, so they can show the slave devil fruit any ability. And the slaves in the arena are all kinds of devil fruit. Thinking of this, Enel couldn't help but think of Marie Joyce, the holy place where celestial dragons stay. If you can go there and search around. I'm afraid I got more devil fruit than Doflamingo sent. These celestial dragons will not eat devil fruit, so most of them are thrown in the treasure curry to collect dust. But now. System. Absorb these 3 devil fruits. Then start the summoning directly. As soon as Enel finished speaking. Along with a flash of lightning, the 3 devil fruits were directly absorbed by the system. The 6 points of ability brought by the 3 paramecia devil fruits plus the remaining 5 points of ability before. The summoning ability is also activated instantly. Ding! Thunder gods are drawing. Ding! Thunder gods have been drawn. Extract the god of thunder Honkai 3 Hairsker of Thunder, Mei Raiden. Ended with the system beep. A purple thunder appeared in front of Enel instantly. Along with a terrifying breath erupted from the thunder. Immediately afterwards, a beautiful figure came out from the purple thunder. She has long purple hair, her light purple eyes are really pretty, and she is dressed in a Valkyrie uniform, which makes people not think of fighting at first sight. After sorting out the information implanted in the system, May knelt down on one knee in front of Enel. Thunder gods, Raiden May. See Thor. He looked at May, who had reawakened as the Hairsker of Thunder in front of him. What Enel didn't expect was that May would be summoned this time. This girl who always faces sadness and pain alone and leaves her smile to others. Get up. We will be your companions from now on. Say it with Enel. May also got up slowly. Looking at Enel in front of her, May couldn't help laughing. With the addition of May, there will be another thunder god on board. Moreover, because they are also girls, May soon became friends with Mikoto. Enel, on the other hand, set his sights on May's ability. Chapter 37. Thunder Gods, Raiden May. Possess abilities, Baiken 1 Sword Style, Hairsker of Thunder's Power, Conqueror's Haki, Marine 6 Styles Grandmaster. May Raiden, who is the third Hairsker. His own strength is naturally extremely strong, and he finally regained the power of the Hairsker after losing the Gem of Conquest. But for the ability here, Enel finally chose the power of the Hairsker of Thunder. After all, compared to Baiken's one-shot attack method, the power of the Hairsker of Thunder is far too powerful. In the collapsed world view, the Hairsker is equivalent to the Messenger of God, and the power of the Hairsker of Thunder is the ultimate embodiment of the law of thunder. In other words, in the collapsed world view, the ability of the Hairsker is actually the so-called law. And Raiden May represents the law of thunder in the collapsed world. But this is all a manifestation of the collapsed world view. In the world of pirates, I am afraid that this ability will be weakened infinitely, but it is definitely the best choice for self-improvement. Host, Enel. Abilities, No Weakness Thunder Fruit, Observation Haki Top Level, Armament Haki Advanced, Conqueror's Haki Intermediate, Thunder Breath, Marine 6 Styles Grandmaster, Railgun, Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic, Kido, Thunder Hairsker's Power. Thunder God, My Wife Zenitsu, Laxus, Kojiro, Mikoto Misaka, May Raiden. Ability Synchronization, Conqueror's Haki, Marine 6 Styles Grandmaster. Summon Power, 1/10. Gained May's ability. At this time, Enel obviously felt that his Thunder Fruit development was even more terrifying. Although the original book does not say whether Logia can complete the awakening. But Zoan, Paramecia can do it, and Logia must do it too. Just like Akainu and Aokiji, the island where the two battled directly became Iceland, which was half a purgatory volcano and half an extremely cold place. And the island has been like this for 2 years after the war. The fruit ability of these two people has definitely reached the level of awakening. Just as the awakening of Paramecia can assimilate the surrounding environment, the awakening of Logia is to directly change the environment of a place. Feel your current strength. With the addition of May's weak version of the Law of Thunder, I believe it won't take long. You can develop Thunder Fruit by yourself so that you can easily change the environment of an island and make it shrouded in thunder all year round. Enel, whose strength has been improved again now, is in a good mood. Among the snatched heavenly gold, the Liang Kuai knife whose name is not known was handed over to May. After all, May is also good at the Baiken 1 sword style, and it can't be justified without a saber. At this time, Mikoto found a lot of gold coins with a look of surprise. Among the heavenly gold that was robbed this time, not only was the gold that was weighed, but there were also a lot of well-minted gold coins, and there were a lot of them. Looking at these gold coins, Mikoto was even more delighted. Now his super electromagnetic gun can be regarded as having ammunition. Previously, coins were used to make the ammunition of the super electromagnetic gun. Although the power is great, the material is extremely poor, and the distance is not far. But now, with these gold coins, gold is an excellent conductor of electricity. The power of the super electromagnetic gun will be greatly improved. Captain these gold coins. After turning out all these gold coins, Mikoto immediately looked at Enel coquettishly. Facing Mikoto's imploring gaze. Who can stand this? Take it, there's plenty of gold. If you don't have enough, you can refine all the gold into gold coins. Say it with Enel. Mikoto, who got the approval, was immediately overjoyed. Looking at the unnatural Enel, Mikoto couldn't help but a sly look flashed across his eyes. The other people on board also watched this scene happily. For a while, the atmosphere on the ship became even more harmonious. After all, the Thunder Gods were all recruited. But now Fan Oka, Uraj, and others have completely identified Enel. And he is a loyal follower who swears to follow. Being able to summon these powerful companions from thunder, how can such a god not be followed by people wholeheartedly? Just when everyone was preparing to return. At this time, Mikoto, who was in a good mood, immediately took out a few gold coins and pointed them at the 3 ships carrying the gold from the sky in the distance. Shotgun. Railgun. Boom. I saw that the thunder all over Mikoto's body was condensed in the gold coin at the fingertips. The moment Mikoto pops up, 3 terrifying electromagnetic cannons roared towards the 3 ships in the distance in an instant. The electromagnetic gun with changed materials is now twice as powerful. 3 terrifying gullies were blasted out of the originally calm sea in an instant, and the 3 ships were blasted into debris in an instant and disappeared in the sea. A home run. Seeing the power of the current railgun, Misaka Mikoto nodded in satisfaction. Even Laxus and the others nodded in agreement. Little ones. Returning. Now that Tian Shangjin has been grabbed, the thunder gods have added another one. Following Enel's order, the arc proverb slowly rose from the sea and began to return. Because the arc proverbs is an electric system, there are now more Thors. Naturally, there is no need for Enel to control the arc all the time, Loggerthats and Kojiro can do it. But the most permanent thing is that Sparrow Kojiro directly liberated his soul-killing sword Yan Lingwan and plugged it into the power system. Don't bother with the arc proverb's electrical system though. But seeing the slightly twitching corners of Kojiro's mouth, who is extremely gentlemanly, everyone couldn't help laughing. After all, Zan Hundeo is the partner of Sparrow's soul, and now it has become a utility knife. The entire Thor pirates returned to Gaia Island amidst laughter. And in the marine headquarters at this time, a plan against the Thor pirates is slowly being formulated. Chapter 38. Because the world government issued an order. 5 elders even called Sengoku directly to see Enel publicly executed. For a while, the pressure on Sengoku was enormous. Marine must also dispatch to capture the Thor pirates. Because of this matter, after discussing with Garp, Crane, etc., Sengoku called the 3 admirals stationed outside and some vice-admirals back to the headquarters. After all, judging from the current intelligence, the strength of the Thor pirates is no longer so easy to deal with. If Marine wants to deal with it, he must pay attention to it. And now that the world government order has been issued, even if you don't want to deal with it, you can't do it. Look. It's Akainu Admiral. Even Akainu Admiral is back from New World. It looks like something big is about to happen. Yeah, just before that, both Aokiji Admiral and Kizaru Admiral have arrived at the headquarters. Including the current Akainu Admiral, all 3 admirals are here. Watch Akainu appear at the headquarters. At this time, all the Marines in the Marine headquarters discovered it. Suddenly, all 3 admirals gathered together. Just when everyone couldn't help but wonder if something big was about to happen. I saw that many vice-admirals stationed outside the headquarters also returned. It's Hua Shaishan Vice-Admiral. And Ghost Spider Vice-Admiral. Vice-Admirals are back. Watch as Vice-Admirals appear at HQ one after the other. At this time, the sailors in the headquarters still don't understand. Something big is definitely about to happen. Otherwise, there would not be so many Marine executives rushing back in such a hurry. For a while, the entire Marine headquarters became lively. Everyone is guessing what is the important big action this time, so many high-level officials have been dispatched. And at this moment in the conference room of the headquarters, after the 3 admirals rushed back and all the vice-admirals arrived, Sengoku, who sat at the top, handed over the information. Since the Thunder God pirates are going to be crusaded, it is natural for everyone to understand the situation. Among them, Kizaru couldn't help being taken aback when he saw this information. After all, I went to find the other party by myself, but I was almost left there. Oh, it's really scary. Didn't expect to attack this group of pirates so soon. Marshal Sengoku is really impatient. Hear Kizaru's sinister voice. Sengoku felt helpless. After all, Polusalino had always been dead and unburied. Don't think of Polusalino. This is an order directly from the 5 elders. So this time, be more serious to me. Say it with Sengoku. Hearing that it was an order from the 5 elders, Kizaru also closed his mouth knowingly. After all, I am eating under the hands of the world government. At this moment, Akainu, the hottest among the 3 admirals, burst out with killing intent in his eyes after reading the information. Humph. How about the thunder fruit if you're lucky? These damned sea garbage should all be killed. I saw that Akainu said it with a displeased face. The Hawk Marines headed by Akainu, and the vice-admirals including the Ghost Spider immediately responded. Seeing this scene, Sengoku couldn't help but a look of displeasure flashed in his eyes. In Marine, Sengoku and others represent doves, while Akainu and others are aggressive hawks. As for the guy Kizaru, he remains neutral. Although I don't like it, Sengoku is also a Marine, and it's hard to say anything. After all, the justice that the other party insists on is not wrong, it's just too radical. But Sengoku didn't think that he was the same hawk when he was young. Wholeheartedly implement the orders of the world government, including the bombardment of O'Hara 20 years ago are Sengoku's orders. Okay. Everyone has read the information. Is there any good way to wipe out the Thor pirates in one fell swoop? Just after everyone read the information in their hands, Sengoku couldn't help but speak. At this moment, the conference room fell silent. You know, this Thor pirates can sail in the sky. There is no chance to wipe it out in one fell swoop. As long as the opponent doesn't come down, they have nothing to do. Moreover, it is okay to use moonwalk to fight in the sky for a short time, but it is impossible to persist for a long time. The most important point is that the opponent is Logia's top Thunder Fruit ability user. This is an ability paralleled with the 3 Admiral Fruits. The air is still the easiest place for the opponent to display his abilities. With so many factors together, Marine has no way to encircle and suppress the Thor pirates in the air. For a while, everyone couldn't come up with any good ideas. Seeing this scene, Sengoku suddenly looked a little ugly. Normally the two factions quarreled and quarreled, but it turned out that it was useless now. But Crane Vice Admiral, who had been drinking tea quietly in the meeting room, stood up at this time. Okay, I have a plan here. This is Enel, the captain of the Thor pirates, although I don't know why he collects devil fruit. But the intelligence shows that the other party seems to need devil fruit very much. So, we can use this as a trick, laying a trap and waiting for the Thor pirates to come. But this requires some devil fruit as bait. Following the Crane, Vice Admiral spoke slowly. At this moment, Sengoku couldn't help thinking. After a while, he gritted his teeth and agreed. After all, this is a task assigned by the 5 elders that must be completed, just a few devil fruits, and the treasure curry in the marine headquarters still has some stocks. When the task is completed, 5 elders will make up for it. Thinking of this, Sengoku naturally agreed. But soon everyone fell into a problem again. That's how to make the Thor pirates fall into this trap. Chapter 39. As the marine headquarters was formulating a plan to encircle and suppress the Thor pirates. At the behest of the 5 elders. The robbery of the gold in the sky this time also had a huge impact. In order to catch the Thor pirates and kill them as an example. Tell the world that's what it's like to offend the celestial dragons. So the robbing of Tian Changjin was quickly announced. Among them, Morgan, who is the most famous of the Big C News, received information from the world government and had to publish it. For a while, news about the Thor pirates spread all over the sea. Oh my god! Are the Thunder God pirates crazy? Even dare to grab celestial dragons' heavenly gold? Yeah, it's unbelievable. Countless civilians and pirates on the sea have seen this sudden news. When seeing the news, everyone's first reaction was unbelievable. At this time, everyone on the sea thought that the Thor pirates were crazy. Not only the captain was crazy, but all the crew were crazy. If anyone in this world dares to rob celestial dragons, they don't even know how to write the word death. They are dead. That's right, the world government dares to release this news, it is definitely ready to make an example. This group of pirates really hate their lives. Is the Logia fruit so arrogant? Seeing the news in their hands, everyone immediately started talking. After all, it's not that they ate the Logia fruit. If they ate it, they would definitely be more arrogant than Enel. It's a pity that it's not them, so I can only watch the news here and talk about it. And the pirates on the sea seem to be watching the excitement one by one. The little pirates are waiting for Enel's Thor pirates to survive the siege of the world government this time. At that time, they can also join this legendary pirate group. And some powerful pirates were a little moved. After all, the news said that the Thor pirates were collecting devil fruit. There's a good chance you've got some devil fruit by now. This is the secret treasure of the sea, which can easily bring some combat power. If they can take advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of the fire. As long as you grab a few devil fruits, you will make a lot of money. The most important thing is that the Thor pirates are held back by the world government, and they will not be afraid of revenge from the Thor pirates at all. As for the world government, a Thor pirate group is enough for them to have a headache. How can they have time to care about them? Boss, should we wait for the news to see? If we can get some delicious food, we can definitely gain a firm foothold in New World. Yeah. Such a scene did not only happen to a pirate group. But at the same time, several pirate groups thought so. Because of the operation of the world government, this big news quickly spread to every corner of the world. All are waiting to see how the world government reacts. This time there is such a big movement, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the world government is definitely going to get rid of the Thor pirates after a wave of publicity. If the promotion is so powerful, the Thunder God pirates have not been solved. At that time, the face of the world government will be completely lost. At this time, in Dressrosa of New World. Dover. Check out today's news. The whole Enel guy is crazier than you were. I saw Toribel rushing into Dover's room with a newspaper in astonishment. Seeing the news from Toribel, Dover was also quite surprised. Phew furfur, it's really interesting. He robbed heavenly gold so quickly, I thought he would be a little later. Got the news that Enel robbed the gold from the sky. Dover couldn't help laughing. After all, not everyone can move this celestial dragons thing. In the past, he was able to move because he was the identity of celestial dragons. In the end, after getting some benefits from the world government, Doflamingo himself returned all the gold in the sky. But Enel is different. You know, Enel doesn't have the identity of celestial dragons. If Enel stole the gold from the sky, he would really be slapping the face of the world government in front of everyone. Seeing his partner come up, he gave himself a big gift. To snatch the gold in the sky, this is definitely a signal of Enel's assured cooperation to himself. After all, I even robbed celestial dragons of the sky gold, you must believe that I cooperate sincerely. After putting down the information in his hand, Doflamingo couldn't help but said, Phew Rofer, Toribel, let the family work harder to collect devil fruit. I think our partners should be in great need. After receiving Dover's order, Toribel hesitated for a moment before carrying it out. Toribel's hesitation this time is also a bit of concern. After all, this time the Thor pirates directly offended the world government. If the Thor pirates are wiped out by the world government, I'm afraid the entire Don Quixote family will be implicated. But now Doflamingo is looking forward to the next cooperation more and more. Furo fur. Just make the whole world a little more chaotic. A new era has come. After Toribel left, Doflamingo at this time seemed to be reborn as a whole. After so many years of sinking life, Dover's vigorous ambition has already cooled down. But now, the former ambition has been revived like a spring breeze. With the advent of a new era, one's own strength needs to be improved. Thinking of this, Doflamingo no longer sinks. At this time, the four emperors of New World had a completely different attitude. Seeing such an outstanding junior appearing in the sea, the red hair and white beard naturally appreciate it very much. Seeing the news, the reaction of the two was surprisingly consistent. I hope this little guy can get through this time smoothly. I'm afraid the world government is going to use this little guy to stand up. Although Enel's pirate group has been paying attention. But the two will not help Enel. After all, it doesn't matter to everyone now, and as four emperors, if there are too many things involved. The most important thing is that Kaido is a shit-stirring stick in four emperors. As long as there is any change in four emperors, this shit stick will definitely start messing around. So appreciation is appreciation, they can only hope that Enel can survive this crisis. After all, it was not easy for such an outstanding junior to appear in the sea. Chapter 40. Except for the attention of the redhead and whitebeard duo. The ant who is also four emperors was silent for a moment after seeing the news. Mom, what a pity. I wanted to invite this little guy to my tea party. Forget it, Katakuri, don't pay attention to him. After Charlotte Linlin finished speaking, he threw the information aside. Charlotte Linlin still has a deep understanding of the energy of world government. Rox, the strongest pirate in the sea, was wiped out by the world government in a big battle. Not to mention the rookie pirate group that is just emerging now. Charlotte Linlin can only feel a little sorry for this. After all, an excellent tool person is lost in this way. If they can be combined, they should be able to give birth to a child with great potential. After thinking about it, Charlotte Linlin had a sweet tooth addiction. I want cake. For a while, the entire Wanguo Island fell into chaos again. Every time Charlotte Linlin goes crazy, the whole world is mobilized urgently to start making cakes and desserts. Soon the entire Big Mom pirates stopped paying attention to the Thor pirates. As for the previous invitation to attend the tea party, it is now directly invalidated. Wouldn't the tea party invite a pirate who is about to be wiped out by the world government? Kaido on the other side doesn't care about these things at all. Recently, there has been less and less news from Doflamingo, and this change makes Kaido a little uncomfortable. But Doflamingo has been procrastinating with the excuse of being fruitful. Because everyone knows that the Thor pirates collect devil fruit. Doflamingo, of course, pushed it all over Enel's head to buy himself time. If you let Kaido know that Doflamingo has given his fruit to Enel, I'm afraid Kaido can destroy the entire Dressrosa in a moment of enraged Kaido. But it is still necessary to go to beat Jack, who was ordered by Kaido, is now on his way to Dressrosa. However, due to Jack's character, the fruit ability of leaning on the past is constantly activated along the way. When he sees a pirate ship, Jack does not hesitate to order to lean on it. Along the way, it basically continued to fight from Wanakuni to Dressrosa. Boss Jack. There is a marine battleship ahead. Hi. Marine. Standing on the boat and listening to the reports of his men. Jack immediately looked at the warship in the distance with a fierce look on his face. But Jack has never seen the flag on the warship. Humph. How dare you stand in Laozi's way? Get over to Laozi. I saw an order followed by Jack. The pirate ship, which was still sailing normally, instantly turned around and went straight to meet the warship in the distance. Just when the new world was surging. On the Isle of Hydra on the calm belt. At this time, Boa Hancock, the most beautiful woman in the world on Nine Snake Island, also saw the news. Seeing that the Enel Thunder God pirates directly snatched the heavenly gold from the celestial dragons in her hand, the Empress subconsciously clenched the newspaper in her hand. Thor. Enel. With the Empress' faint murmur, the palace on Nine Snake Island once again fell into silence. No one knows what Boa Hancock is thinking. At this moment, all Enel members returned to Gaia Island by driving the Ark Proverb. Along the way, because Yan Ling Wan was used as a power bank, Kojiro was in a state of mind for a long time. But fortunately, it is impossible for everyone to let Spear Step control it all the time. During the period, Loggerses also input Thunder Flight for a while. At this time, Gaia Island is more lively than when Enel left. Because what Enel did this time was too shocking. After all, no normal person would dare to snatch celestial dragons. So countless little pirates, bounty hunters, and spies from various forces all gathered on Gaia Island. Seeing the iconic golden ship in the sky, everyone looked up into the sky excitedly. I'm back, I'm back! The Thor pirates are back! My god! Is this the golden ark of the Thor pirates? It's so cool! This is the famous big pirate! Facing the returning Thor pirates. Most of the pirates who wanted to join the Thor pirates cheered excitedly. Pirates that do great things like this are the ones that people want to join. Watching the golden ark descending slowly, all the pirates squeezed to the shore. Thor! Thor! Master Thor! We want to join your pirate team. Let's join in! Accompanied by cheers and prayers. Everyone in Enel also slowly got off the ark. This time the harvest was quite fruitful, and Enel was naturally in a good mood. However, the world government's publicity around the world made Enel feel a sense of crisis. Although there are now 5 thunder gods, including Uraj, there are only 8 people in total. Although this kind of combat power is already very strong, it is not guaranteed that the world government still has many unrevealed trump cards. Among them, Uranus, which did not appear in the original book, is likely to be in the hands of the world government. So, you still have to be cautious. Most importantly, devil fruit still needs to continue to be collected. Only when more and more thunder gods are summoned, will one's own strength become more and more terrifying. But what pleased Enel the most was the way back. Because of May's ability, he could clearly feel that the fruit awakening was getting closer and closer. If you want to join my pirate group, then bring devil fruit. As long as there are devil fruits offered, you can sail the sea with the banner of my Thor pirates. The Thor pirates will be your strongest backer. After Enel finished speaking, he turned into a thunderbolt and disappeared in place. My devil fruit ability is about to be awakened, and I will leave the rest to Kojiro and the others. So Enel's first priority now is naturally to complete the devil fruit ability awakening as soon as possible. Only in this way will you have more cards in your cards. After Enel left in an instant, the surrounding pirates turned their attention to Loggerthats and the others. Chapter 41. We're joining the Thor pirates. Yes, we are joining the Thor pirates. Let's join the Thor pirates. Seeing Thor Enel has left, the surrounding pirates set their sights on Loggerses and the others. Accompanied by shouts, these pirates surrounded Loggerses and the others one by one. Thor and Enel are gone. You cotters of the Thor pirates should be more talkative. Followed by these pirates. Laxus, who was already extremely irritable, exploded in an instant. Boom. Zzz. I saw a golden thunder in the air instantly covering Loggerses' body. The golden thunder kept making birdsong-like calls. Looking at the terrifying Lagoses in front of him, the yelling pirates all around instantly quieted down. How did they think that the person in front of them was so terrifying that he exploded in an instant? Scumbags! Do you think that the Thunder God pirates are the ones you want to join? Get out, lousy! After Loggerses said slowly, the golden thunder on his body surged crazily again. The pirates who saw this scene dared to gather together. Soon everyone dispersed to make way for one another. For these guys, Loggerses is not in such a good mood. These scumbags didn't sincerely want to join the Thor pirates at all. So there is no need to give any good looks at all. Damn, what kind of shit pirates? That's right, he's so arrogant. Join and hand in devil fruit, what a dream. After being rejected by Loggerses, the pirates near these ports suddenly complained with expressions of resentment. After all, they all came here after reading the news in the newspaper. I didn't expect the attitude to be so bad. Anyone who likes to join such a pirate group can join, they are not interested. Humph. What kind of bullshit pirates, even let Laozi join Laozi. It's gone, it's offended celestial dragons, maybe it will be wiped out at any time. Joining now is courting death. Let's go. As these pirates yelled and prepared to leave. At this moment, the sky over Gaia Island suddenly became gloomy. The dark cloud covered the entire Gaia Island in an instant. These pirates who were about to leave looked up at the sky when they saw that the sky had changed. If you want to go to sea, it also depends on the weather. But at this time, everyone found that something was wrong. I saw thunder snakes faintly appearing in the dark sky, and they quickly condensed. What's going on with the sky? I don't know, it suddenly became like this. At this time, these pirates didn't know that disaster was imminent. In the original book, those angels on Sky Island dare not even mention Enel's name, and God's punishment will fall on you if you just say a word. These pirates even rushed to Gaia Island to mock their own pirate group. This makes it impossible for Enel to let them go. Is the thunder in the sky about to fall? Why do you feel something is wrong in your heart? Watching the thunder in the sky getting brighter and brighter. Only then did the pirates gathered in the port feel that something was wrong. But by this time it was already too late. Observation haki under the blessing of lightning is much stronger than ordinary observation haki. If it wasn't for Enel's early action here, Loggerses, who just lost his temper, would have done it himself. Boom! Just when these pirates felt uneasy and wanted to run away, a dazzling beam of lightning instantly descended from the sky. The terrifying thunder instantly wiped out the entire pier from Gaia Island. Only the deep hole slowly being filled by seawater proves what just happened here. Seeing that the pirates in the port have bad mouths, disaster is imminent. The pirates waiting in Magic Valley town dare to be arrogant, these people are not good at anything. Well, the captain's ability is really handsome. No one appeared before a thunderbolt struck down first. At this time, Loggerses and the others were also in Magic Valley town. They naturally sensed what happened at the port just now. Among the crowd, May even sighed happily. However, the stronger the captain, the more attentively they will assist and follow. After everyone came to Magic Valley town, the pirate group that appeared in front of everyone at this time was much more formal than the mob in the port. I want to join the Thor pirates. This is the devil fruit I found. Just as everyone arrived, a pirate group appeared in front of Loggerses and the others. Looking at this pirate group, the other people all around let out a burst of exclamation. It's actually the Blood Sword Pirates. I didn't expect them to join the Thunder God Pirates. This pirate group has also been active in the Grand Line. When Enel and Kizaru fought, the Blood Sword Pirates happened to witness the battle on Gaia Island. From that day on, I learned that to join the Thor Pirates, I just need to find Devil Fruit. Alonzo, the captain of the Blood Sword Pirates, took the crew out to sea to find Devil Fruit without hesitation. Now I finally found Devil Fruit and brought it. Alonzo, the Blood Sword in the crowd, quickly handed out Azoan Devil Fruit he had found. Looking at this Devil Fruit, Loggerses couldn't help being quite surprised. I didn't expect that there would be pirates willing to look for Devil Fruit to join the pirate group. Looking at the Blood Sword Alonzo kneeling on one knee, the fanatical eyes are even comparable to the believers of the god Uraj. But that's fine. Pirates can take the elite route, but the forces under their hands still need people. After taking the Devil Fruit from Blood Sword, Loggerses nodded in satisfaction. This is the first pirate to join the Thor pirates. Just when Loggerses was about to say something, I saw a bright blue thunder appearing beside Lagasus in an instant. The person who came was Enel, who had just left. Chapter 42. He looked at Enel, who appeared in front of him. He was even more excited when he came to Blood Sword because of Enel, the god of thunder. Lord Thunder God. I found Devil Fruit. I just want to join your pirate team. Following Shuejian's excited expression, he said. The members of the Blood Sword Pirates behind them also knelt down on the ground in admiration. After all, the scene of the air battle with Kizaru that day is still lingering in their minds. That heroic figure controlling thunder like a god. This is also the goal pursued by the entire Blood Sword Pirates. Facing the allegiance of the entire Blood Sword Pirates, Enel was also a little moved by this fanatical gaze. It's almost the same type as Uraj, a guy who believes in God. Moreover, if there is a devil fruit in hand, Enel will naturally not refuse it. It is good. From now on, you will be the captain of the first team of Thunder God's fleet. All the pirates who will join in the future will be included in your first team. Say it with Enel. At this time, Shuejian's face suddenly showed a touch of joy. Before joining, Shuejian knew in his heart that it was impossible for him to become a cadre of the Thor pirates with his own strength. But now, becoming the captain of a team is absolutely beyond Shuejian's expectation. And the pirates who joined in the future will be absorbed into their own team. For a while, the entire Blood Sword Pirates were overjoyed. Regarding the possibility that the world government may target the Thor pirates in the future, Blood Sword is not even considering such a thing. Because in their eyes, Enel is a god. The god who controls thunder, the only god in this world. It's just a mere world government, how could it pose a threat to God? With the addition of the Blood Sword Gang, the affiliated strength of the Thor pirates has officially begun to recruit. Those who want to become the captain level must take Devil Fruit. And if you want to be a fan team member, you don't need Devil Fruit. After giving the Devil Fruit to the absorbed Enel, he doesn't care about the follow-up matters. After all, it only added a little energy to the system, and it took a full 8 points before recruiting the Thunder Gods. But there is a team. Recruitment across Gaia soon began to pick up speed. Except for the Devil Fruit brought by the Blood Sword group. Other pirate groups also want to become the captain, but Devil Fruit is too difficult to find. They also went to sea to search for a long time but found nothing. But it's a good choice to be a team member. So soon most of the pirates gathered on the entire Gaia Island chose to join the newly established first team. There are also some pirate groups who are unwilling to be a member and choose to go to sea to continue searching for Devil Fruit. Soon the size of the entire first team reached 1,000 people. A team of 1,000 people is absolutely terrifying. Because a pirate group of 1,000 people is enough to become a fleet. Just like Creek, the former East Blue Overlord. However, the team headed by Shuejian is much stronger than Creek and the others. But just like this, Enel will not be satisfied. After all, the current first team only has an advantage in numbers. These people are useless in the real war, they are cannon fodder in the face of absolute strength. I'm afraid Akainu will kill all Meteor Volcano with one move. So the strength of these people must be improved. With the complete formation of the first team, Kojiro, who is the most stable of the Thunder Gods, was also sent by Enel to train these people. As a 1,000-year-old Shinigami, Kojiro is excellent in every way. And with the blessing of Conqueror's Haki, he understood this power, and Kojiro soon sorted out the training method. And the training method of Marine 6 styles will naturally not fall behind. Alonzo, an order from Thor. I will take you to an uninhabited island for training. At this stage, your strength is still too weak. If you want to contribute to Thor, then you can survive under my training. I saw Kojiro speak slowly in sparrow step. At this moment, Xuejian nodded and agreed without hesitation. After all, you know your own strength. He didn't even know what Haki was until he joined the Thor pirates. Therefore, it is extremely urgent to improve the strength of oneself and others. And now the whole sea knows that the world government is about to attack the Thor pirates. As the first team of the Thunder God fleet, they must improve their strength as soon as possible. Today's first team has grown from scratch in these days. Coupled with the brainwashing of the Blood Sword group who worshipped Enel, the god of thunder, so fanatically. Now the entire first team has gradually become a fanatical believer. In the hearts of all members of the first team, Thor Enel is their god, the supreme god. For Kojiro's training, all the staff directly accept it. Soon the entire first team left Gaia Island under the leadership of Kojiro. After the first team left, Quebec found an uninhabited island and began training all members of the first team. And at this time on Gaia Island, Enel, who has already touched the threshold of awakening, has finally reached the level of awakening in these days. Boom! I saw a flash of thunder appearing over Gaia Island. Suddenly, a large black cloud appeared in the entire sky and enveloped Gaia Island. Just when everyone was puzzled, thunderbolts fell from the sky in an instant. But this time the thunder did not strike the island, but divided into countless thunder pillars to surround the entire Gaia Island. There was a flash of thunder in the sky above. And these thunder pillars surrounding the island have not dispersed for a long time. Success! After all this, Enel was overjoyed. Because if the current self wants to, it can easily turn this Gaia Island into an island of thunder full of thunder pools. Chapter 43. Host, Enel. Abilities, No Weakness Thunder Fruit, Awakened, Observation Haki Top Level, Armament Haki Advanced Level, Conqueror's Haki Intermediate Level, Thunder Breathing Method, Marine 6 Styles Grandmaster, Railgun, Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic, Kido, Thunder Hairsker Powers. Thunder God, My Wife Zenitsu, Laxus, Kojiro, Mikoto Misaka, Mei Raiden. Ability Synchronization, Conqueror's Haki, Marine 6 Styles Grandmaster. Summon Power, 2/10. Look at the system panel today. Thunder Fruit has finally reached the awakening level. But what made Enel a little helpless was that he didn't collect much Devil Fruit after so many days. Oh! The captain's strength has become much stronger again, it seems. It's really sad. After all, with us Thors around, Captain Sama's strength will make us feel very invisible. Just when Enel was having a headache, a beautiful figure came over with prepared snacks and tea. Hearing what the other party said, Enel couldn't help but look embarrassed. The person who came was Leiden Mei, one of the thunder gods. As the third hairsker in the collapsed world, if it wasn't for the reason of the world, Mei might still be a young lady. But he could only be forced to become the hairsker of thunder that shocked the world. But after being summoned, Mei, who was much more mature than Misaka Mikoto, who was younger, naturally took the initiative to take care of all Enel's affairs. At first, Enel was not used to it, but under Mei's request, he had no choice but to agree. Looking at Mei who skillfully helped him pack up, Enel couldn't help but feel distressed in his eyes. But fortunately, you don't have to be so tired in this world. I don't need you to fall into darkness for my light. I will be the only god in this world. A god of thunder who reigns supreme. As if feeling Enel's gaze, Mei, who was arranging the dishes, couldn't help looking at Enel. Facing Enel's gaze, Mei couldn't help but smile sweetly. Captain Sama, please eat. With the awakening of Enel's fruit, the power rises again. Today's Gaia Island has long been Enel's territory. The intelligence personnel of other forces on the island also evacuated. After all, under the supervision of Observation Haki, a group of lightning-type ability users, it is impossible for you to make small moves on the island. But now the changes in Gaia Island have caused the intelligence personnel who have been paying attention here to change their faces. Soon the information about Gaia Island was passed on. The entire Gaia Island was shrouded in thunder. But after these messages were sent back, neither the world government nor the Marine actually expressed anything. It's as if the world government has suddenly given up on the Thor pirates. Even the intelligence officers in charge of monitoring were a little puzzled. However, as intelligence personnel, they only need to pass the information back on time and on time. They must continue as long as the world government and Marine headquarters do not ask them to withdraw. In this way, the whole world was surprised that the world government really ignored the Thor pirates. Time passed little by little. People all over the world think that the world government has let go of the Thor pirates. All uninformed people are all surprised. At this time, the red hair and Whitebeard had a meeting at the same time. Looking at the latest information on the sea, both of them guessed something during the exchange. The world government is likely to be preparing for a big move. Because you robbed celestial dragons of heavenly gold, the world government and marine couldn't let it go. If there is really no indication, I am afraid that it will not be long before the celestial dragons will not receive the heavenly gold. Because the Thunder God pirates took the lead, you don't care about them, let's grab it too. Over time, the lofty majesty of the celestial dragons is bound to take a hit too. Therefore, the world government will definitely not ignore it. It's preparing, making a complete preparation to wipe out the Thor pirates in one fell swoop. After communicating for a while, Whitebeard and the red-haired duo also shook their heads helplessly. If the world government had acted at the beginning, the Thor pirates might still be able to escape. But now, I'm afraid it's not that simple. As time goes by day, during the period, Enel also collected 2 more Zoan's devil fruit. But although the news from the outside world looked down on the world government, Enel felt a little uneasy now. After all, a dog that bites doesn't bark. And world government is not only a dog that can bite, but also a wolf that can eat people. Although I don't know what the world government is preparing. However, the soldiers came to cover up the water and the earth, and now the thunder gods have summoned 5, and the high-end combat power is enough to match the previous 4 emperors' regiment. Why should flower growers be afraid? But you also have to make some preparations. And in the marine headquarters at this time. During this time, Akainu was sent to New World and Aokiji was sent to Sabayati Islands. Everything seemed to be back to normal. But today's marine has undergone tremendous changes. Although Admiral was sent out. But what everyone didn't know was that there were a few more strange figures in the headquarters. The aura emanating from these figures is all Admiral grade without exception. The plan for the Thor pirates is still being prepared in an orderly manner. With the help of these combat powers, Sengoku is naturally not worried. Today's marine only needs to complete the thorough planning before launching the encirclement and suppression operation against the Thor pirates. Hey, let this Logia kid dance a little longer. It won't be long before he is incompetent in the sky and has nowhere to go down. Thinking of this, Sengoku suddenly felt better. Today's marine has a lot more power, waiting to encircle and suppress the Thor pirates. That's when the brand new marine is revealed to the world. Chapter 44. Because I don't know what big move the world government is holding back. Enel doesn't care about that. The most urgent task now is to improve everyone's strength. And devil fruit, this is the top priority of my pirate group. You have to find more devil fruit. Seeing that there was no response from the world government, Enel seized this opportunity and began to frantically expand and search. Start with Gaia Island. The territory of the Thor pirates began to expand outwards. All the nearby islands are under the command of the Thor pirates. Anyway, he is also a big pirate who is famous all over the world. What a Gaia Island. Because the G8 marine base was already destroyed by Enel. So there is not even a marine base nearby, and marine is also letting Enel's crazy expansion go. After all, now is not the time. Just when the Thor pirates took advantage of this opportunity to develop their forces crazily. Doflamingo in New World is not idle either. For some unknown reason, Kaido's people have not appeared in Dressrosa. This made Doflamingo very happy. If Kaido's people come, maybe he will run away with everyone. This is fine now, there is no need to retreat on a large scale to preserve our strength. So far, Doflamingo has stepped up to exercise his strength. Because of the comfortable life these years, although Doflamingo's strength is very strong, as the owner of Conqueror's Haki, he can't reach the top ranks in the world at all. I'm afraid Brother Ming's current strength is not as good as Shishibukai Hawkeye my hawk. If Shishibukai ranks in terms of strength, Hawkeye can undoubtedly be regarded as Shishibukai ceiling, while Doflamingo is in the 2nd grade. So Doflamingo, who is well aware of his own shortcomings, naturally speeds up the pace of training himself. The best thing about a villain with a brain is that if he knows his own shortcomings in advance, then he will definitely improve faster than the protagonist. The current Doflamingo is the best example. Due to the long silence, Dover's strength has not changed. But now, Dover, who is well aware of his own shortcomings, has quickly made deeper progress in fruit development and haki after several days of training. Phew fur fur. What a nostalgic power. Feel the feeling of being filled with power again. Today's Doflamingo has gradually regained the sense of tension and crisis he felt when he was chased by the Crane Vice Admiral when he first went out to sea. Doflamingo at that time was nothing like it is now. Moreover, Tsuru Vice Admiral is a trio in the same period as Sengoku and Garp. The strength is naturally terrifying enough. At that time, Dover was definitely hanged and beaten against Shanghi Vice Admiral. But at the same time, Dover at that time was also the period when the strength increased most rapidly. But now I have found that feeling again. Diamanti. How are the materials prepared? This time, I still have to ask you to deliver this batch of goods to our partners. After all, in my heart, only you can complete this mission perfectly, are you right Diamanti Furo Furfur? Complete your workout with Doflamingo. His eyes were on Diamanti, who was also cultivating aside. I'll just say it in Dover. Diamanti, who was still exercising, was immediately overjoyed, but her face was filled with humility. How could it be me? How can I win such a big task? Oh, Then I take back what I just said. Then I'll admit it reluctantly. Dover can rest assured and leave it to me. Seeing Diamante who changed face like a Beijing opera, Dover couldn't help laughing. However, he did not blame the other party. Because, this is a member of the family. No matter how much trouble you get into, our family will stand by your side. With Doflamingo's command. Doflamingo, who had collected many devil fruits in the underground world, sent Diamante directly. I'm afraid our partners will need these things very much. Soon Diamante packed everything secretly on board and left Dressrosa. The same one left with the same secret. After all, if this matter gets out, it may not only be as simple as the loss of the goods, but even Diamante may not be able to come back. So Doflamingo is also very careful to clean up the traces of Diamante's departure. But what Dover didn't expect was that Jack, who was supposed to appear in Dressrosa, was seriously injured and fell into a coma and fled back to Wanakuni. Oh my god! It's Boss Jack! It hurts so badly. Hurry up, people! And inform Boss Kaido. Looking at Jack lying on the beach. At this moment, the subordinates in charge of the investigation panicked. This is Jack the Drow, one of the 3 disasters, and he was injured so badly. All of a sudden, those who shouted for someone, and Jack was the one who saved Jack. Soon Kaido rushed over with Yin and Quinn. Seeing Jack's miserable appearance, a terrifying conqueror surged around Kaido in an instant. Who is it? Who did this? Tell Laozi who did this. Looking at Kaido who was furious in an instant. All the subordinates were also trembling with fear at this time. But Jack escaped alone. They don't know who hurt Jack like this. Quinn and Yin on the side also looked at the seriously injured Jack with surprise. After all, they belong to the same 3 disasters, and they have some understanding of each other's strength. But I didn't expect that the rough-skinned and thick-skinned Jack could suffer such serious injuries. But soon, relying on the terrifying recovery ability of ancient times, Jack gradually woke up. What happened? Seeing that Jack woke up, Kaido also asked. Although Jack was sent by himself to find Doflamingo. But Kaido didn't think that clown Doflamingo could hurt Jack like this. Ahem. Boss Kaido. It's Zephyr, that old BD. He formed a pirate guerrilla team in New World. I met him on the road. As Jack said slowly, Kaido couldn't help but be taken aback at this time. A purple-haired and armed Grandmaster appeared in Kaido's mind. Chapter 45. Jack, you idiot! How old is Zephyr? You lost to such an old man. After concentrating for a moment, Kaido looked at Jack who was bandaging the wound with a disdainful face. To be beaten like this by an old guy who is about to retire. I thought Jack had met some terrible guy, but it was Zephyr. Hearing Kaido's words, Jack immediately felt ashamed. But as a person with the ability to rely on the fruit of the past, no matter who saw the boat, Laozi had to rely on the past first. Unexpectedly, it was the Black Arm Zephyr that had just received the pulverizer installed by the scientist on board. The result is that although Jack is also one of the 3 disasters, his strength is definitely not as high as Quinn and Yin, and most of the bounties are promoted by this guy who destroyed the island and the town. Facing this former Marine Admiral, although he lost an arm due to age, he didn't drop much. Plus there are shredders installed by scientists. After a face-to-face Jack was caught and beaten by Zephyr. The armed color is not as good as Zephyr, and the attack power is far inferior to Zephyr's newly installed pulverizer. And because of its size, the pulverizer's target is extremely accurate. Under the bombardment of blasting punches, if Jack hadn't relied on the devil fruit he planted in ancient times, everyone might have been beaten by Zephyr. Fortunately, he escaped back by relying on his rough skin and thick flesh. Knowing that it was Zephyr who did it, Kaido didn't even need to think that it was Jack, the reckless man, who pulled the boat over again. Thinking of this, Kaido was furious. But for Zephyr, Kaido is not in the mood to fight this old guy now. After all, although the current Zephyr has established a pirate guerrilla team, it has not yet withdrawn from Marine. So if Kaido dares to do it, I am afraid that Marine 3 Admiral will kill him immediately. Kaido is not in the mood to do such thankless things. You idiot! Doflamingo, that clown, wait until you recover. Don't reply this time. If you have any devil fruits, bring some of them back to Laozi. After Kaido finished speaking, he left without looking back. Quinn and Yin on the side also left after seeing that the reckless man had nothing to do. And Jack could only admit that he was unlucky, and leaned the boat over, but it turned out to be a hard stubble. Because of the activation of Jack's fruit ability, Doflamingo has a lot more time to develop. At the same time, today, the ever-expanding Thor pirates have become the most powerful pirate group on the Grand Line, and no one can beat them. It can be said that it is already thriving on the Grand Line. But today's Gaia Island ushered in an equally gorgeous pirate ship. Is this the site of the Thunder God? Let's go, little ones. I saw that the pirate ship docked. Soon a gorgeous figure came down from the boat. Accompanied by a magnificent white horse. The person who came was Cavendish, who had just sailed from the kingdom of Brugia in the Grand Line. Cavendish, who should have received much attention. As a result, after going to sea, not only did he not get a little attention, Even the news reports are all about Enel, the god of Thor. Even any member of the Thor pirates reported more than himself. For a while, Cavendish was a little hard to accept. Cavendish, who has attracted much attention in the kingdom, has liked the feeling of being watched. As a result, he was hit repeatedly after going to sea. This made Cavendish a little confused and came directly to Gaia Island. Humph. I'd like to see what's so great about Thor Enel. How dare you steal my limelight? Fururu. After Cavendish whistled with a look of displeasure. The white horse behind him immediately came in front of him. After Cavendish jumped on the white horse, he galloped towards Magic Valley town. The members of the handsome pirates who just got off the ship were left behind. The captain has passed. What shall we do? I heard that Thor is a Logia Thunder Fruit capable user. The captain's sword can't cut Logia, it should be a disastrous defeat. Following the exchange of people for a while. At this time, a Cavendish who was struck by lightning and turned into an explosive head gradually emerged in everyone's minds. Thinking of these people, they couldn't help shivering. Well, let's go first. The captain is definitely not the opponents. Yeah, we're probably going to die if we stay here. After seeing a few people communicate for a while, everyone immediately looked at each other. Then everyone returned to the boat again. At this time, Cavendish, who was heading to Magic Valley town, didn't know that his crew had already sailed away without waiting for him. At this time, Cavendish rushed into the town of Magic Valley with a fierce expression on his face. For the arrival of Cavendish, Enel and others have known for a long time. But Enel didn't touch the cabbage, but wanted to see Rommel's weasel inside him. Not a devil fruit but has special abilities. After following Cavendish to the town of Magic Valley. At this time, all the pirates in the town have been waiting here for a long time. Looking at these pirates, Cavendish also reined in and looked towards the crowd. Is Thor Enel here? Get Enel out. I saw that Cavendish drank it loudly. At this time, there was no reaction from the crowd. Seeing that he was once again gorgeously ignored, Cavendish's face suddenly felt a little helpless, but a voice suddenly came from the crowd. You still want to see Thor in such a low voice? Restart. I can't hear you. Cavendish, who heard the other party shouting, looked a little better. It turned out that my voice was too low just now. Then Cavendish yelled again without thinking. But the sound that came next made Cavendish's face darken. Can't hear you, can't hear you. Our Thor pirates say they can't hear, but they can't hear. Again. Chapter 46. As Enel's home base. Today's Gaia Island can be said to be the territory of the Thor pirates. Naturally, even though the pirates in Demon Valley Town did not join the Thunder God pirates, they are still considered as outside staff of the Thor pirates. It was so arrogant to see Cavendish coming for the first time. Everyone came directly to a dismount. The heavy sound made Cavendish almost go berserk. But thinking that this is the opponent's territory after all, Cavendish could only endure it. I am the captain of the handsome pirates. White horse. Cavendish. As Cavendish roared out almost hoarsely. At this moment, the pirates in Magic Valley Town were extremely happy. Although they are fake tigers, it is also a lot of fun to see that all the pirates who come to Gaia Island can only look like this. It is good. Energetic. Hear the praises of these people. Cavendish was not a little happy. Because Enel, the god of thunder he wanted to see, never came out. Moreover, Cavendish only reacted after being stunned for a moment. These guys in front of them are a bunch of young people. Thinking of this, Cavendish immediately became angry from embarrassment. Although he is a nobleman in a kingdom, although he is now a pirate, it is because the kingdom is too popular that he has to go to sea. Now he was being tricked by such a group of young people. Die to this young master. Beautiful sword blue bird. I saw that the minion pirates around were still watching the excitement. The angry Cavendish jumped off Fururu in an instant. Durandal at his waist aimed at these guys with bursts of cold light. Boom. Just when Cavendish was about to slash out with a sword. A thunderbolt suddenly blasted right in front of Cavendish and stopped him. Facing this sudden blow, Cavendish was also a little horrified. After all, the other party just wanted to stop him and not kill him, otherwise he would never be able to dodge this lightning pillar with the speed just now. But Cavendish didn't care. Whoever stole my limelight, I will get it back. Thor Enel. Come out for Master Ben. Accompanied by two shouts. Cavendish held Durandal in one hand without the slightest fear. Just when Cavendish was about to continue to say something, a thunderbolt suddenly appeared in the sky. White horse Cavendish. Bathed in the lightning, Enel spoke slowly. At this time, Enel looked down at Cavendish like a god. It was the first time the latter saw such a guy since he went to sea. But this aroused Cavendish's competitiveness even more. Thor Enel. Let's duel with this young master. This young master wants to snatch the headline back with his own hands. Looking at Cavendish below, who is full of fighting spirit, Enel couldn't help but smile. It can only be said that it is worthy of the character in the original book. But it wasn't the current Cavendish that really interested Enel. It was Rommel's weasel that occupied the body after Cavendish fell asleep. Enel was very curious about this situation. After all, Cavendish's ability didn't come from eating devil fruit. On top of that, the guy inside him is stronger than he is normally, which is outrageous. It's like I couldn't beat it, and a small universe broke out in my body, and I replaced it with a large size to fight you. However, Enel unceremoniously refused Cavendish's request for a duel. Your strength is too weak. Now you are not my opponent at all. However, I can help you with that guy in your body. Say it with Enel. Cavendish, who was originally a little upset because Enel rejected him, suddenly brightened. Although his duel was rejected, Cavendish knew in his heart that he couldn't even handle armament haki, and couldn't meet Enel who was Logia at all. And now the other party still has a way to deal with this guy in his body. Are you serious? This news had a huge impact on Cavendish. After all, the guy in the body can't control it at all, and a large part of the reason for going to see is because the guy in the body is doing damage everywhere. Now that he had a chance to solve this problem, Cavendish immediately looked towards Enel with hope. I hoped so that this problem could finally be solved. Facing Cavendish's hopeful and fearful eyes, Enel couldn't help but feel a little empty with one hand. Just when Cavendish looked puzzled. At this time, the thunder over Gaia Island suddenly rioted. I saw countless electric snakes rushing around with Enel as the center. The net of black and white. 22 bridges, 66 crowns, footprints, distant thunder, sharp peaks, return to the ground, night payment, sea of clouds, blue sequence, full of circles, and go straight to the sky. Bakudo no. 77. Slowly chant along with the chant of Bakudo. A beam of lightning instantly locked on Kojiro, who was training a team on a deserted island far away from Gaia Island. Quibu, who was still training everyone, suddenly stopped. Chibu, come back to Gaia Island. Sora's message was given to Kojiro. Seeing this, he hurriedly handed over the training to Suejian, and then directly used Shunpo to rush towards Gaia Island from the air. Using Kido's abilities, Enel called Kojiro Sparrow directly from training. Enel is naturally extremely satisfied with Kido's abilities. It's a pity that the synchronization ability can only synchronize their own abilities, but the abilities they choose from these Thors cannot be synchronized. It would be much more convenient if it could be synchronized. Soon Kojiro's figure appeared on Gaia Island. At this time, Cavendish had already been fooled by Urge into the Thunder God pirates during Kojiro's return. Just because his crew had deserted him. Can't fight, can't run, plus Enel has a way to deal with the monster inside himself. Cavendish had no choice but to join the Thor pirates. Chapter 47. Join the Thor pirates. Not only can you make headlines yourself, but you can also solve the monsters in your body. Cavendish was naturally extremely satisfied. In addition, his crew members have all run away, and it is not bad to join the Thor pirates himself. With the Cavendish this cabbage is added. In addition to the Thunder Gods, there is one more original character in the Thunder God pirates. Look at the happy team now. Enel is also extremely satisfied. After all, coming to this world, even though the ultimate goal given to him by the system is to become the strongest Thunder God in the heavens and myriad worlds. Being able to come to this magnificent world, Enel naturally has to leave a strong mark. Just after Cavendish joined. The system that hasn't been moved for a long time has undergone new changes again. Host, Enel. Abilities, No Weakness Thunder Fruit, Observation Haki Top Level, Armament Haki Advanced, Conqueror's Haki Intermediate, Thunder Breath, Marine 6 Styles Grandmaster, Railgun, Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic, Kido, Thunder Hairskers Power. Thunder God, My Wife Zenitsu, Laxus, Kojiro, Mikoto Misaka, Mei Raiden. Ability Synchronization, Conqueror's Haki, Marine 6 Styles Grandmaster. Summon Power, 4/10. Loyalty characters in the local world to reach 4, new features will be unlocked after the next summon is opened. Because of the recent collection, the energy points have also reached 4 points. But what surprised Enel was the addition of Cabbage Cavendish. The system is going to be updated with new features. However, the opening condition is the participation of the original people. I am afraid that the new function is also related to the original name. Thinking of this, Enel also faintly looked forward to it. The synchronization function has greatly improved the strength of the Thunder Gods. Now that the opening of new functions should definitely increase the strength of his subordinates again. At that time, in the face of absolute power, no matter what conspiracy and tricks the world government has, it will be useless. With Sparrow Kojiro rushed back. Cavendish's problems will naturally have to be resolved. After all, this guy can't tell the difference between himself and the enemy when he goes berserk. Looking at Cavendish in front of him, although Kojiro didn't know when the other party joined. But as the deputy captain of the first team, Kojiro, Cavendish has naturally seen the situation. Just like a Shinigami awakened Zanhundeo. However, Cavendish's soul-slaying knife not only won't help the host, but instead always wants to occupy the host's body like Su. For this kind of situation, maybe only Luo's Op Fruit or Charlotte Linland's Soul Fruit can solve the problem in One Piece world. But now, Enel has the summoned Shinigami Sparrow Kojiro under his command. For the soul. I'm afraid no one can do it better than Shinigami. After staring at Cavendish for a while, Quibu suddenly pulled out the Zen Hundeo from his waist. It could be painful. Be patient. Following Sparrow step, Kojiro spoke slowly. Cavendish, who originally wanted to get rid of the monster in his hind's body, nodded without hesitation. Kojiro didn't hesitate when he saw this, and directly stabbed Cavendish with Yan Lingwan in his hand. Damn it! Cavendish, you BD! How dare you do this? My uncle doesn't want to die. Hand over your body now. As if feeling a deadly threat. Rommel's weasel, which originally needed Cavendish to sleep to have a chance to appear. At this moment, facing Kojiro's Zen Hundeo directly forcibly controlled Cavendish's body. Seeing that Sparrow Kojiro's Zen Hundeo was about to stab in, Cavendish, who had transformed into Rommel Idaki, stepped aside in an instant. Gee ha 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 ha, I want to kill my uncle. Go to my uncle's death first. I saw Cavendish, who turned into Rommel's weasel, and Durandal in his hand took a sword flower and stabbed directly at Kojiro, who was directly in front of him. After all, the Zen Hundeo in Kojiro's hand is the biggest threat to Cavendish today. Cavendish actually felt the threat of death on that knife. For Cavendish, who suddenly exploded. Sparrow Kojiro seemed to have already guessed it. Rabbits bite people when they are in a hurry. Facing something that threatens his life, Rommel's weasel naturally forcibly occupies his body without hesitation. 61 of Bakudo. 6 stick light prison. After Kojiro used Shunpo to evade Cavendish's attack easily, Bakudo, who gave up the chant, just sent it out. The dazzling beams of 6 paths instantly locked onto Cavendish's body. What happened? Why can't I move? Move me. Cavendish, who originally wanted to continue killing people. At this time, he was imprisoned in place without even showing the terrifying speed he was proud of. Now another soul in Cavendish realized that he was going to die. Watching Sparrow Kojiro walking towards him step by step. The arrogant grin on the face of Cavendish, who has turned into a Rommel weasel, has long since disappeared. There are only increasingly frightened faces on his face now. But the captain's orders have been issued. It is impossible for Kojiro to be merciful, and the Yan Lingwan in his hand was stabbed out without hesitation. Zen Hundeo's ability to target souls erupts instantly. Do not. Cavendish. You're a piece of crap without me. Accompanied by the effect of the soul-slaying knife, there was only a shrill scream. A moment later, a burst of light burst out from Yan Lingwan and then disappeared. And at this moment, the chaotic monster in Cavendish's body has been completely resolved. Cavendish, who regained consciousness, was immediately delighted. This monster has been tormenting me for many years. Now it's finally resolved. For Enel, Cavendish is even more grateful. Although joining Enel's pirate group was an accident. But his biggest problem was solved, and Cavendish was naturally grateful. After finishing all this, Kojiro didn't stay long, and after saying goodbye to Enel, he returned to the uninhabited island for training. Chapter 48. Solved the Cavendish problem. Today's Thor pirates are growing stronger and stronger. And Doflamingo talked on the phone not long ago. A batch of devil fruit is being sent from Dressrosa under the escort of Diamanti. Enel, who learned the news, was naturally very happy. Because the new function is about to be opened now, I urgently need devil fruit to complete a summon. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, Doflamingo, a partner, stood up. For the cooperation with Doflamingo. Enel actually wanted to tame Doflamingo. But at this stage there is no way. If you want Doflamingo to surrender with all his heart, I'm afraid it's time to kill Kaido and destroy the Holy Land of Celestial Dragons. But now Doflamingo's sincere cooperation is also good. As long as Doflamingo cooperates sincerely, there are definitely not a few devil fruits that can be obtained. Now you only need to wait for the devil fruit escorted by Diamanti to arrive to start the new function of the system. However, all members of the Thor pirates were not on Gaia Island at this time. There are only Enel, May, Uraj, and the newly recruited Cavendish on the entire Gaia Island. As for the others, they were all sent out by Enel. Now the world government has nothing to do, and I just want to take advantage of the current period to speed up development. At this time, Sargisas and Shanyi have already arrived at North Blue. Today's North Blue is after Doflamingo shifted the focus of the Donquixote family to the New World and Underworld. The control over North Blue is naturally not as good as before. So soon the whole North Blue was in chaos again, except for the major mafia families. The most terrifying force in North Blue is the evil kingdom that was removed from the franchise country, Germa 66. Is this the place? Well, the information shows that this is here. On an island in North Blue, Lagosas and Shanyi appeared here. Because Enel's mission is to let Lagosas and Shanyi directly go to Germa 66 to cooperate and ask for some devil fruit. So the two of them appeared here. But this island doesn't look like Germa 66's base. After looking around for a while, Lagosas instantly turned into a thunderbolt and charged into the sky. Following Lagartha's actions, Germa 66's war base soon appeared in Lagartha's eyes. Shanyi. Let's go. The base is not on the island. Knowing the location of the base, the two soon arrived at Germa 60SIX's fortress. Looking at the two people who appeared riding the Thunder Light, the clone soldiers in the battle formation fortress immediately aimed their guns at the two of Lagerses. Hurry up and report an enemy invasion. Notify Prince Iji and them. Facing the Lagerses too, these clones did not shoot immediately. After all, the people who can appear here in an instant are not strong enough for them to deal with. Soon under the notice of the clone troopers, not only Iji, but even King Judge of Germa 66 was alarmed. That's why I came before the two of Lagerses. It is Vince Mok Judge and Reiju and other children. But after seeing Lagoses and Shanyi, Judge's eyes lit up. I didn't expect to be a cadre of the Thunder God Pirates. You found me here, why? As an active underground war nation, Germa 60SIX's intelligence is naturally equally excellent. Of course, I have heard about the Thor pirates who have been active in the sea recently. I didn't expect to meet so soon. However, if the other party can find this place, it will definitely not be so simple. So after Judge finished speaking, he couldn't help thinking about it. Judge, you Germa 66 have been active in the underground world for so long. I must have collected a lot of devil fruit. So Thor sent us here hoping to work with Gemel 66. And the condition of cooperation is devil fruit. Follow Lagerses to speak slowly. Regarding what Lager that said, Judge became thoughtful. After all, the current Thunder God pirates cannot protect themselves from Judge's information. Germa 60SIX's intelligence department is definitely the top in the world, even the world government has some intelligence. Naturally, I also know that the world government is preparing to attack the Thor pirates. Working with the Thor pirates now will not only expose Germa 66 to the bright side. Even when the time comes, the world government will clean up the Thor pirates and turn to clean them up. Such cooperation is definitely doing more harm than good. After thinking for a while, Judge realized that the risk was too great. Just when Judge was about to refuse. At this time, Lagerses directly offered a condition that Judge could not refuse. Thor said it. If you agree to cooperate, then our Thor pirates will help you rule the entire North Blue. Any blocking forces will be handed over to the Thunder God pirates to help you solve it. As for the world government and marine you are worried about, they won't do anything to you. By the time they free up their hands to deal with you, the entire North Blue has long been your domain. Are you still afraid? Follow Lagerses to speak slowly. At this moment, Judge found himself moved. The words that were about to refuse were on the lips, but I couldn't say anything. The reason why Germa 66 is constantly wandering in the sea is that they don't even have a territory of their own. It's all because Germa 66 was not allowed to have its own land after being sanctioned by the world government. The entire North Blue was in the hands of Germa 66 in the past, and now Judge naturally wants to take it back. Thinking of this, an inexplicable light flickered in Judge's eyes. Seeing this, Reiju and others on the side wanted to persuade Judge to refuse. After all, the consequences of exposing Gemel 66 to the eyes of the world again are very serious. But they couldn't feel Judge's obsession with North Blue. It is good. I promise to cooperate with your Thor pirates. Chapter 49. Father. Our family has been working underground. Many projects need to be carried out underground, and killer activities cannot be exposed. Cooperating now will undoubtedly make our years of hiding all in vain. Seeing that Judge's head was hot, he agreed to cooperate. At this time, Reiju, who is the big sister, can still sit still. Since Germa 66 was expelled by the world government, they have been hiding and developing underground. After all, the power development is very good now. It is very likely that today's decision will put Germa 66 in a situation where there is no redemption. But at this time Judge had already made up his mind. This North Blue really made Judge unable to put it down. The sea area in front of me was once the territory of Germa 66, but now they have become an evil kingdom in the mouth of the world government. The former family North Blue didn't even have a place to stay. Stop talking. This cooperation may also be an opportunity for Germa 66. Confronted with the exhortations of Reiju et al. Today's Judge will still listen to it. After interrupting everyone, Judge looked at Lagerses and Shanyi. Then, cooperation is fine. How are you going to help us rule the North Blue? Is it up to you two? What about Enel? Following Judge's words, everyone also turned their attention to the two Lagerses. After all, you can't just talk about cooperation. And, isn't Enel, your strongest captain, coming? Facing the questioning eyes of Judge and others. The two Lagerses looked at each other, and then two terrifying conquerors Haki pressed towards Judge and the others. Face two terrifying conquerors at the same time. Even though Judge and the others had combat uniforms and transformations, they couldn't bear the drastic change in Kikai's expression. Watching the duo who released conquerors Haki, Judge, and others found out at this time. This Thunder God pirate group is definitely more terrifying than they imagined. Unexpectedly, in addition to the Captain Thor Enel, there are two cadres with conquerors Haki under his command. Most importantly, Judge didn't want to understand that the owner of conquerors Haki was willing to follow Enel's men. However, this strong counterattack also directly dispelled Judge's concerns. After all, Enel sent out 2 top cotters with Conqueror's Haki. Apart from Lejian and my wife Shanyi, although Lagarces has not yet offered a reward order. But Judge found that Shanyi Union was acting as a deputy. It is very possible that the Lagoses in front of him is stronger than Lejian and my wife Shanyi. Thinking of this, Judge can't help being full of confidence in the North Blue Restoration cooperation. Soon after the cooperation between the two parties was finalized, Judge gave all the devil fruit collected by Vince Mok's family to Lagoses with a wave of his hand. No more, no less, 3 Zoan and 2 Paramecia devil fruit. This is actually Judge's advanced gesture. Now that the strength of the Thor pirates has been exposed, Judge has no choice but to do so. Although Germa 66 has been active underground, their influence is also very large. But compared to the powerful pirates in the sea, Germa 66 is still very insufficient in terms of top combat power. But the benefits of being a kingdom, especially a technology kingdom like Germa 66. In terms of military strength, Germa 66 is not lacking at all. And all clone soldiers are loyal and powerful. After Lagoses brought back these devil fruits, they returned to Germa 66 soon. At the same time, Germa 66 directly launched the restoration war against North Blue. Germa 66, which has been active underground, was once again presented to the world. The Germa 66 developed over the years is a huge war machine. Facing Germa 66 soldiers soon, these North Blue kingdoms are not an enemy at all. Facing the clone soldiers who are not afraid of death, the armies of both sides collapsed as soon as they came into contact. After all, these clones are terrible war soldiers who are not afraid of death or charge. It didn't take long for more than half of North Blue to fall. Among them, North Blue's mafia wanted to resist, but before it even started, they were stopped by Lagoses and Shanyi. A golden thunder fell from the sky in an instant. The terrifying thunder instantly destroyed the mafia's desire to resist. And my wife Shanyi is even more merciless. After Zanai left from a mafia family, Germa 66 soldiers found it when they went in to clean up the battlefield. The entire mafia family was beheaded. The heads all over the floor made Germa 66's scalp numb. They couldn't figure it out. Shanyi, who seemed harmless to humans and animals, could be so terrifying. Everyone is killed with a knife and beheaded. That smooth cut was just terrifying. Word of Germa 66's actions soon reached the ears of the world government. For this expelled kingdom, the world government is naturally clear. I didn't expect the other party to come up with North Blue's idea so quickly. Most importantly, there are still Thor pirates here. Damn it! This Vince Mok judge is looking for death. Don't move him yet. It's just a Germa 66. Wait until the Thunder God pirates are dealt with, then we will deal with him. Although word reached the world government. But because of the Thor pirates, the world government directly let go. The same is true for Marines. And soon the people from Marine and world government withdrew from North Blue directly. For the world government, this temporary retreat is acceptable. When the Thor pirates are eliminated, the sea is still under the control of the world government. Most importantly, the threat of the Thor pirates is a bit serious. Otherwise, the world government would not be so determined to get rid of the Thor pirates in one fell swoop. Among them, the 5 elders who were ridiculed by Enel and world government are the most determined. Master Judge. World government and Marine all pulled out of North Blue. Except for the places that have not yet been conquered, North Blue has taken back everything. Hear the report from his subordinates. At this moment, Judge was even more satisfied. The former homeland is finally going to be taken back under his leadership. Continue to attack. Speed up the pace. Since the world government and Marine have withdrawn, what are you waiting for? Go and launch the final attack for me. Soon at Judge's behest. The entire Germa 66 waged its final war against North Blue. With the 2 high-end combat powers of Lagoses and Shanyi, how can North Blue resist? Soon the entire territory of North Blue fell under the rule of Germa 66. Chapter 50. Ha 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 ha. Finally the country has been restored. This time, I really have to thank you Thor pirates. As North Blue was directly attacked by Germa 66. Soon under the huge technological army of Germa 66, which was still expelled, was established again on North Blue. A new kingdom was soon established. At this time, Judge is in a good mood. Following Judge's words, his subordinates directly organized a grand celebration banquet. But at this time, Lagarces and Shanyi had no intention of staying here. After all, the time of the Thor pirates is very tight now, and they must do their best to find devil fruit. King Judge, now that the cooperation has been reached, the 2 of us also need to rush back to our lives. The captain is still waiting for us to go back. After saying that in Lagoses, the 2 immediately got up and prepared to leave. At this time, Judge was willing to let the 2 go. You must know that although he has captured North Blue now, one question is whether the Thor pirates can survive this time under the siege of the world government. If the Thor pirates were wiped out, the North Blue he had fought would probably be given up again soon. So for his own sake, Judge must continue to cooperate. Wait. I think our cooperation can continue. I know you Thor pirates are collecting devil fruit. Now this North Blue belongs to me Germa 66. There must be no shortage of devil fruit in the entire North Blue. So, I will continue to help you find devil fruit. How about the cooperation? Follow Judge slowly. As the current king of North Blue, Judge looked at the two of Loggerses very secretly. If they fail to cooperate, it will be Vince MOK Judge who will be unlucky in the future. Now that they have cooperated to win North Blue, when the Thor pirates are finished, Germa 66 will definitely not be able to escape. Judge still understands the reason why his lips are dead and his teeth are cold. Hear Judge's proposal. Loggerses and Shanyi couldn't help but looked at each other. After all, you can get devil fruit, and the conditions remain the same. If there is a strong enemy coming to help you deal with it. Such a cooperation between the two naturally agreed after discussion. Seeing that the two agreed, Judge was overjoyed. But cooperation is cooperation, North Blue is settled down, and the two of Loggerses will naturally have to go back. In order to deepen our cooperation, my daughter Raja will go with you. Let our two families get closer. Just when the two were about to leave, Judge proposed to the two Loggerses without hesitation of Raja's opinion. The two Loggerses didn't mind Judge's words. After all, the pirates continue to employ people, and Lord Thor also needs some maids around him. Not even May alone. Hearing that the two Loggerses also agreed. In this way, under Judge's tough attitude, Raja could only follow the two Loggerses to Gaia Island to join the Thor pirates. Raja was even more sad about this for a long time. But since he was a child, Raja has seen many times what his cold-blooded father did. From mother to brother Sanji. So for my current situation, maybe it would be better if I left Judge. Thinking of this, Raja quickly thought about it. But the only thing that worries Raja is his other three younger brothers. North Blue's program ends. Loggerses and Shanyi also returned to Gaia Island with Raja. For the joining of Raja, Enel is naturally welcome. After all, who would have trouble with a beautiful woman, especially a beautiful woman like Raja who is beautiful and kind? Because Raja was in charge of various affairs in Germa 66. So after coming to the Thor pirates, Raja was quickly brought into the role. Since Kojiro was temporarily absent from the island, everything on the island developed under Raja's command. Moreover, this time let Loggerses and the two of them go on a trip to North Blue. Also brought 5 devil fruits to Enel. 3 Zoans and 2 Paramecia bring a total of 7 points of energy. Plus the 4 points of energy already collected in the system. Now that's enough of a summoning condition. Looking at the 11 points of ability in the system panel, Enel did not draw at this time. Although the opening of new features is very urgent. But the devil fruit from Doflamingo is also coming soon. At that time, the energy points are collected and summoned at the same time. The chances of recruiting powerful thunder gods will also be greatly increased. Otherwise, it would be a big loss to recruit some elves like Pikachu in this situation. Fortunately, Diamanti didn't keep Enel waiting. A few days after they returned from Loggerses, Diamanti arrived at Gaia Island with the devil fruit. This trip is because the world government is going to attack the Thor pirates. So Grand Line has many more spies, which makes Diamanti, who is already cautious, even more cautious. It took a while for Diamanti to spend more time. After putting down the devil fruit, Diamanti left directly. After all, in this special period, the world government is staring at this place. The longer Doflamingo's people stay here, the worse it is for both parties. But this time Diamanti sent another 7 devil fruits. Among them are 4 Zoan and 3 Paramecia. In other words, Doflamingo sent himself another 10 points of energy. Now at this time, Enel also has to give Doflamingo a thumbs up for his efforts. This is why Enel chose to cooperate with Doflamingo. Because except that the other party is a fruit seller in One Piece world. If the two parties cooperate sincerely, Doflamingo will definitely bring huge benefits. This is the case today. The system absorbs these devil fruits. Then start the summoning directly.